Cursed Ever After, a fantasy romance. The Royal Goldkeepers, Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. Dedication. To my readers, thank you for always being there for me when I need you the most. 1. Elora. I stare at the massive wall in front of me, watching as it changes. It twists like dough being squished in a toddler's hands, or maybe like a giant plastic wall that a strange, horrifying creature is trying to escape from. Sometimes I even imagine I see hands, feet, or even a face pushing through the green substance. But I'm pretty sure those things only exist in my mind. They're images I only see because of the tales told by the locals about this dangerous wall that separates our world from that of Neverwood. The locals who come here, usually teenagers who have been dared to do so by their friends, are terrified by the strange doorway to another world. This mix between a wall of leaves like a huge hedge and something else, something that shouldn't be able to exist in our world. Yet I'm never afraid. Not because Neverwood is safe, but because I'm one of only 4 living people who can enter this place. One of the only people who knows what's behind the wall. And although it is a scary place, it's also a world of wonder. One I want to return to, even today, after 3 long months of not being allowed to go. For whatever reason, my dad has told me no, and that only he'll be going on this trip. I'd protested. I'd even resorted to sulking a little, like when I was a child, because the whole thing was irritatingly unfair. He's supposed to retire as a goldkeeper soon and allow me to take his place. But I can't do that until I've learned more, including all the ins and outs of surviving in Neverwood. Even though I know he's scared about the day I have to go through without him, I want to be as prepared as possible. Which means not allowing me to go with him when there's a chance for me to learn more is foolish. We should be taking every opportunity before he retires to train. How is it that he doesn't see that? I'm in my 20s. I'm more than old enough to take over. The wind blows a little harsher, and I look across the darkened sky to see gray streaks of light rising over the huge mountains that surround Paradise Falls. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I wrap my arms around myself. I haven't enjoyed storms since my first experience with one in Neverwood, but I also know stormy days are the most likely days that we can cross over. So I say nothing, just glance at my father. My father is kneeling on the ground, going through each item in his pack. He checks everything when he packs at home, before he leaves the house, and when he gets here. I once thought it was overkill until I realized just how important each item is. Important enough that if anything gets screwed up, you can die. His head is bowed over his backpack as he checks each thing, and I realize his short hair, which used to be pale brown weaved with gray, is mostly gray now. When did that happen? And how hadn't I noticed until today? He closes his pack and looks up at me with his trademark smile, the one that dazzles all the ladies in town and makes my heart ache when I think of it when he's gone to Neverwood. He rises a little more slowly than he used to and comes over to me. I already know what he's going to do before he does it, so I'm smiling when he takes my face in his hands. My father lowers his face until it's right in front of mine. His mismatched eyes, identical to mine, one hazel and one blue, light up with affection, excitement, and the desire for adventure. I love you. I grin. I love you too. And Neverwood will never take me. He says it like a hero from old. I laugh. It's been our thing for at least the past 20 years, starting when I was a child and had to watch my father go without me. But we continued it, even on the trips I got to join him on. Fucking never. although I'd added the fucking when I got older. He releases my face, opening his mouth to say more, but suddenly frowns. His head tilts a little to the side, and I realize he's listening for something. His instincts after so much time in Neverwood are far better than mine, so I hold my breath and try to listen too. At first there's nothing, and then I hear the churning of gravel and soft footfalls coming toward us. We both stiffen at the sound coming up the little path, the one that weaves through the woods from the small parking lot to where we are now. My dad and I exchange a look. I roll my eyes and he laughs, because there's only one person it could be. Well, two. And they're not just our enemies and our sole competition. They're annoying, irritating people who get under our skin like no one else. Callum and his father, Archer, come into view, hurrying up the path. Clearly, they're both already in a bad mood based on the way they're frowning and the way their entire bodies seem to radiate a pissed-off energy. Although I'm pretty sure these two are always in bad moods. They're the trademark grumpy people in life who could notice clouds on a perfect day, who think all babies are ugly, who shout at crossing guards, and who mutter at kids when they lose balls in their yards. Bitter assholes. Archer has his pack already on his shoulders, but the pack almost looks small on the mountain of a man. He's easily double the size of my father, even though by some sick twist of nature, he's a little smaller than his giant son. His white hair is long and messy, left loose around his shoulders like it hasn't been brushed for days, and his dark eyes are narrowed, his lips pursed as he seems to be trying to speedwalk to stay in front of his son. Competing with his son. Just pathetic. Callum moves at a more casual stroll with his long legs, but it keeps him right behind his father. He wears a dark green jacket that's buttoned up, somehow not straining even over his impossibly wide shoulders. His short, dirty blonde hair is a little messy from the wind, but still styled in that way he likes, with one side left a little longer than the other. His hands are in his pockets, and when those deep green eyes of his meet mine, there's one moment where he seems surprised to see me, when his gaze rakes over me, and then he looks away, and I can breathe again. Archer stops on the trail when he spots us. "Waited for me, you old asshole?" My father smiles. He hadn't been waiting, he'd been triple-checking his gear, but he's never one to back down from his lifelong rival. "You bet. I wouldn't want you claiming I got more goldarium because I got a head start." Archer snorts. "The day Victor Walker gets more gold than me is the day I officially retire and let my fuck-up son take my place." Callum says nothing, but that's what he's best at. He just stares at the doorway to Neverwood like it has the answers he's seeking in life. Briefly, I wonder if he feels the same way I do, that our dads need to train us more because they're slowing down, and that they became the sole gold keepers when they were far younger than us. But knowing Callum, he doesn't give two shits as long as he keeps having all the women in town fall all over him and doesn't actually have to do any work to earn his spot on a pedestal next to us. He just has to be one of the descendants of the two great families. Why do you care how he thinks or feels anyway? He's an ass. My thoughts are right, but I don't have an answer to them. Instead, an unwanted memory pops up of him and me from years ago, when we were just teens, of our lips pressed together and our hearts racing. A forbidden moment between two enemies. Heat rushes through me, and I push the thought away angrily. I'd already sworn to forget that night, so why did memories of it always pop up at the worst times? "So are you ready?" my dad asks Archer, and there's something strange in his tone. The two men stare at each other. My father's mouth pulls into a thin line, and even though I'm trying to catch his gaze, I feel like he's purposely ignoring mine. Tension sings between them, a tension I don't understand. I realize they see each other a lot in Neverwood. It's just the way of the paths. But here in Paradise Falls, they only speak to taunt each other. So is this about something in Neverwood? Archer suddenly barks, "Over here, now." He marches away from us to the edge of the trees and across the small clearing we're in. To my surprise, my dad follows him. I can't imagine what they have to talk about. The two hate each other. Even though my father is never one to cause trouble, he's shown more than a few times that the other man is nothing but a bully. So what the hell is going on? The two lean in together and start whispering. I frown and look at Callum to see if he has any idea what they're talking about, but he's watching them too. As much as people don't seem to value Callum for his intelligence, I know he's noting every odd thing about their exchange, the same way I am. When Callum's gaze meets mine, I snap my focus back to our father's. Even so, he continues to rest his gaze on me. His gaze is so intense my skin feels hot and my heart races. But I will myself to continue pretending I don't notice. Suddenly, Archer shoves my dad so hard that my father staggers. "If all of that's true, you know it's now. You know we're out of time." My dad shakes his head and gets that stubborn look on his face, the same one he claims I got from him. "They need more time. We need more time." Archer turns away from him, then back, and punches my father in the face. My dad goes down, hitting the ground in a way that I've never seen before. It's rare for anyone to hurt us because our two families are the only gold keepers, though that doesn't mean we couldn't hurt each other. Archer moves closer, fists clenched, but there's extreme regret in his eyes, which confuses me. It's not enough for me to stop myself from running toward them, but it's enough to make this whole thing all the stranger. I'm there in an instant, standing between them, my fists balled up. "What the hell are you doing? Don't touch my father!" I get close to Archer, almost screaming in his face, but he neither backs down nor steps up to my challenge. Callum is beside me somehow, his voice quiet but firm. "Enough. Whatever this is, it's enough." Archer advances on his son. "I'm the only one who says when it's enough." But he's already dropped his fist. Then he looks at my father again, pain written across his face, and moves away from all of us, radiating distress in a way that's almost palpable. But Archer's not my concern. I turn to my dad and help him up. His lip is bleeding and my heart is racing, but he seems to be okay. I know he's okay, it's just that I'm upset. My adrenaline is pumping. I can't believe someone would attack my sweet father. "You're hurt," I say, touching his face, moving him to see the damage. "You know it'll heal," he tells me gently, placing his hands over mine. I don't care that we heal fast. I care that he's hurt. He had no right to do that. Why isn't my dad more upset? I'm shaking as I drop my hand from his face and take a step back, feeling lost, feeling like he's keeping something from me. "It's complicated," he says with a shrug, still avoiding my gaze as he rubs the back of his neck. "Now, Archer and I need to finish talking." My jaw drops. He just punched you. What's there to talk about? "Elora, please," he says, but he's not asking. His tone makes that clear because it's that stern voice he so rarely uses with me. I bite my lip but step away, walking slowly back to the path, feeling lost and angry. Callum follows behind, not saying a word as he comes to stand beside me. I shiver as my adrenaline fades, and the cold morning air washes over me once more. I couldn't care less about the goosebumps dancing up and down my arms. I'm watching the two men, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. There's heat in their faces, but Archer doesn't move to attack again. He's arguing with his words and not his hands. It's clear that they're debating something important. And I wonder if it has to do with Callum and I becoming goldkeepers soon, or something happening in Neverwood. Or a topic I don't know anything about, which makes me feel strangely on the outside. It's always been me and my dad against the world, my stepmother some distant shadow nearby. who comes around just enough to be part of our lives, but nothing more. Cold? Callum asks me. Stiffening, I realize I am, but I'm not going to tell my enemy that. No. Fine, princess. Stand there and shiver while I enjoy my nice coat. He drawls out slowly. Of course he asked so he could rub it in. Typical Runefall man. Ass. Bitch. But then something changes in our father's conversation, because my dad looks upset. His eyes are wide and he glances from Archer back to me. I don't know what he's saying, but I have the strangest feeling it's about me. Then my dad turns back to Archer, nods sadly, and they break apart. He moves toward me, and I feel like whatever important fight they were having, my dad lost. What's wrong? I ask when he gets close enough, and my voice sounds too high even to my own ears. My dad shakes his head, then gives me a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Archer says that it's time for us to seriously give you guys the reins, to be the next goalkeepers. We need to take you further than ever before. My heart sings. This is all I've ever wanted. So we'll be gone. For months? Like your really long trips. My bag's in the truck. I can just... No. His smile is so damn sad. Not today, but soon. Sooner than we planned. For now, focus on your university and your training. And... Elora, I just want you to know that even though you're behind in some ways from when we were your age, you have the Walker family gifts. You understand Neverwood deep in your soul. You see it for what it is. A dangerous place, but also a beautiful, amazing place to be respected. If you keep that attitude toward it, always keeping it and its best interests in your heart, you'll be okay. You'll do what needs to be done. My heart swells. I want to say so much. I'm practically glowing from my father's words. But I don't want to show my softer side in front of Callum and his father. So I simply say, okay, then hold a fist out to him, and he bumps it like he always does, even though his smile is still sad. I'm ready. I am so dang ready. You have no idea. Our next trip together is going to be epic, even better than your trips with Grandpa. He nods, staring down at his feet. You're going to do amazing, hun. Behind us, I see that Archer is talking in a whispered voice to Callum. Callum looks confused, his handsome face changing as his brows draw together in concern and his lips purse. I guess he's not as happy about actually having to do some work moving forward. But it's about time he realizes being the next goalkeeper is about more than wealth, popularity, and enjoying the good life. It's about working for our town by bringing back Goldarium, the precious material that our people depend on so much. Surprise, surprise, the pretty boy just wanted his honorary crown, I think. Glad to be able to focus on what they're doing rather than my own yo-yoing feelings. Just then I see Archer remove the golden chain from around his neck and draw the necklace out from under his shirt, placing it into his son's shocked hands. I turn back to my father and see him taking off his own necklace, and I start to shake my head, but then he lifts my hand and places it in my palm. Staring down at it, my stomach flips. A crystal ball surrounds a piece of Goldarium about the size of my thumb. The rare and powerful material moves inside the ball, constantly twisting and reforming, the golden putty-like substance mesmerizing to watch. It's true that I've dreamed of the day my father gave me this necklace more times than I can count. But this isn't how it was supposed to go. This ceremony is supposed to mean something important. Giving it to me now is a token rather than something earned, and I don't like it. My gaze moves back to my father's face in confusion. I don't understand. I thought you would give this to me when I became our family's official goalkeeper. Not now. Not when I'm not ready yet and haven't earned it. He takes it from my hand and drops it over my head, where the golden substance in the crystal ball falls between my breasts, continuing to move and roll as we watch it. Plans change, little one. Then he surprises me yet again by pulling me into a tight hug. "I know the legends are true," he whispers. "We just haven't gone far enough. We'll find it. Forgive me. I love you. You know I love you. But please, be careful who you trust." He thinks the legend is true? And forgive him for what? When he pulls back, I cling to him, feeling anxious for reasons I don't understand. "What are you talking about? What's happening?" Archer looks our way, glaring. "Are you fucking kidding me? What did you say to her? Do you want to die, old man?" I don't understand what's happening, but I shout back at him, "Get over yourself, you asshole!" He opens his mouth to say more when we hear vehicles nearby, their tires churning the little stones that make up the small parking area built for us. Which means there are vehicles in the parking lot way out here. Something that makes no sense. No one but us goldkeepers are meant to go to this sacred place. Certainly no one but foolish teens dare to go near the entrance to Neverwood. However, my dad and Callum seem to know who's here and why, because they launch into action. My dad yanks me into a hug one more time, then pushes away in a frantic rush. Archer whispers something to his son, and then our fathers are both running for the entrance to Neverwood, their packs barely thrown over their shoulders. I hear my dad saying, "Please, please, please," as he runs, and I stare in shock as they both push through the green substance and disappear into Neverwood. Callum and I exchange worried glances filled with disbelief before security arrives. Dozens of them come swarming out of the trees around our clearing in their full riot gear. They're wearing all black, including their helmets, guns, and tasers in their hands, like they're approaching enemies rather than the most important people in their society. My heart races, and I stare around in shock. Who are they after? Us? And why? What does any of this mean? "Where are they?" one of them shouts at me. "Where?" He grabs the front of my shirt, snagging my chain as he does, and I'm suddenly looking at my own terrified face reflecting back in his visor. I'm too shocked to move to even answer, but then the man is dragged away from me and my shirt snaps back into place. Callum is there, eyes flashing with rage as he punches the man in the face, his fist going through the visor, covering the security man's eyes. "Don't ever fucking touch her," Callum roars, and tasers and guns are pointed at his chest as he faces them, looking like a giant about to rip them limb from limb. The man in his grip goes limp, and Callum drops him to the ground, his hand covered in broken glass and blood. Callum steps in front of me, squaring off with security, breathing hard, so massive and angry that I finally see why people fear our families so much. Although I'm surprised, because he's standing in front of me like a guard dog willing to die to protect his master. To protect me. Yet, will it come to that? What do they want from us? Suddenly, one of the men shoots Callum with his taser. It hits Callum in the chest, and his body begins to spasm. There's pain in his eyes, but also anger. Anger because no one hurts the two families. We deserve at least that for what we've done for our people. He begins to walk toward the man, his limbs still spasming at random, and the other security men take a step back. But their weapons remain trained on him. Like he's some kind of wild animal rather than a runefall. Something inside of me snaps at the audacity of these men, and before Callum can reach him, I'm there. My fist hits the security man's throat, not at full force because I'm not trying to kill him, but enough to send him flying back. Enough that he's left on the ground, wheezing for breath, his eyes filled with panic. Two men tried to pin me down, but Callum yanks one of them off of me, and I kick the other one in the stomach, sending him into the tree near me. The trunk makes a terrible cracking sound, or maybe the sound came from some of his bones, but I don't care. If these fools want to fight, we'll give them one. To my shock, Callum and I are back to back, ready to take on the men around us. We know that their weapons can do damage to us, but being from the two families means we can kill them all if we want to. Which we won't, even though they dared to touch us. Not unless we have to, of course. Callum's mother suddenly appears along the path, and security moves out of the way for the council member. Calm down, you two. They're not here to hurt anyone. We were simply wondering where Callum's father had gone. Councilwoman Kayla's tone is annoyed, like we're in the wrong for not knowing something that still doesn't make sense. All this is about his father? Callum's anger doesn't calm as he squares off with the tiny woman in a white suit. She's wearing high heels even in the woods. Her short white hair slicked to her head in her typical fashion, and her dark eyes unreadable. Father is in Neverwood, where he's supposed to be. Now what the hell is all of this? And her father? Councilwoman Kayla snaps at him, even though she's looking at me. Gone to Neverwood, Calum answers. Now, what is this? He sounds more than pissed this time, like he's about to punch someone again. The stoic woman lets her mask slip for a moment, a look of rage and disbelief filling her expression before it's gone. Then it's over. She snaps her fingers. It's too late. Like ants responding to their queen, the men instantly turn and head back toward the parking lot, except for a few who pick up the men on the ground and carry them out, before following the others. Callum's mother ignores all of them, because she's busy staring at the entrance to Neverwood. Actually, not so much staring as she is glaring. The hate in her expression so intense that it steals my breath. Why all of this? What happened? I ask, waving after the men. None of this makes any sense. Nothing, she says, then turns away. It doesn't matter now. 2. Unknown. Victor and Archer must have gotten my warning in time. That's the only thing that makes sense given their disappearance into Neverwood. It's unfortunate, however, that I didn't see this coming until it was almost too late. I guess we always believe we have more time than we really do, which is especially true for Jane and my mother. May the gods watch over their souls. Now, Victor and Archer might be safe, but as for Callum and Elora, the danger is worse than ever before. I owe it to them, and my mother, to make certain that their enemy's plan fails once again. It might only be a temporary solution to a greater problem, but that greater problem is beyond my ability to fix. At least for now. I don't know how much time Callum and Elora have before it's too late, but they truly can't be told until the last possible moment. If they knew the horrors that were planned for their lives, if they knew the enemies they were surrounded by and the odds that are stacked against them, they might crack. They might show our hand before it's time, which would be the end for all of us. So I have to find some way to warn them, a way to start to open their eyes without giving everything away. I will need to be an invisible force, helping them to walk on the right path, even before they know there is a right and a wrong path. Should I fail, their blood will be on my hands. 3. Elora. It's been 4 months since I last saw my father, longer than any of his other trips into Neverwood, and with each day that passes, the tension in Paradise Falls increases. It grows like an unspoken monster moving throughout the town, leaving subtle reminders that it had been there in its wake. Even though it's nothing compared to the tension inside of me. I keep replaying the events before my dad left in my mind, but no matter how much I do, I still have no idea what happened. It's obvious he got into trouble, but what kind? Did it lead to him choosing not to come back? Or did something happen to him? No one would choose to remain in Neverwood forever. Something went wrong. I know it. In the chair next to me, Ari Radian shifts in her desk, and my gaze snaps to her. I've known Ari since we were toddlers, like most of the people around my age in Paradise Falls. We used to have playdates together, and even though I don't remember it, my dad said that once upon a time we were best friends. But when I glance at her now, I'm surprised by how much time can change things. Ari's parents were both scientists who worked in the labs, at least before her mom's death. Most people thought Ari would take after her parents. Instead, she seems to care very little about school or any of the people in Paradise Falls. Mostly she spends her days in the woods, doing who knows what. Ari's long black hair is almost always pulled into a messy bun, and she wears tank tops, jeans, and mud-stained boots most of the time. In class, she's always tapping her foot or her fingers, her expression irritated, like this is the last place in the world she wants to be. Which, okay, I can't blame her for, but she definitely stands out from the other kids. Maybe almost as much as I do, but in a quieter way. Her gaze suddenly meets mine, and her dark eyes are intense. Always so damn intense. Like she has a million things on her mind, but never says any of them. I look away from her, uncomfortable. Sometimes being a walker means being uncomfortable with everyone, but with her, it's something else. Unfortunately, my gaze moves to the empty chair next to her, and I'm left thinking about the person who sat there last. Someone who did something dumb and got hurt. Someone who was left with a permanent issue. Someone who then disappeared, just like everyone with flaws. I jump a little when the professor closes his book loudly, like a clap of thunder in the silent classroom. Okay, read chapters 8 through 12 and come prepared for a debate next class. That will be all. Everyone grabs their stuff and heads out the door, but I follow a little more slowly. This day, like every day since my father left, has felt repetitive and boring. Almost like every day is the same as the day before. Including the fact that Farron is waiting for me outside of my Science of the Elements class. He's chatting with one of his buddies, leaning against a wall in his tank top, his hat on backwards, and his stance kind of douchey. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. Yes, he's still technically a good-looking guy, smart and all-around decent, but he's just not my type. When he spots me, his dark eyes light up, and he pushes away from the wall, ignoring his friend, who is still in the middle of talking, and nearly bumping into Ari as if she doesn't exist. He's next to me in an instant as I head for the doors leading outside. Elora, long time no see. Yeah, what's it been? A day? I ask, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Farron smiles, oozing confidence like all the jocks at our school. You should come by and watch me practice sometime. I mean, I already see you out at the stadium every morning exercising. Why not just stay a little longer and watch? I specifically got up early enough to try to avoid the jock crowd because I'm there to train, not get hit on. Wearing my heavy bag for Neverwood, I run up and down the bleachers, around the track, and push myself as hard as I can to make sure I'm ready for when I have to go to that dangerous other world. I'd realized pretty quickly that having a bunch of guys trying to catch my eye and get my attention was not conducive to getting a good workout. So I'm usually heading out when the coach is herding the football team in. It works out perfectly. Except the constant comments from this asshole about it. That's okay, I tell him, because I can't imagine anything more boring than watching him practice throwing a ball around. I prefer my current routine. Cool, he says, but his tone isn't as casual as usual. You know, I noticed you like poetry, and there's this coffee shop in town that has a poetry night every Thursday, so I was thinking that maybe you and I could. Poetry night sounds fun. Too bad I'm busy every Thursday. I'm not, but I just want to let the guy down easy. He might get under my skin sometimes, but I'm pretty sure that has more to do with my frustration with everyone rather than just him, which isn't entirely fair. Farron slides in front of me, blocking my way. As the quarterback, he's smaller than most of the other players, but he's still a big man, so his move is effective at stopping me. Maybe we can plan something for another time. He pauses, then pushes on when I don't respond. What do you think about everything? I stiffen, mad at myself for not expecting his question. Everything? He shrugs, looking a little less confident. You know, like the council reducing trade? Of course, because I haven't been asked this a million times since people started to notice. It's also damn obvious, logical even. There have been fewer flights and helicopters over the mountains because there's less goldarium to send out. This is because our main resource is no longer being refueled, brought back by Archer and my father. So the council has been having to restrict what they do with the goldarium we have left. The top priorities are our doctors, hospitals, labs, and powering our town, rather than trading the precious resource with the outside world. Which has pissed people off. So they find ways to trap me in a conversation to see if I know more than they do. Yet, no matter how many ways I've tried to tell people that I don't have a clue what's going on, no one is satisfied with my lack of knowledge, which just makes them angrier. I'm angry too, for having to deal with their shit. I've resorted to short, aggressive answers, like I do now. I don't know. I move around Farron and keep heading for the door, but he keeps pace at my side. What about what they've been saying on the news? He sounds casual. Farron is probably one of the few people less interested in what I know, and more so looking for an excuse to talk to me. An excuse that might lead to getting into my pants and eventually marrying into the Walker family line. Although, I can never be sure. Maybe he's genuinely trying to get some gossip. Either way, not my cup of tea. The council sounds like they have things covered, I tell him, mimicking his casual tone, even though my words aren't exactly true. Initially, the council was pretending everything was fine, but when they stopped being able to sweep everything under the rug because there were just too many questions from our people, things changed. New reports began to fill all the television stations, biased news reports given by pretty people who were experts at turning ugly truths into pretty lies. They'd basically implied that the long trip our fathers had taken was planned and completely normal, and that when they returned, they'd be coming back with more than enough goldarium to make it worth it. Not that people are as dumb as the council seems to think. If that was truly the plan, the council would have told everyone before our fathers left. They would have rationed the goldarium better and planned for it. Instead, they didn't tell anyone anything until the rumors began. Which anyone with half a brain knows means they're making things up as they go along. Still, it was enough to placate people, at first. People only really noticed because of the quieter skies in the beginning, which they didn't like, but weren't too concerned about. But without things to ship out and goldarium to trade, we weren't shipping much in either, which is when everything changed. Stores, restaurants, and even our public centers were experiencing shortages of things that we'd never lacked before. Our people, at least on the wealthy side of Paradise Falls, were not accustomed to being told no about anything. Farron shrugs beside me. I guess I've just noticed people getting pissed at you and wanted to check in and make sure you were okay. He unexpectedly sounds sincere. What's harder, though, is that he isn't wrong about how things have been going lately. In the beginning, people were simply side-eyeing me in public, But now, everywhere I go, there are not so quiet whispers about the fact that my father and Callum's father are dead, and that it's our turn to step up as goldkeepers. They whisper that everyone has been patient enough and that this can't go on any longer or we'll all suffer. She should accept that her dad is dead and do his job, I'd heard more than a few times, even though everyone should know by now that I couldn't even go to Neverwood if I believed my father wasn't coming back, not without the council's approval. And when the council gives their approval, everyone will know. So basically, people are just being jerks in hopes that making me say that my dad is dead will move this whole process along. Which, frankly, hurts me. My father is a hero to these people. One of only 4 people willing to go to that dangerous world to get Goldarium, risking his life each and every time for all of our benefit. But since he hasn't brought any of it back, it seems like everyone is talking about him like he's a replaceable tool they need to use to stay rich and privileged. Is that how they really see him? Is that how they see me? It's a scary notion. A notion that shakes the foundation of my loyalty to Paradise Falls. I always thought I was happy to help my people, but what if I've just been convinced of that fact? Manipulated to the point where I didn't understand the truth. Maybe the way I thought everyone saw my family is wrong. Either way, he says, just be careful out there. Thanks, I say, my heart softening a little toward the jock. And, we'll maybe start going into Neverwood, too. We could use some more gold while your dad is gone, or whatever. My heart turns as hard as ice. Great advice. He startles, probably because my tone is as cold as my heart. Or whatever. Whatever my ass, I tell him, then march away to my favorite spot and sink down against the tree. Tearing open my backpack, I fish out a book and try to ignore the world outside of me, including Farron. I feel him staring for a little while longer before he leaves. Then I watch as the words on the page blend together in front of my eyes, and some unnamed emotion awakens inside of me. Releasing a slow breath, I close my eyes for a minute, letting the breeze rush over me. This place isn't like Neverwood, but right now I can almost imagine I'm there, with the wind whistling in the leaves, the animals creeping beneath the woods, and the magic in everything, even in me. For one beautiful moment, I feel my soul gentling, and then I hear students cursing and laughing, something loud crashing, and the moment is over. I'm back in Paradise Falls, pretending this is where I belong. Pretending even though I don't feel that way at all. Here, I'm an outsider. There I might be too, but it doesn't always feel that way. In Neverwood, I'm just another creature in nature, trying to survive, knowing that a single mistake can get me killed. Somehow, though, I feel safer there sometimes. Under the shade of the leaves, who I am isn't quite as obvious. But each time someone looks in my direction, I swear I can feel it, like ants along my skin. My mind starts going nuts. Things are only going to get worse here until something changes. I need to find my dad. I need to get the council to agree to let me go to Neverwood. I need to fix all of this. What you thinking about, beautiful? I look up from the book I was only pretending to read and lean back against the tree. Afternoon sunlight filters through the leaves above me, casting me in just enough shadows that Cyril looks like he's standing in the middle of a brightly lit stage, even though it's only the grass outside of Paradise Falls University. His long black hair has been left loose around his shoulders in the style that makes me envy his perfect strands, and his outfit of choice is even bolder than usual. A bright orange shirt covered in swirls with tight black pants and red boots. Smiling, I close the book in my lap. Nothing My best friend does a spin and a weird little dance as he comes toward me, shimmying his shoulders. You sure? Because this day is spectacularly perfect, and you're the only one looking glum as hell. I'm fine, I lie, trying to smile because I know he's doing all of this to cheer me up. He jumps down dramatically in front of me, leaning forward so I can see part of the wild tattoos across his chest beneath the half-unbuttoned shirt. And you, girl, don't look good in blue. I laugh because I'm wearing gray and black. Blue? Lifting his hands to the sky, he starts singing. You're too beautiful to be blue, la la la. Blue isn't your color. He keeps going, and when a few girls pass us, he increases his volume and winks at them. They hurry off, giggling because, well, Cyril is known as the school charmer. He could flirt the pants off a teacher, and one of his favorite rumors is that he's done exactly that. I'm pretty sure he started it, and he continues to make it more dramatic for the attention. But I'll never tell anyone his secret. Cyril's song finally finishes, and I sigh in partial relief. He loves to sing, and I usually love listening to him too, but today I just want to go to Neverwood and try to find my father. Not that I can until the council gives permission for me to, but I want to go so bad it hurts. Studying for science of the elements? He asks, glancing down at the textbook in my lap. I nod. He shakes his head. I'll never understand why you and Callum actually do any work. You know they'll pass you with flying colors, and you already know your job for the future, and that no one else can do it except you, so what's the point? Go lay by the hot springs and get a tan. Go take some helicopter lessons. Screw schoolwork. You're only saying that because your parents will kill you if you aren't constantly studying and taking classes, I tell him. We both know it's true, just like we know that he's capable of a hell of a lot more than he shows anyone else. His grades are just okay, and it's even gotten to the point where his parents think he's dumb, which he immensely enjoys because it takes a little of the pressure off of him, being a failure, as he says. That's how Asian parents are, he says with a shrug. It's one of his favorite lines, because we both know that has nothing to do with it. He starts to braid a single strand of his hair. All I'm saying is that you need to live a little. Live a little. His favorite phrase in the world. The one that has led us to crashing a car, getting lost in the woods, and burning down a room in the university. Yep, it's his favorite phrase and my least favorite. Or maybe I like it, just a little. Not that I tell him that. I'm trying, I tell him, but I sound tired, even to my own ears. Try harder, he exclaims, that dangerous sparkle in his eyes. I shake my head, suddenly feeling somber. Sometimes I wish I could just take a break from Paradise Falls. And I mean it. Here, everyone knows me. Everyone has expectations for me. But whatever other cities or towns are out there in the world, those people know nothing about the chosen kid from one of the two families. I can go there and just disappear amongst them. At least, I think I can. He gives me a gentle smile. You know the only way out of here for the rest of us is to get into a university outside of Paradise Falls. Get official permission to visit a relative at a university, or find the legendary path out. Then he leans a little closer to me, giving a little shrug. And for you, there's no way out. So it's probably better to focus on making life fun here. Wow, that was inspirational, I say, though it comes out dryly. I think maybe you just need a night out partying, he suggests with a grin. Or maybe she's just struggling with everything that's going on. Beva's strong voice always has a way of taking me by surprise, in the best way possible. She has this way of sounding like she's confident in everything she does, even when she's completely confused. My other best friend appears behind Cyril. Beva's curly hair is mildly tamed with a headband and a lot of product, even though I prefer it in all its wild glory. Her freckles are a little darker, probably after a weekend spent tanning, and she's wearing green, my absolute favorite color on her. Beva plunks down on the grass beside me, giving me those kind eyes of hers and tossing her backpack on the grass in front of us. Cyril, however, just frowns. Everything going on? Beva sighs and shakes her head, but Cyril's cluelessness is hardly a surprise to me. Her dad is missing, everyone's talking about him being dead, and her stepping up as a goldkeeper. What could she possibly have to worry about? Why isn't she singing and dancing her worries away? Cyril winces. Oh, right. He scratches at the back of his head, those dark eyes of his meeting mine. Sorry, I guess I kind of forgot. It's okay, I say without pause. I'm well aware the world doesn't revolve around me. Beva's big brown eyes find me, and I know she's doing that Beva thing and reading me. It's not an actual power. As far as we know, only my family and Callum's family have unique abilities. But it might as well be with how good she is. How are you doing? Really? And not the bullshit you have to peddle all over town. I almost lie, but then catch myself, drawing my knees up to my chest. I shake my head, searching for the right words. Do you really think my dad is dead? Tears prickle the corners of my eyes. Tears I refuse to shed. Beva and Cyril exchange a look, but Beva is the one to answer. You've always said that Neverwood is dangerous. No, I say, even though I have said that about 1,000,000 times, because they don't understand. Dad respected that world. He knew it could be a dangerous place, but he also knew it well. Yes, he could have. It could have. I can't find the words to say that something there could have done him in, so I press on. But I think it's more likely something else is to explain for why he didn't come back. They already know my theory, even though I haven't actually said it straight out. Archer threatened my father. He asked if he wanted to die, and then security came. Don't go there, Elora. I know your families hate each other, but even your dads wouldn't be stupid enough to fight each other. They'd know getting mortally injured there would leave the entire responsibility for this town, for the gold, to their kids. They wouldn't have done that, no matter how upset they were. My father wouldn't have, I correct softly. But Archer is a jackass. No argument there, Beva says. But I don't think he's a murderer. He just has a short fuse, and based on what he has to do in Neverwood, I don't think most people blame him. It takes someone impossibly strong, like your dad, to not let their job affect them like that. My dad is amazing, but that's not what they're trying to tell me. You didn't say you think he's alive. My words are met with silence. Painful silence. He could be, Cyril says, but his voice is that fake chipper that I can see right through. Beva doesn't lie to me, because that's just not her. Are you ready to be a goldkeeper? I mean, if you're given the official position tomorrow, do you think you can do it and survive? I don't know. I really don't. I've been going there since I was a small child, old enough to listen to my father. But in the beginning, it was just short trips, learning to go through without being scared. Learning what it felt like when I couldn't get in. Seeing the paths that countless of our family generations had carved out of the dangerous lands. Being shown and explained the things that would help me there and the things that would get me killed. It wasn't enough. Our last few trips should have been long ones. We should have tried to get to the end of the Phoenix Trail, if there is an end to it. I should have had to analyze the landscape to keep expanding the path and exploring. My father had told me how to do these things, even showed me how to do them in short, experimental areas, but not officially. Yet if I have to take over, I have to be ready. Saying I'm not ready won't help anyone. I can do it, I say, squaring my shoulders. Cyril smiles. Well, you've been saying you want to go in more, that you want to be a goalkeeper, so maybe this whole situation will give you that chance. Beva nudges him because she knows it kind of sounds like he's saying my missing father is a good thing. But I know Cyril's intention, and his intentions are always good, even if his words cut something deep inside of me right now. On the path outside of the entrance to Paradise Falls University, I see Anna. She's still noticeably limping since her accident. Students move far away from her as they enter the building and she exits, like her injury is contagious. My gaze follows her all the way to the sidewalk by the road, stopping briefly when I see a man leaning against a car, on his phone. A man who is clearly security, even though he's dressed in civilian clothes. I don't like the way he's watching her. A dark van pulls up outside the school, a van that stands out against the hundreds of golf carts, the handful of sleek little cars, and the 2 trucks that belong to Callum and I. Beva's hand is suddenly clawing into my arm. Elora! I look down and stare at her free hand. 2 of the fingers are partially gone, burned off by touching Goldarium with her bare hands after she'd seen me do it as a kid. They'd managed to save her fingers, but had she not been my friend, under my family's protection, her flaw would have meant she'd disappear, just like anyone else with a flaw. And I know what's about to happen. The door of the dark van opens and 2 security officers in full gear step out, their eyes hidden beneath the visors on their helmets. I shake Beva's hand off and rise to my feet. I'm running before I have time to think, even though they've already grabbed Anna's arms and are dragging her into the van. She starts to scream. People look away, hurry away, as I shove through them. Stop! Stop! I'm shouting, drawing all eyes to me, except for those of the security officers. Then they're in the van and speeding away, and I'm left standing in the parking lot, heart racing. Technically, they have to obey me, at least until the council overrides my orders. But if they didn't hear me, they don't have to do a damn thing. Still, I feel sick. I should have reacted faster, should have done something different. Someone crashes into my shoulder and I look up in shock. My gaze hits a broad chest and then moves up to deep green eyes in a face too handsome to exist. Stop being hysterical. Fucking Callum. They took her. They take people every day, he sneers down at me. Behind him, his best friend Teth pretends not to notice our conversation, just stares off into the distance like this conversation bores him, just like everything else in life. Which makes sense given the fact that he's an emotionless monster, and somehow the only person that Callum can stand. My gaze snaps back to Callum. I could have stopped it. I don't know why I'm telling him, because my words are wasted on someone like him. It's because you're so damn emotionally vulnerable right now. You're one more fucked up situation away from cracking. He tilts his head, studying me like I'm stupid. Maybe you could have stopped it today, princess. But what about tomorrow? What about the next day? I hate what he's saying, more so because he's right. I've tried to protect people with flaws before, people who aren't deemed healthy enough for our society. And eventually, all of them have disappeared. Everyone, except Beva. Still, this is wrong. Can't he see that? Don't you have any feelings at all? I challenge him, struggling to breathe evenly. Don't you care about anything except yourself? Beva is there, pulling me back from him before I can do anything stupid. It's okay. It's over now, she says, although she sounds heartbroken. Listen to your friend, princess, Callum says, his face as cold as stone. Something snaps inside of me. I hope your dick starts burning off from all the dirty pussy you've been shoving it in. He lifts a brow. And I hope some guy finally fucks the cobwebs out of your pussy and puts you in a better mood. Without hesitating, he and his lackey head for the school. Everyone around us is smirking. They might not have heard what we said, but they know the deep hatred that burns between our families, and they're eating up our interaction. I swear we're the only ones who don't enjoy this feud. Not that much. I spot a half-eaten burger thrown beside a trash can, pick it up, and chuck it. It hits the back of Callum's gray shirt, smearing mustard and ketchup down his muscular back before it hits the ground. I'm panting as he turns back to look at me, and there's pure rage in his gaze. But instead of attacking, he turns right back around and enters the university. Beva and Cyril are on both my sides when someone taps my back. I turn around to see the security man in his street clothes. Councilwoman Kayla wants you to know that the council is meeting in 2 nights, and that you'll need to be there promptly at 8. Then he gives a bow and walks away. My throat feels tight. The council is meeting. They want to talk to me. It has to be about sending me to Neverwood. Do you think it could be nothing? Cyril says, patting my arm. I turn to Beva, knowing she'll tell me the truth. They're going to make you a goalkeeper. Beva speaks my thoughts aloud, never one to dance around it. And you're going to gracefully accept and do exactly what you've been wanting to do for years. I believe her, because that's what it has to mean. Even in getting what I want, I'm somehow terrified out of my mind. 4. Elora. I wake up in the middle of the night and find I'm sobbing again. Instantly, I cover my mouth to quiet the sounds. When my dad was home, he was always here by the time I woke up. But my stepmom never came. Maybe she never heard me, I don't know. But I'm strangely glad for her absence, because she wouldn't be happy about the nightmares that haunt me. The disjointed ones that make no sense. The ones about my real mom. In my mind, I see myself at 5 years old in my favorite pajamas. The ones with kittens on them, and my pink kitten slippers. I'd woken up in the middle of the night to the sounds of shouting. I crept down the stairs, and everything felt fuzzy and wrong. The stairs seemed to go on forever, and my feet felt heavy and slow. When they finally ended, I saw my mom. Her hair, the same light brown color as my own, was pulled back from her face, secured at the top of her head in a messy way that she'd never wear in real life. Her clothes were all black and dirty, and her face was smudged with something, maybe ash? Security had her surrounded with guns pointed at her chest. She was screaming that she was going to tell my father when he returned, that they couldn't stop her, that what she did was only the beginning, and once he knew the truth, they would never have another piece of Goldarium again. Shots rung through the house, but not loud ones. It was almost like I couldn't even hear them. I just felt them, like they were hitting me instead of her, and I saw smoke rising from the tips of the security men's guns. Shocked, I looked at my mom. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. She reached for her stomach as red blossomed everywhere. I cried out her name. Then Callum's mom was there, scooping me up into her arms. I shouted and shouted for my mom. I struggled and fought, but her grip was like iron. She laid me on my bed and told me this was a secret. No one could ever know. More people came, shadowy monsters. They argued with Callum's mother. She seemed upset. The monsters pushed past her. They wrestled me down onto the bed, forced my mouth open, and pushed something inside that tasted like acid. I fought and fought, but darkness came for me, and I couldn't escape. It drowned me, washed away everything. even my mom. Shaking back to the real world, I look at my hands. It's the most complete the nightmare has ever been. Most of the time, it's just strange images of my mom dying that don't make sense. I've been keeping track of this reoccurring dream in my head, afraid to write any of it down for some reason. The hard thing is that I know it isn't real. After slipping into my sweats, I put on my runners and leave my room. I don't brush my hair and I don't slow. My feet take me outside, and then I'm running on the sidewalk, running as hard and fast as I can. My breath puffs out in front of me in the cool night air, but I can barely feel the chill on my skin because I'm burning inside. It takes me too long, maybe 30 or 40 minutes of running before I reach my destination. It's in one corner of the research district, far in the back, bordering the woods. Once upon a time, there was a brand new, sparkly building here, but now there's nothing but ash where it once was. This is where my mom died. She'd gone out to help someone here while I slept in the night. There had been a fire, and she and several others had died inside. Some nights I only dream of this place itself, a lone building in the night, towering over me like a monster. Other nights I see my mom inside of it, her blackened hands banging against the glass, fire burning, melting her flesh from her bones, killing her slowly and painfully. Another sob escapes the back of my throat, and I press my fists to my lips. Tears roll down my cheeks as I look at the sign. It has my mom's name in huge golden letters, dedicating this place to her, and then lists the names of the other people who died here beneath it. Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan. Collapsing to my knees, my hand reaches for her name. Jane Walker. And then I pull it back. I don't know why her death haunts me, why it nags at the back of my thoughts. I was only 5 years old when she died. I'd been ordered very quickly to forget her and move on, and my dad had married my stepmom shortly after. It had been instilled in me since that day that clinging to the woman that birthed me was wrong, that I should only think of the woman raising me as my mom. So why does it bother me so much? Focus on the living, Callum's mother had once told me. Every council member had told me the same. Yet this woman was half of me. Even if her face is only a foggy memory, and the only reminder I have of her is the box of things my dad hid from me about her in our attic. He had warned me never to tell anyone, including my new mom, and I never did. He and I pretended that this secret, along with our many others, didn't exist. Except my nightmares remember. Are you okay? His voice moves down my spine in the strangest way, almost like a caress, and I look up to see two brilliant green eyes. It's Callum. And from his clothes, he's been jogging. What could possibly have him awake at this hour? I recover quickly, rising to my feet and wiping away my tears with the back of my hands, hoping he didn't see them in this darkened corner of the research district. He glances from me to the sign between us, and I can't read his expression in the shadows. I'm heading back in the direction of our houses anyway. There's that voice of his again. At school, his tone is always arrogant, condescending, and superior. Even when he hits on girls, he sounds like an asshole. Yet when we're alone, the rare times it's happened, and when I've heard him speaking in a low voice to Teth, his voice is almost pleasant. I don't say that, though. I don't say anything. I just nod and turn around, heading back toward our houses. I'm too tired to argue. Too tired to remind him that I hate him, just like he hates me. It's silent around us. No one is out at this time. Maybe security is lurking in corners, but nothing is open at 3 in the morning, so people just stay home. Which is oddly nice right now, when I'm feeling vulnerable and broken. "Couldn't sleep?" he asks, again, his tone unreadable. "No, the problem is that I did sleep," comes out before I can stop it, followed by a broken sob. "Your mom?" he asks after a long pause. I don't respond. I want to. I'm swallowing around the lump in my throat, but it just won't go away. So I just stare down at the sidewalk as we walk, trying to hide the fact that I'm on the edge of breaking down again. "I have nightmares too sometimes." I stiffen at the sincerity in his voice, the quiet, gentle way he says the words. "Ever since I saw my aunt's body in Neverwood." Blinking away my tears, I glance at him. We're walking in and out of the gentle glow from street lamps, and in this light, I don't think Callum has ever been more beautiful. I mean, everyone talks about how handsome he is, how exceptionally beautiful. They talk about his muscular arms, his flat stomach, and the fact that his face is both rugged and stunning. But he's never looked better to me than in this moment, with his emotions not locked away beneath his runefall persona. "I never knew you were there when your father found her." I mean, I knew he was on the trip where she was found, but no one had ever mentioned him seeing the body. Callum nods. "I was 8, and so damn excited to go to Neverwood. Aunt Luna had been gone for 2 months, but it wasn't such a long time that we thought anything had happened to her. And then we found a tiny little trail that seemed to lead down to a river. My father wanted to see if we could spot any water spirits together, and she was there." I don't ask. I can't bring myself to do it. There are so many ways to die in Neverwood, and none of them are pleasant. Callum was only 8? That would fuck up anyone. My dad didn't even try to tell me it had been peaceful. He couldn't. The evidence was there. Everywhere. He just carried me back to the main path while I screamed and screamed, and then he went back to bury her while I fell into some kind of numb calm. "I'm so sorry." The words rush out of my mouth. He gives a half shrug. "All part of the job, right?" "Right," I say, followed by a sad laugh. "Being a goalkeeper means being willing to die for your people." "Each and every day." He finishes the line that we'd been told since we were young. We stop in the middle of the town center as the big clock begins its loud toll, telling us that it's now 4 in the morning. Beneath the clock are the 2 weights. Technically, it looks like a golden scale, but on each side of the scale are our family names, along with how much goldarium we've collected. The Walker family on the opposite side of the Runefall family. Our number is higher. The Runefalls always said it was because our family line had more children to collect goldarium, yet with each generation, both of the 2 families had fewer children, until there was only my father, Callum's father, and his aunt. Then in our generation, it had only been Callum and me, so it was hard to argue that the numbers were solely due to how many of us there were. And yet, each year the gap between our 2 families seems to be closing. They predicted that soon his family would beat mine by collecting more goldarium than ours. One of my biggest worries is that everyone is right. That I would be the one to lose my family the title of victor of the 2 families. The pressure was made especially worse since every female goldkeeper before me had died young. So it looks like I'll lose the victory title and die young. That will be my legacy. You kind of forget about the blood sometimes. Callum almost whispers the words. I glance at the 2 weighted sides. Each looks like it's spilling blood. Ruby dust, from what I'd heard. down the sides of it. This was to represent the year the two families murdered one of each other. Apparently, a man from each side befriended a member of the second. Everyone warned them that it was a bad idea, that something about whatever was in our blood made us meant to be enemies. It meant we were safer separated. What eventually happened was that the two men fought. It got heated. Because of their unnatural strength and speed, this whole city block was nearly leveled. The two ended up in the tower, where they somehow managed to kill each other. Their bodies were found after the fight ended, but laying partway out of the clock tower. Apparently, blood has been running down what was left of the clock tower. It was after that they started really enforcing that the two families had to stay apart, or so my father had always told me. Personally, I never understood why this one fight was so significant, and neither did he. It's not like Callum and I could be that reckless, no matter how pissed we got. I didn't think much of Callum, but I knew he was smarter than that. So all I really learned from this story was that Callum was born to be my enemy, and that our people would ensure he was. All because two men had to act like assholes. Talk about an overreaction. Realizing Callum is staring at me, I try to think of the right thing to say. I forget about it too, but not what it means. Not that they'd let us, he mumbles. Then he stuffs his hands into his big pockets and starts heading back in the direction of our neighborhoods. I trail beside him for a while, neither of us speaking, until I realize I've reached my house. Turning to him, I awkwardly manage, thanks for walking me home. He nods. Just remember, it might be hard for people to hurt us here, but it's not impossible. Maybe be more aware the next time you go out at night alone. I don't know what to say, so I just go inside. When I get to the door, I look back. Callum is gone, which means whatever peaceful spell had fallen between us would be over in the morning. It was always like that when we spent time alone together. We were just people in that moment. But the next day, we hate each other again because that's what's expected of us. Maybe it was the same for our fathers. In a way, it's sad. 5. Elora. I take a deep breath as I stare in my mirror, then put a little more powder under my eyes to hide the bags. The two families might heal easier than most and be stronger and faster, but we show signs of stress, just like anyone else. I'm definitely stressed right now, but since that does me no good, I just close my compact and head for my bedroom door. Tonight's the night I'm meeting with the council. I'll probably be given permission to go to Neverwood, and if I'm lucky, I'll be able to find my dad there and bring him back with me. No pressure, right? Down the stairs, I find my stepmother lounging in front of the TV. She has her bikini on and an open bottle of wine, so that means she's likely on her way to the hot tub. When she sees me, she smiles, sweeping her long blonde hair up and tying it at the top of her head. "Y'all ready to go?" I nod. She can technically come with me, but Mom has never liked these sorts of things. She prefers the pool and the hot tub to going out hiking, like Dad and I used to do together. Unlike most of the moms in Guiltwood, the wealthy side of town, she doesn't spend her time shopping and buying jewelry. She prefers expensive, comfortable clothes to wear around the house that shoppers bring to her to choose from. She doesn't cover herself in jewelry, just wears her gold wedding ring. She says nothing more is needed when she doesn't like going out, which is true. In a way, she's always around, but kind of never around. I've never quite figured her out. I do appreciate the space she gives me, though. I think. She moves across the room in those slow, unhurried steps she always has, and her silver bikini flashes in the soft light from the chandelier above us. Stopping in front of me, she brushes her fingers through my long, pale brown hair, fixing the strands I know are messy. They always seem to be. Then her gaze moves over my outfit, and she frowns. A t-shirt and jeans? Honey, shouldn't you look a little more professional if you're going to stand in front of the council? It's hard not to smile. Father always said to never dress up for them. The council has such ridiculously large egos already. He said wearing normal clothes reminds them that they aren't above us, even if they think they are. Not that my mom knows why he and I dress this way around them. She'd never understand. Politics just aren't her thing. Her life revolves around tanning, listening to music, measuring every drop of food she eats, and taking long baths. It's fine, Mom. Still, she frowns at me and squeezes the flesh on my hips. Honey, be careful of this. You need to be in fighting form for Neverwood. I step back from her, fighting a sigh. Mom has always had a fascination with my weight. Dad says it's because he learned later on in their marriage that her parents had been making her perfect to attract his eye since she was a small girl. Her only goal growing up was to be beautiful and whatever else they thought might get her into one of the two families, which is more than a little sad. So Dad always tried his best not to let her pass on that generational trauma, as he called it, reminding me that my weight meant nothing at all, as long as I was healthy. Damn, I miss him. I push the sad thought away and force a smile. I'll do my best. I'll be home late, okay? She waves me away, already heading for her bottle of wine. In the backyard, I can see the lights of the hot tub and the bubbles bubbling. That's one thing about Mom that I guess I appreciate. She always has her own stuff going on and makes sure not to get too involved in the things I'm doing. I leave the living room and head for the foyer. My sneakers squeak a little on the wooden tile, echoing through the ridiculously large space. This house always had a way of feeling both empty and too big, but with Dad here, it didn't feel lonely. Now it does. Outside, I close our huge glass and wrought iron door, then step across the manicured lawn, escaping the bright lights that point up at our house, giving it the feeling of an expensive piece of artwork rather than a home. On the dark sidewalks, I stuff my hands into my pockets and shiver. It's not as cold as the last time I saw my dad, but it reminds me of that morning, which I sort of hate. Tonight, I need to be all logic, no emotion. I leave my neighborhood, stepping between the light cast from the lampposts and in and out of the shadows, when suddenly everything goes dark. Scary dark. The kind of dark I've never seen outside of Neverwood. Blinking slowly, I stare around. Every neighborhood I can see is dark. Hell, the whole town might be. I walk faster, rushing to the council building. It's not because I'm scared of the dark. Quite the opposite. But the dark means trouble for me. More trouble than I imagined. And now I know the real truth behind the council meeting tonight. They're running out of Goldarium. Faster than I thought possible. They must have been spending it and selling it at rates over what I'd estimated. I just hope they have enough left to get the lights back on. Everything in this town relies on Goldarium. If they're running too low on it to light the city, they must be running out of it in the labs, the hospitals, the doctors' offices, and even the places we trade with. What's weird is that I thought they had more after all this time. Where could it all be going? Suddenly, I hear voices up ahead. The moon and stars feel brighter now with no other light, and I see a group of guys from my school before they see me. There's 5 of them, and they're drunk as hell by the way they're swerving, stumbling, and slurring the half-shouted words they're using to communicate. Again, not usually a problem. Who I am is protection enough. But right now, it's a problem for the first time. Not that my inhuman strength won't protect me, but simply that I don't want trouble. Lasher spots me first. He's a football player who's hit on me more times than I can count, and a man with more muscle than brains. I watch with a pit in my stomach as he changes the direction he's walking, zeroing in on me. Unfortunately for me, the others notice and do the same. I don't slow or change how I'm walking, even though my instincts whisper that I should. As my father always said, bullies have to be met head to head, unless it's a battle you can't win. And this is not a battle I'll lose. If they're even foolish enough to turn this into a battle. Elora, he greets, stretching out my name. Just up ahead, I can see the top of the council meeting hall, because the round structure is taller than the neighborhoods around it. I just need to deal with this one group of assholes, and then I'll be there to face the real problem. It's dark out, he slurs out. I meet his gaze without wavering. Clearly. They pause in their steps, and then Lasher moves ahead of them. You're so damn good at that, you know? Being sarcastic. Every time I ask you out, sarcasm. They ask you out, sarcasm. And the only reason you get away with that shit is because you're a walker, a fucking gold keeper. However, you're not right now, are you? Not really. My pulse races and I curl my hands into fists. Go home and sleep it off. He moves a little closer, his breath hot on my face. I'd rather go home and sleep with you, because maybe you were untouchable before, but you aren't now. You're just a gold keeper who doesn't bring us goldarium, a person who lets this town go dark, and who will ruin us all. At least that's what it sounds like he's trying to say. Move, I order him, my patience waning. Suddenly his hand snaps forward and he drags me closer to him. Make me, girl. I'm about to destroy him, literally break his arm and beat him with the useless thing, when he's yanked back. For 1 minute, it looks like he's being beaten by a ghost, but then the other guys scatter with a couple of very unmanly screams, and the ghost rises over Lasher's unmoving form and turns back to me. Callum. Instead of stopping, he punches the guy on the ground a few more times, and my heart races as I watch his big frame working beneath the moonlight. And there really must be something wrong with me, because seeing him like this has got to be one of the hottest things I've ever seen. He's controlled in his strikes. He has to be, because one punch at full force from one of the two families would kill Lasher. And yet, he's making it painful. Sending a message. Apparently a message about not touching me, which is, I think, as a shudder rolls through my body, I don't know, surprising? Like the day he protected me from security when our dads left, it's almost like he wants to be the only one to harass me. Damn rune falls are known for being confusing. But when he's done, his gaze meets mine again, and all heat leaves my body. He regards me angrily, nostrils flaring, his fists covered in blood. Can you even go to a damn meeting without causing trouble? It's like a bucket of cold water. Whatever nonsense I was feeling is gone, replaced by pure irritation. Callum probably fought with this guy because he likes fighting. It has nothing to do with protecting me. I roll my eyes and stomp past him, making sure to stomp on Lasher's crotch as I do so, and enjoy the wheeze of pain he gives in response. Yeah, because that was my fault. Besides, I had it handled before you interfered. He reaches out to grab my arm, but I jerk away from him. Don't touch me. Never touch me. I don't know where the venom in my voice comes from. Actually, I do. And for once, it's not meant for him. After being grabbed by Lasher, I guess I'm not in the mood to be grabbed by another angry man. Glaring, he holds up his hands, then bends down and cleans his hands off on the asshole's shirt. No problem there. I head toward the council building and feel him shadowing me. Turning around, I yell, "Stalker much?" His glare deepens, and he seems even bigger than usual. We're going to the same damn place. The meeting, right? Of course. All the adrenaline had blocked my logic. If I'm being called tonight, so is he. Not that I'll let him know that I'm wrong. Whatever. We continue in silence. He's a few steps behind me, even though I suspect he could outdistance me if he wanted. I'm tall for a girl at 5'10", but he's easily 6'8", and seems to take impossibly large strides. Not that I've noticed more than I have to. At the stairs to the council building, he's just a step or two behind me, then somehow manages to reach the door and open it before I can. He stands at the side, his gaze meeting mine, as he waits for me to walk through. Suspicious. I know better than to think this is a kind gesture. Callum always has some shit up his sleeve. So I ignore him and open the other door, striding inside. Then I freeze, surprised by what I'm seeing. The council members are filing out as we approach. Well, at least everyone except Councilwoman Kayla, Callum's mother. There are candles lit everywhere, even in their hands, which gives an eerie, mysterious feeling to an already unsettling building. The council members bow to us, shake our hands, and make a little conversation. But it's obvious they're trying to get the hell out of there before whatever shit is coming our way hits the figurative fan. Which adds to the uneasy feeling racing through me. Why are they leaving when we're here to meet with them? One of them, Councilwoman Prisma, comments on my jeans with a strained smile as she plays with her necklace, a golden chain covered in 1 carat or bigger diamonds. I pretend it's a compliment and thank her, beaming, just like my father taught me. Her expression grows uncomfortable, and she says goodbye and hurries for the door, leaving the others to give their pleasantries. My gaze moves to the others as they watch me warily. The council members are older, a minimum of 40, and they're always dressed to the T at those things. They mostly wear white, their trademark color, but also cover themselves in sparkly jewelry. I half suspect they come to these things just to show off their sickeningly excessive wealth to each other. It's painful, forcing a smile and acting like all of this is normal. They should just be getting ready to meet with us right now, not leaving. So what the hell is going on? It's clear we'll be meeting with Callum's mom after they're gone, but why? Why the change in protocol? His mom isn't technically the head of the council. They all share equal roles, but because she tends to be willing to take on more work, she often feels like the head of the council, even to the people of Paradise Falls. Councilman Runo stops in front of me after chit-chatting with Callum. "How are you, Elora?" He beams at me, adjusting his glasses in a nervous way. "I'm okay," I tell him, watching as he crosses his bony arms in front of his chest. "How's the research?" It doesn't really matter that I don't know what the scientists are currently researching, because they're always researching something. He looks even more nervous than before. "It's going well, specifically in the areas concerning how to make the goldarium last longer, and some interesting new things in the field of biology and its usages with goldarium." It's hard to nod, to pretend I care when I just want to figure out what's going on. "Oh, nice. Is that why the meeting was earlier than usual? So you can get back to your research?" His face pales, and he stammers for a full minute before he abruptly says, "I have to be going." Alrighty then. He hurries to the rest of the council members who are regarding Callum and I a little bit like they can't decide if we're wolves and they're sheep, or the other way around. Either way, I don't like it. I know I don't like any of them, but I guess I didn't realize how much until now. Probably because my father shielded me from a lot of their nonsense. I watch them head out the door, then turn to stare at the doors leading to the council meeting room, where Callum's mom is no doubt waiting for us. A sense of doom washes over me. For some reason, I don't feel like I'm ready to see her. Not that I have a choice. Even an idiot can walk into a room, Callum says impatiently, then pushes past me. I glare after his big form, then storm in, forgetting my fear in my anger. Whatever is about to happen, I'll handle it head on. I'll freak out later, probably, but I'll handle it like a walker. Like my father would. If he was here. 6. Callum. Councilman Vin is speaking in low tones beside my mother, and every muscle in my body tenses at the sight of him. He's in his mid-70s, although he looks far younger, probably due to the incredible powers of Goldarium. Most people would be shocked to know he's older than 40. But then, most people in Paradise Falls know better than to use Goldarium for their own vanity, like he has. It has consequences that even my own mother wouldn't mess around with. His hair is steel gray in color, weaved with black. He's trim and fit, but then he'd have to be with all the physical training he does, and due to the fact that when we were younger, he was the official trainer of our generation of goldkeepers, as well as the trainer in training for our fathers. As I watched him standing there with his easy smile, I already know he's flirting with my mom. Even though they often sleep together when my dad isn't around, I know there's nothing special about him flirting with her. My mother is just another woman to him. He simply can't help flirting with everything on two legs, because he's easily one of the most charismatic people I've ever met. The men want to be him, the women want to be with him, and often are. He's beloved by everyone in Paradise Falls. Everyone except my father, Elora's father, and us, I'm sure. All of us hate the disgusting asshole. Vin is one of those terrible people fairy tales warn children about. The tricky people. I don't know how else to explain him. I found criminals less concerning than this man. When I see the news of people in town who have hurt each other, hurt an animal, or done something terrible, it's like you can see it in their eyes. They're bad people. But with Vin, it's not there. In his eyes, there's nothing. No alarms to warn that hidden instinct inside of people that he's dangerous. They trust him, and they like him. Yet, he's the worst person I've ever encountered. I've seen beneath the careful mask he wears each and every day, and he's a monster beneath all that swag and charm. Not that anyone would believe me except the four of us. I once told my father about things he was doing to me, and my dad cut me off. He said all the trainers of the Gold Keepers were bad people, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. And so we should simply not discuss it. My dad's response broke something inside of me. It shook the foundation of trust I had in my father and the world that I didn't even know was there until it wasn't. For too long, it felt like my heart or soul was bleeding somewhere deep inside that could never be healed. Then when things got so bad that I told my mother, she'd simply called me a liar. Although Elora and I never discussed him, we'd trained together, the three of us, a few times, and I saw it in her. Her hatred and fear of him, too. One of the things that kept me up at night, one of the things I could never say to anyone, is that this man has hurt Elora the way he's hurt me. He doesn't just train us. He tries to break us, to destroy us, to reduce us to nothing, and he enjoys it. Vin shakes my mother's hand and turns his gaze to me. His smile never wavers, as his gaze slips from Elora to me, and then he's coming toward us. I know he wants to shake our hands. The idea of him touching me makes me want to vomit. But when he reaches for Elora, I'm suddenly there, snagging his hand, clenching it tightly with my clammy one. The urge to protect her is overwhelming. "You guys staying in fighting shape?" he asks as I snap my hand back from his. Flashes of him training me come to mind. His dagger stabbing me over and over, not deep, just hard enough to hurt. Him laughing and reminding me that I would heal. Him slashing my back to pieces with a whip as I did push-ups in the rain, my blood rolling off my back and dripping into the mud around me. I was 8 that day. But there are memories before and after which are just as bad. When I was 6, his way of getting me to hold my breath underwater for longer periods of time was to grab my hair and push me under. I would fight him when my air would run out. I'd claw at the hand holding my hair, but it wasn't until blackness washed over my vision that he would yank me out, and I'd come to, coughing up water. "We're ready," Elora says, shaking me from my thoughts, but her voice is small, in a way it only gets around Vin. We'd train together, the 3 of us, once a month from the age of 4. Once he took out a lighter and started burning Elora any time she struggled to do another chin-up. She was hanging from a tree branch, with his lighter under her. He left marks all over her back and arms as she cried. We couldn't have been more than 10. I was on another tree branch watching everything in horror. I knew he'd come for me next, and that anything I said or did wrong would only end in him hurting me more. Yet for some reason, I climbed down and I hit him. Not just once, 2, 3, 4 times, maybe more. It was like I wasn't me any longer. And then there was Elora, pulling me off of him, telling me it was okay. For some reason, she was reassuring me that I was okay. But I couldn't seem to stop shaking. I'd broken his front teeth into pieces. They'd repaired them at the dentist using goldarium, so they were real teeth still, but shinier than the others. I always remembered what I'd done when I saw his teeth. Vin never forgot what I did either, and I'm pretty damn sure he only made my training more painful after that. But I didn't regret it, because whenever we trained together afterwards, he never hurt Elora in front of me again. I didn't kid myself into thinking he was gentle with her when they were alone, but it was the most I could give her. Our training with him ended at 18, and I'd never been more grateful for anything than that. "I'm at the gym every morning still," he says, giving that big smile of his. "You're always welcome to join." I use the university gym. I wouldn't return to his personal gym in his mansion for all the goldarium in the world. We're good. Maybe there's anger in my voice because he takes a little step back. A little voice in my head promises to destroy this man one day, but he doesn't know that. All Vin knows is that the man looking at him now can kill him with a single punch. So he should be afraid. Well, maybe another time. And the smirk he follows those words up with says he thinks he's untouchable. That maybe I can hurt him, but I won't. He's right. For now, at least. But one day, maybe not. I watch him walk away, then my gaze jerks back to Elora's pale face. This is one of those times I wish we didn't have this barrier between us. I'd hold her hand, maybe hug her. Let her know that someone understands that Vin broke us in ways that are unexplainable and irreparable. I wish I could, but I can't. It's another fucking thing that my hands are tied about. Besides, Vin doesn't matter anymore, and certainly not tonight. We're here so my mom can have her moment, so she can tell us what we already know. It's all pomp and useless shit that no one needs. No one except my mom and the council. My mother smiles. It's that smile of hers that always lets me know trouble is coming. But does Elora know what that look of my mom's means? Probably because Elora is too damn clever for her own good. Then my mother lifts up a finger to indicate we should wait a moment and looks back at her papers, scribbling away as if we're not even there. She and I both know it's a power play, but I try not to show my frustration, because that only seems to make her take longer when she plays these little games. Which means Elora and I are left standing there, trying to pretend the other one doesn't exist, and trying to look like all of this is perfectly normal. At least I hope she's pretending. Otherwise, I'm the only one who's a pile of nerves. I try so hard not to look at the beautiful girl next to me, not to read her reaction to what's taking place, because I'm not supposed to care. I'm not supposed to notice anything about her. We both have the same understanding both of our families have had since coming to this town, as far back as our records have. That we're enemies. And that's all we'll ever be. No matter how hard I try, my gaze moves to her and stays. She holds herself like a warrior, a princess, which sometimes drives me damn crazy. How can her confidence feel so easy while mine feels so forced? Probably because she is confident. She was born into the Walker family and always seemed to behave like she was meant to be a part of it. There was never even a question that she'd grow to be a child to be proud of. While me? Not so much. Elora has her shoulders back as she stands tall, taller than nearly any other woman in town. Her body is somehow both lean and muscular. Not that I'm surprised. I've seen her training most mornings, running up and down the bleachers at our university, racing around the track, even lifting weights. She knows, just like I do, that if we're not fit in mind and body, Neverwood will kill us. But that's not what draws me to her. It's something else. An unexplainable force of nature I don't understand. It's a quality that keeps me up at night, my thoughts running over what is so damn special about her that I can't get her out of my mind. It's not just that she's beautiful. Lots of women are beautiful, yet they're dull in comparison to her. Even right now, in her casual clothes, she would draw every man's eye in the room, if there were any others. Her light brown hair is pulled back into a low bun, but it doesn't stop the little hairs that escape from the bun, forever framing the soft lines of her face. Her cheeks, which always give her a youthful quality with their slight roundness, are a little flushed. Her lips, full and beautiful, are coated finely with something that shimmers a little and probably tastes as good as she looks. Oh, and when she lifts those dark lashes and looks toward me with those incredible mismatched eyes of hers, my heart skips a beat. One of her eyes is a pure blue with sparks of gold rimming her pupils, and the other is hazel, a soft brown color that has green woven through it. I know everyone says she has her father's eyes, but I never saw the depth of soul in his eyes the way I've always seen it in hers. Hers are like windows into her soul, the one place she can't seem to hide from me. Elora lifts a brow and I realize I'm staring and jerk my gaze away. Staring is definitely not what I should be doing right now. Not any time, but especially not right now. Not with my mom peering down at her papers, seemingly ignoring us, though I know she's not. Her every move is calculated, including this one. I thought the council was meeting now, I tell my mom, since she doesn't seem to be interested in chatting. My mom's dark eyes regard me with annoyance as they lift from her papers. We decided to meet earlier so I could have this time with you both to discuss things privately. To remind you of your role and your responsibilities. As if I'd ever forget. She sighs and lifts her pencil from her paper, then leans back in her chair regarding us with cold, formal eyes. Goldkeepers have the very fortunate role of being the foundation of our society. Without them, Paradise Falls would collapse. Everyone here would need to leave, abandoning the town and returning to the outside world. A world with death, violence, illness, and more. But because of the goldarium brought to us, we can ship out this valuable resource and live here in the utopia that is Paradise Falls. A utopia? I almost laugh. My mom has called this place a utopia from the time I could first remember. Even though I've never been outside of Paradise Falls, I doubt the rest of the world is as terrible as the council seems to want us to believe. I guess I do agree, though, that none of this is possible without gold keepers. Lucky me. We understand, Elora says, but her voice is cold too, and laced with a touch of annoyance. Probably because she knows, just like I do, that this whole meeting is a waste of our time. And maybe because seeing Vin shook us both a little. I don't know. My mother doesn't need to say that it's our turn to take our father's places, because both of us already know that's why we're here. But of course, she will, because my mother enjoys all the glory that has come with being a council member. It's a position she only obtained because she married my father and had his child, which is hardly a surprise, since it's the reason she married him after all. There was no love between them, no caring, no tenderness. They weren't cruel, but they existed as two business partners. That's all they ever were. Everyone thinks my father was an angry man, just like me. That he hated the pressure of being a gold keeper, of having the weight of our world on his shoulders, and should have handled his responsibilities with more grace. But I understood why he acted the way he did. Because this is a weight. A job that's life or death, and my father's life was filled with serving others and having nothing for himself. If he died in Neverwood, which I'm sure he did, I only see it as a good thing for him. An escape from this place, without abandoning his people. It's the only ending he could ever have that could deliver him from this place and his responsibilities. Even if some part of me feels even lonelier without him. We might not have been close, but we were alone and miserable together. Two people who spent our time in gold prisons. My father, I understood. My mother? Not so much. My mother wants me to believe that it's just as hard having to play the perfect wife all the time, and that being a council leader is difficult work. Yet the difference between her and my father and myself is that all of her burdens are burdens she placed on herself. My father and I had no choice in our roles in this world. She can walk away any time, even today. I wish she understood that. So, are we going to get to why we're here? Elora says, not quite snapping, but not mincing her words either. My mom looks pissed. Her gaze moves to me. I shrug. I guess we could all just keep standing here and staring at each other. My mom stands from her chair, dropping her pencil on the paper with a little more force than is necessary. The council and I met to discuss what to do about your father's not returning and our need for Goldarium. As you can tell from the blackout, we can't wait any longer for them to return. We have some small hope that seeing how sparse the Goldarium was growing on their normal routes, they decided to follow the legends and look for the source of Goldarium. Regardless, we can't wait to see if they come back. The source of Goldarium. I almost snort. Those are just legends, and my mom damn well knows it. However, I decide to focus on the more pressing issue. You do know they never finished our training. Our eyes meet, and I see it in her gaze. She knows what she's asking us to do is dangerous. All other gold keepers were properly trained, and Neverwood is the kind of place where one wrong step means death. She looks away from me. Anything can happen. Cold, but fitting for my mother. Elora speaks to my surprise. Shouldn't our first goal be to look for our dads? It's been months, so their paths might not be as clear, but it'll be harder to find them with each day that passes. Does she really think they're still alive? The thought brings an unexpected pain to my chest that I try to push away, but can't. My dad didn't go looking for a legend. If he didn't come back, it's because he couldn't. Hasn't Elora come to the same conclusion? Bile rises in the back of my throat, but I swallow it down. My father knew the risks. My mother's gaze snaps to Elora, and there's nothing gentle about the way she looks at the younger woman. That's not what the council wants. I don't believe I said I care what the council wants. Elora's words are confident, a challenge, and for some reason, I love it. I love watching her challenge my mother. Love knowing she's one of the few people who can put the arrogant woman in her place. Responsibility comes along with all the privileges you've been awarded, my mother answers simply. I also have a responsibility to my father, and I feel that looking for him is a much better use of my time. Elora sounds excessively respectful, which, for some reason, makes her come across as exactly the opposite. Like she's politely telling someone she sees as beneath her what will happen. She's not asking for my mom's opinion. God, I love watching her. We need Goldarium, and you'll get it, Elora says, then adds smoothly. But I'll also be looking for my dad. She doesn't say it, but I can almost hear, regardless of what the council says. My mom is many things, but a fool she isn't. She knows just as I do that there's not a thing in this world she can say to change Elora Walker's mind when she makes a decision. All right, Elora, search for your father, but don't let it get in the way of what you have to do. You need to focus on the welfare of all of your people, not just your father. All of it she somehow manages to say like she has any control over Elora when she enters Neverwood, which is kind of hilarious. Understood, Elora says, giving a too bright smile. Rest tonight, my mother says. In 2 days, we'll see if you can get through the doorway. To my surprise, Elora's smile brightens, like she actually wants to go. In 2 days it is. No one asked me, but I speak up. I'll be ready. I'm sure, in my mother's mind, she was prepared for me to fight going back. She always seems to think I'm lazy in my responsibilities as the heir to our family. My dad corrected her many times when I was growing up, but nothing he said ever got through to my mom. She could simply never imagine that as a child I wasn't lazy. I just didn't like going to a strange and deadly place full of terrifying creatures and plants. She's right that I don't want to go to Neverwood, but she's wrong in thinking that I won't go or that my motivation is fueled by an unwillingness to do hard work. I know what my responsibilities are, and I'll fulfill them. I simply don't have to like them. I guess you're both ready to be our official goldkeepers. For the time being, then. Her dark eyes hold mine, almost as if she's willing me to be ready by her force of will alone, and then she looks back down at her papers. You may go. Elora heads back outside, but I move more slowly behind her. After what happened with Elora earlier, I'll be watching her walk home whether she knows it or not, whether she wants me to or not. Yes, I know our superior strength and speed means she can handle anything thrown in her direction, but just because she can handle it doesn't mean she should have to. There are so many things she shouldn't have had to handle, like knowing her mom burned to death in that building, a building I always go past on my late-night jogs, like being trained by Vin. More than anything, though, like having to go into a dangerous world to fulfill the greed of people who don't give two shits about her, who don't value her life in any way other than for what it can do for them. Once we step outside, she turns to me, her confident air falling away. Once we get in there, what are we going to do? I stare in confusion. What do you mean, what are we going to do? She draws her shoulders back and meets my gaze, something she rarely does, something that leaves me lost in the depth of her unique and incredible eyes. I mean, what are we going to do? You know damn well that neither of us is ready for what we'll have to deal with in there. She's not wrong, but I don't know what she wants me to say. What we've always done. I'll take the path for my family, you'll take the path for yours, and we'll both hope we don't run into any storms. Or, get killed by the millions of things that want us dead there. Then it hits me where this is going, and it's hard not to hold my breath. I wait, watching her, wondering if she'll actually ask the question. A question I'd never dare ask. I'm not saying we should work together, she clarifies, and I feel something inside of me tighten as she continues. But maybe when we get in there, instead of being enemies, we can at least watch each other's backs a little. I don't know what to say. The most logical thing would be to work together until we have the experience we so desperately need. But it goes against everything we've both been taught. Like throwing a bear and a lion in a cage together and expecting them to play nicely. So I shrug. I'm not going to murder you in there, if that's what you think. What the hell did I just say? Think before you talk, moron. Anger flashes in her eyes as my brain scrambles to come up with a better answer, but it's too late. You know something, don't you? Know something? What? Now I'm confused. You know something, she says, and she's angrier than I've ever seen before. Her hands are balled into fists and her jaw is tight, while those incredible eyes of hers burn into my soul. I shake my head, confused by where this is coming from. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I really don't. How is me telling her I'm not going to murder her a trigger for all of this? She takes a step closer, close enough that I swear I can smell her familiar scent, that of vanilla and sunshine. But it's probably only in my head. Our father's not coming back. Was that planned? I stare at her, not understanding. Did they plan not to come back? How the hell would I know? And why the fuck would they ever do that? She takes a slow, deep breath that makes her chest rise and draws my attention in a way it shouldn't. And then the anger's back in her expression. You knew my dad, at least, wasn't coming back because your father killed my father. Isn't that right? My jaw drops. What? Where the hell is this coming from? Did your father kill my father? She emphasizes each word, her eyes blazing with rage. She's serious. She thinks my dad murdered her father? I shake my head slowly. That's insane. I mean, I understand the problems between our families, but seriously, Elora, that's too far. There are a lot of things my father is capable of, but he's not a murderer. And you're sure of that? She demands. Am I sure? Am I sure my own missing father didn't kill hers? Am I sure the man who got up every day and entered a dangerous world for the welfare of his people isn't a cold-blooded killer? Damn it! Fuck off, I tell her, and my whole body is shaking. My dad is a dick sometimes, but he deserves better than this. I hate swearing at her, I hate talking to her like this. But she has this way of getting under my skin, a way that I'm never prepared for. A minute ago, I was thinking about... I don't know what I was thinking about, but now I'm sitting here trying to defend my father, trying to explain that my father wouldn't have killed hers, which is crazy. My father's missing too, if you'll recall, I tell her, my voice dripping with sarcasm. But she doesn't back down. Instead, she draws back those shoulders of hers even further. I know. My father would never go down easily, which probably caught Archer by surprise. Huh? If my dad wasn't going to make it out, I'm sure he'd make certain your father didn't either. I snort, running my hands through my hair, angrier than I think I've ever been. I want to break something, destroy something, to scream at her all the things I never say to her. My mother, my father, and the rest of the people in this world. By some miracle, I hold back. So you deny it? She pushes again. You're going to crack. Calm down before you say or do something you can't take back. The words echo through my mind until everything stills. I'm not calm. I'm somewhere else, like a volcano simmering before an explosion. I shake my head slowly. You know what? If your dad is as irritating as you are, maybe my father did kill him. It was the worst thing I could have said. The absolute worst thing. I hadn't expected the words to come out, but then they did, and there was no going back. I was wrong about the still place I had found. It wasn't still or quiet or calm. It was just a different kind of dangerous. There's a painful moment when her eyes widen and hurt flashes across her face, almost like she can't believe it, that this idea of hers didn't seem real until I'd confirmed it, which only makes me feel worse. Did she just want me to reassure her that our dads were okay? Is that all this is about? I open my mouth, wanting to take the words back, even though I know it's too late, but she's already walking away, and there's nothing left to be said. So I just follow slowly behind her, shadowing her steps, shaking my head, swearing at myself. If Elora didn't hate me before, she's definitely going to hate me now. Now that she thinks my dad was responsible for killing hers. Whatever idea she had about us not being enemies in that other world has been destroyed. We'll never be allies. We'll never be anything but enemies, because my stupid mouth had ensured it. She ignores me even though I follow her all the way home in the dark. She doesn't even look back at me when she slams her door, even though I can sense she knew I was there. I just stand on the sidewalk outside her house, staring and staring, lost in my thoughts, for I don't even know how long before I realize it's cold. Taking a deep breath, I tell myself it's late, and that I need to be in fighting form for Neverwood. For some reason, though, the whole walk home, all I can see is that hurt look on her face. I hear my father's last words to me. Trust no one but Elora. 7. Elora. Staring down at my pack on the ground, I take a deep breath, then pull the string closed at the top and latch it closed, signifying my final check being finished. I checked my stuff 3 times, just like my dad taught me to, and I feel eternally grateful that I hadn't missed a single thing. So why don't I feel any better? It's because none of this feels right. None of this feels good. Not without my dad with me. But at least practicing the steps he taught me over and over again eases a little bit of the tension singing through my body. I can do this. I can survive in Neverwood on my own. Before I can stand up, I notice a spot of liquid has appeared on the top of my bag. As I hold my breath, I notice drops of rain slowly marring the ground around me, and my stomach does a little flip. Unable to help myself, I look up and study the early morning sky as a raindrop falls on my face. Shit. Of course it has to rain. It smelled like rain when I left my house this morning. It even felt like a storm was coming, like a gentle vibration in the air. But I hoped I was wrong. Yet now there's no denying it. A storm has come to Paradise Falls, making the world feel darker as gray clouds cover the sky, blocking out the sun. In the distance, lightning appears behind the clouds. It's too far away to hear their thunderous partners, but eerie all the same. Folklore would say this is a bad sign. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I remind myself of what my father always used to say. Neverwood doesn't exist in this world. A storm in this world doesn't mean there will be a storm when we step through. But still, it makes me nervous. My dad definitely didn't prepare me for everything I'll see when I step through that doorway. But storms are something I think I'll never be prepared for, especially not on my first day crossing over alone. I hear the sound of footsteps on the path behind me, and I don't know if I'm upset or relieved that Callum is here. Part of me wants to wear my terror openly without Callum here to see it, and the other part of me would cross over with just about anyone right now if it means not going over by myself. Still, I pull my bag onto my shoulders and look away from the path, not wanting to make eye contact with him after what he said about my father. Yes, I'd baited him a bit, but I'd been about to do something foolish. Ask him to work together and never would. As far as I know, it's never been done before. The two families always work separately, but I'd been willing to set aside my pride and try it because it would give us a better chance at being successful. For some reason, I just needed to, I don't know, maybe hear that there was no chance his dad would hurt mine. Maybe even see that we could be, not friends exactly, but two people who watched each other's backs. Callum's reaction proved to me exactly why we don't work with the Runefall family. They're cruel, selfish, and overall dicks, which is probably a good thing to have been reminded about. My idea was foolish, and probably would have blown up in my face anyway. It's better it happened before I had to rely on the jackass to survive. Moving to the big green doorway, I shift the pack, centering the comfortable leather bag in the middle of my back. After years and years of training with different weights on my back, the bag feels like nothing right now. Definitely less cumbersome than running up and down the bleachers at the university with it on. Still, I know from experience it'll feel heavier and heavier as the coming days pass. Balancing what you need with what you can carry is an art, my dad used to say, and I believed him. Sometimes he'd let me take too little or too much just to teach me a lesson. By now, I hope I figured it out, because I need to be fully prepared to do whatever needs to be done to find my dad. So your bag is packed. Just go. Why are you hesitating? Maybe because I'm not sure I'm ready for Neverwood. Maybe I never will be, though. In town, everyone spent yesterday celebrating. Banners were hung with our names, people posted signs in their yards with either my family name or Callum's, showing who they support more, who they expect to bring back more Goldarium. To my disappointment, most of the signs seem to suggest the town thinks Callum will do a better job than I will. Cyril and Bava said it was just because I'm a woman and much smaller, but I suspect it has more to do with Callum's mom being on the council. I'll show them all. This job isn't about strength and size. It's about being smart. And I'm a hell of a lot smarter than Callum Runefall. The devil himself is suddenly beside me, and I hate that I turn to look at him. He's wearing a light green jacket and a matching backpack, with his bedroll and lightweight tent rolled beneath it, the same as mine, although my bedroll and tent are gray. He's wearing dark jeans and boots, the same as me, because boots and jeans are kind of a requirement on the other side. But true to the asshole, he's taken the time to neatly style his hair. His green eyes focus on me, sliding away from the doorway. I get the feeling he wants to say something, but I don't know what. With this guy, I never know what he's thinking. With everyone else, he's charming and flirty. With me, it's just lots of looks I don't understand, and pure snarkiness. Not that I'm overflowing with sweetness when it comes to him, to be fair, but because I hate silence and the rain seems to be falling a little faster, I say the only thing I can think of. I'm going to bring back more Goldarium than you are, and find my father. He lifts a brow. By all means. The anger that blossoms inside of me makes it easier to launch into action, chasing away some of my fear. I turn back to the doorway and take a deep breath. The entrance to Neverwood moves a little faster than usual, pushing, pulling, twisting in front of my eyes, as if reminding me that my anger won't save me on the other side. I do my best to ignore the reminder, curl my hands into fists, and walk through. The process is the same as always. The substance pulls at me for a moment, almost as if it's debating letting me through or not. From experience, I know that in just a moment the wall will prevent me from going through, or I'll be in Neverwood. You never really know. The many times I went with my dad to this wall and watched it refuse to let him through probably equaled the amount of times I saw him step through. Please let me through. Everyone is counting on me. I have to face this fear. I have to find my dad. The next thing I know, I'm blinking into bright sunshine, and my heart races as I look around. Neverwood. My home away from home. The place that fills me with wonder, excitement, and fear. I'm here. Without my dad. It's surreal. This place always smells like caramel at the entrance, and today it doesn't disappoint. The sweet scent washes over me, and I breathe in deeply, blinking into the sunshine, absorbing it like a memory I never want to forget. Somehow being in this place feels like being with my father, being wrapped in his arms and safe, even though nothing about this place is really safe. I release a slow breath as a breeze slides along my skin and sweeps out from where I am, sending leaves scattering in all directions. Rooted in place, I take it all in. On each side of the massive path I'm on, there's a small cabin, one with my family name on it, and one with Callum's, in small letters carved over the doors. Beyond that is nothing but Neverwood. From here, it looks like a forest without end. Not like the forest back home with all big, bushy green trees and mountains cutting off our sight from the rest of the world. The trees here are spread out in all directions, as far as the eye can see, and shaped strangely, sometimes impossibly so, with trunks that twist in various directions like weird staircases. All of the leaves are different colors, mostly blue, silver, and green, weaved with the occasional pink, purple, orange, or red trees. The ground is uneven, sloping and rising at random, concealing the various holes that the strange animals here hide in. In the distance, I hear the sound of water, and already know that there's a river just outside of my sight. Rivers run along most of the paths here in Neverwood. It's not a coincidence. Water is needed for our survival here. Therefore, my father and his father before him, had created paths that gave us our best chances for survival. I feel the ground shake a little beneath my feet, and watch as one of the trees nearby seems to grow several feet taller than before. Suddenly, its roots rip out from the ground with a sound like an explosion, and then it begins to walk in slow, jolting steps. In awe, I watch it move. It's beautiful seeing the birds that live in its branches, crying out and circling the tree being as it moves. Silver leaves fall all around, glistening in the sunlight, adding to the feeling that magic is in the air in this incredible place. It reaches our path and stomps over the perfect walkway that my father had created. The first time I saw one of the great tree beings come to life and stomp on the path, I'd been scared. I was worried that all my family's work creating a safe path would be for nothing. But the tree had passed by, and the path lined with glowing flowers had remained. My father had reassured me that there was nothing in this world, or ours, that could destroy the path, that it was stronger than the tree being, stronger than anything around us, which is why the paths were created. As long as we stay on the paths, nothing can hurt us, not even the trees. Not that the tree beings are dangerous. The creatures simply move about, choosing places with more sunshine or more water depending on what they want. But they have no desire to hurt us. If anything, we're as unimportant to them as flies are to us. One of the rocks near the path stands up. Well, not quite stands up, but rolls into a standing position, and now it no longer looks like a rock. It's unfolded into a small rock troll. The rock troll lifts a stone eyebrow at me, but it doesn't try to attack. Not that I'm surprised. The little ones aren't the aggressive ones. The size of the rock usually indicates the age of the troll, and this one is just a child. So I just wave, even knowing it won't wave back. He wiggles his short little nose, sniffs the air, and then takes off running, probably in search of something delicious. Some little treat that he'd scented that was worth waking up for. I have to admit, this area of Neverwood is my favorite, other than when the storms come. It's mostly safe, with just little creatures that want to be left alone, like us. Something bumps me from behind. I turn around, my fists already balled up, ready for danger. And I see Callum, which makes me feel stupid. I'd been sitting here gawking at Neverwood, forgetting entirely about the man who would be coming through right behind me. There's barely an inch between us, and my heart's racing. For some reason, my mind goes back to the party, the one that changed something between Callum and I forever, even though we'd both pretended it never happened. I breathe in his scent, like freshly cut wood. I'd once heard that he loved to do woodwork, which maybe explained it, but I connect his scent to something else. That night at the party, his hands grabbing my waist roughly, his mouth crushing mine. I look up into his big, surprised eyes, and then his face goes blank. Are you going to move out of the way, or are you just going to stare all day? Fucking hell. I pull away from him, reminding myself why I'd tried so hard to forget that night. It was a mistake. And forgetting, even for a moment, who this man is would be a mistake too. I'll do whatever the hell I want, I tell him, followed by a glare. And then I stomp away to the little cabin that belongs to my family. I'm sure you will, I hear him mutter, but I ignore him. At the door, I press my finger against the little black pad, the only thing that looks out of place in this natural world, and the door instantly springs open. Most of the time, traveling in Neverwood means sleeping on the ground in a tent, although because of how challenging and dangerous Neverwood is, cabins have been built along the path exactly like this one, mostly for when we get injured or need a night to shelter from the elements, especially in the case of a storm. Then the cabins are one of the only places that we have any chance of being safe. And the pad beside the door? It responds to any human touch. It allows us to enter even if we lose everything we're carrying. The only disadvantage, or advantage depending on your perspective, is that either of the two families can use any of the cabins. My dad said it was because in an emergency, either side had agreed they wouldn't want one of us dying, rather than using the other's cabin. Staring again? Callum calls. I don't look back at the asshole as I use my foot to slam the door closed behind me. He can say whatever he wants, but I know he took a while to enter Neverwood for the same reason I'm getting easily distracted. This isn't easy. None of this is. What's more, I know right now he's doing exactly the same thing that I am, going into his cabin to get the things that we can't carry over to Paradise Falls. The things that no one knows about except the people who can come to Neverwood. The items in this cabin are just some of the many secrets we carry about this place. My father had told me from a very young age that Goldarium is a very valuable resource, and the whole reason our people send us here. But that there are other resources here, too. Ones that are even rarer. Ones that all of our grandparents understood were too rare and too precious to bring over to our world. If we did, and the people in Paradise Falls found yet another way to use these resources, they'd demand we bring them back too. And, well, my father hadn't needed to explain more than that. Because even as a child, I knew that would be a bad thing. Bringing back Goldarium was more than enough of a responsibility for us. I look in the little room. All the cabins are basically the same. There are big beds in one corner, a fireplace, and a small kitchen area with a small table and 2 chairs. Almost everything is made out of wood, except for the fireplace and bathroom components. As Goldarium can be used to create almost anything, the Gold Keepers made sure to create modern bathrooms here, which I'm more than thankful for. There's running water in the showers, toilets, even the sinks. It isn't luxurious by any means, but it's enough for whatever we might need here. For now, I ignore all of that and turn on the light switch. The lights here aren't exactly like the lights back home. Flicking a light switch is more like turning on a bunch of flickering candles. My father explained that we could use Goldarium to do anything we want, but there are strange limits, and one of those limits seems to be electricity, the way we know it. So the candles on the walls and their strange flames dance in the room, lighting the room in a glow that's almost eerie. As a kid, the lights always made me feel uneasy, but now I sometimes miss them back in Paradise Falls. These lights just remind me of a simpler time. Days here, exploring with my dad. But everything is different now, because I'm alone. Taking a deep breath, I force my thoughts away from those of my dad and look for what I need. I kneel down beside the little chest beside the door, open the top, and find the belt with its little waterproof zippered areas, each containing bags. I'll wear this belt around my waist for the remainder of my trip. Reaching into the chest, I pull out my belt, then stare at the spot where my father's belt had rested. It's gone now, which at least tells me whatever happened to him, he'd started his trip here like he usually did. Unable to help myself, my fingers reach out and touch the bottom of the chest, stroking the wood. This is wrong. All of this. My father should be here with me. He should be showing me what to do. This should be some great journey where we get to bond together. And he can teach me all the wonders of this world without me accidentally getting myself killed. Not that me knowing all of this is wrong makes any difference. I have a job to do. I unzip the pouches and look inside each one, making certain everything I need is there. There are 4 small pouches along the belt. Each pouch contains a variety of things, but most importantly, the seeds, which are separated by color. We call them phoenix seeds because of the way they glow like fire, and because it's been said they've given past gold keepers another life. My father said that the way the phoenix seeds were discovered was by one of the first gold keepers. She was lost in a dark night and in danger. She was on her last leg, being hunted, when she found the phoenix flowers glowing brightly in the dark. She raced toward them and collapsed in the center of where they were growing. Then, to her surprise, she realized that nothing bad could hurt her when she was surrounded by them. It saved her life, and created a way for us to travel through this world safely. Technically, all the seeds started out gold in color and grow golden flowers. But we learned to add color to them and sprout flowers that are varying colors and glow with whatever color we add to them. The largest pack on my belt has green glowing seeds. Green is my family's color. Blue is Callum's family color. We also use other colors, which are all in my belt, to communicate to other gold keepers various things. These seeds are one of the most important things in Neverwood. When we walk along the paths, we drop the seeds, which creates new paths or expands the ones we're traveling on. What happens next happens slowly but in a miraculous way. The earth underneath where we drop the seeds becomes nothing but dirt. Grass, leaves, twigs, everything else dies like it's being eaten by acid. Then, after the area is completely cleared, flowers begin to blossom on the edge of the patch. The flower stems grow bigger and bigger until they're about as high as my knee, and then a flower bulb about the size of my hand grows. Within a short time, the bulb opens and a flower blossoms. It then glows day and night. We walk on the paths created between the flowers, and as long as we stay on the paths, nothing can hurt us. They also give us guidance about where to go, and with as little experience as I have in Neverwood, I'll be relying heavily on my father's paths to survive. I check my green seeds and feel relieved to see that I have more than enough for this journey. Then I open the next pouch and check on the black seeds. Black seeds are rarely used, but they are very important. Black seeds are dropped when we go down a path that ends in danger. Once my father showed me how to create a new path, which means stepping off the path. We'd only traveled a short distance with him dropping green seeds with each step we took, when he froze. He'd pointed out an ogre nest and sent me back to the main path, while he retraced our steps dropping black seeds beside his green seeds. The next time we went journeying, we saw the tiny path made by dropping the green seeds, but the instant we saw the black seeds growing alongside them, we knew the path was unsafe and didn't go down it. That is the beauty of the black seeds. They communicate danger without any words and prevent us from wasting our time down a path that only ends in trouble. What's more, one day my children and my children's children will be safer because of those black seeds. Okay, that's it then. I'm ready. I zip the pack back up and buckle it around my waist before standing up, ready to go. Moving to the mirror near the bed, I look at myself. I have everything to start my journey in Neverwood, and yet I look scared. I guess it's true that mirrors really don't lie. Walking away from my image, I turn back to the door and open it. Stepping out across from me, Callum stands with his own pack around his much larger waist. Our eyes meet, and I swear I see a moment of fear. Those big eyes of his aren't full of arrogance, aren't cocky, aren't those of my enemy. He's just another person like me, scared about a new world full of danger, lost without his father, just like I am. Callum then turns away from me and heads down his path lined with blue flowers. My heart aches a little for reasons I don't understand, but I turn to my path lined with green flowers and begin to walk. This is just the beginning, and yet it feels like the end of something. Not my time with my father, but maybe the end of my childhood, my innocence. Or maybe I lost that the first time I was in Neverwood during a storm. I don't know anymore. But I put one foot in front of the other, promising myself I'll find my father, make my people proud, return alive, and with more Goldarium than Callum. It'll be easy, right? 8. Elora. It feels strange, walking down the Phoenix path alone, unconsciously moving my hand from my pack to my side, slowly letting tiny seeds drop from my palm. I'd always loved the silence of this path when walking beside my father. We could go for hours and hours without speaking, both of us looking around, taking it all in, overcome by the wonder and the beauty of such an incredible place. Both of us unconsciously stuck close to the side of the path, dropping the tiny seeds as we went. But for some reason, even though we were often silent together, this feels lonely in a way I didn't expect. It's like by seeing all these wondrous things alone makes them a little less special. Which is silly. I don't need someone to make this place special, I tell myself, but my words seem loud and out of place here. Above me, clouds roll by. Some are similar to the clouds back in Paradise Falls, but many of them are actually living beings, weather spirits. They have eyes if you see them from the right direction, and they can hear and understand us. Hello, I call out to them. Unfortunately, only one glances my way, then turns away from me. Typical, I think, although I smile. The first time I had a real experience with one of them, my father and I were walking under the bright sun on a particularly hot day, and my father asked a cloud for help. The little cloud didn't answer, but it followed us overhead for miles, giving us shade from the sun. As a child, that was one of the neatest things that I'd ever seen. And even today, when I see eyes peeking out from one of the clouds, I remember that day. Everything here is special in its own way. I've never been sure if any of the massive storm clouds were weather spirits. Those clouds feel as different from the little white clouds as night and day. But my father said that the size and type of cloud the weather spirits became is influenced by the cloud's emotions. They tend to be smaller and bright white when they're happy, but they slowly become storm clouds when they're angry. He believes once they get so angry that they turn into storm clouds, there's no point in speaking to them, because they're like children having a tantrum, completely unreasonable until they calm down. I never know quite what to think. But as I see a few more overhead, I wave. None of them acknowledge me, not that they can wave back, but they can come closer if they're interested enough. Of course, they don't, but it still makes me feel a little less alone to see them overhead. Along the path, the ground is bare beneath my feet, where I drop the little seeds. Green flowers line both sides of the path, glowing like little suns. In the trees, I hear the cries of birds. They're not like normal bird sounds, though. Not most of the time, anyway. Their calls are almost like a person whistling or humming a melody. There's an intelligence and grace to their songs I can never imagine hearing in Paradise Falls. My father had also said to pay attention to the birds. When their melodies are light, like they are now, they're feeling at peace. So there probably aren't any large predators in the area. If their melodies sound sinister, though, there's probably something around to be cautious about. The birds use their songs to communicate with each other, so we should heed their warnings too. My father had told me that some of the journals from past gold keepers mentioned birds that were intelligent, who could communicate with us using actual words. He had, however, advised me that he'd never seen or spoken to any, and that he suspected these intelligent birds were more folklore than reality. I don't know, but I kind of hope they're real. That'd be cool, I tell myself, smiling and adjusting my backpack before reaching into my belt for more seeds. The melody the birds sing varies as I walk. At first, their songs are soft, sweet melody that repeats, but then it changes to one that almost follows the tune of Rockin' Robin. Actually, the tune is very similar to that of Rockin' Robin. I laugh when it hits me. My father often whistled or sang on the Phoenix Path. He said he did it even more when I wasn't with him, in hopes of teaching the birds new songs, and apparently he'd been successful. He taught them this song. I can't believe it. So I bust out my moves and start singing. Rocking Robin, tweet, 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 belting it out as loud as I can as I walk along the path, using moves I'd never use if anyone in Paradise Falls could see me. But when I start to tire myself out, I stop and let my voice drop, even though my spirits are still high. Wasting energy here is foolish, but hearing it had definitely lifted my mood. I'm still hearing the words to the song in my head when I realize something has changed. The bird song has changed. Instead of an uplifting and familiar melody, another one has taken over. One that feels frightening, like the intro to a horror movie. Freezing, I stare around me. Something is wrong. I see a large bird on a branch, and his gaze meets mine as he continues his low song, one that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. It feels like he's trying to tell me something, even though I know that's not true. The birds don't sing to warn us, but to warn each other, and yet there's no doubt he's staring at me. I want to wash away the nervous feeling flowing through me as their eerie music continues, but it lingers. What the hell is going on? In all situations in Neverwood, it's important to be aware of one's surroundings and to be one step ahead of any enemies. Now, with me traveling alone, it's even more important to be alert. So, I inch forward, sticking to the center of the path stretching my senses out in all directions. Nothing can hurt me on the path. Just keep going. The only danger is off the path. When I sense something unsettling, like a disruption in the nature around me, I crouch down, heart racing. Unable to stop myself, my mind starts going through my family's most important journals. They were always kept at the first cabin near the doorway to Paradise Falls. In them, each member of our family noted anything of importance, including the deaths of our people. The first gold keepers had had many children, so instead of traveling these paths alone, they went with their siblings. But with each new generation, fewer children were born, both to the Runefall and the Walker families. That meant in recent years, when someone died alone, the only way anyone knew what happened to them was when an ancestor came across their body, if they came across a body at all. Sometimes it was obvious how they died. Other times the person had to guess. But all the information about what was known about their deaths were included in the journals. The majority of their deaths were awful, to say the least. Deaths that I almost wish I hadn't read about. I hope I never have to write that entry for my father. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I push the thought away, but another one pops up. If I die here, no one will ever know how, and there will be no one to carry on my legacy. No one to even find my body and say what happened. It's a dark thought, and not one I want to focus on right now. Instead, I inch forward, staying low. Off to one side of the path, about 30 feet away, I see movement. The trees are thick, as are the big bushes and plants, but there's clearly something hiding amongst them. Possibly even what the birds were warning each other about. I keep going and at last spot an ogre, which is a shock since ogres are usually night creatures. It's easily 4 or 5 times my size, although luckily for me, not very bright, like all of its kind. All ogres have long hair, usually tied back from their faces, and massive heads with sharp teeth. They're dirty, naked, muscled, and stink to high heaven. They've also been responsible for a few deaths of gold keepers. As I keep moving forward, I see that it's feeding on a stag. Stags are symbols of grace, gentleness, and intuition. My father once told me not to confuse that for weakness. They are simply strong enough and fast enough to avoid fighting most of the time, so it's unusual to see one that's been caught. Its blood mars the ogre's flat face, but strangely, the blood is nearly the same color as the stag's bright red fur itself. This stag has silver antlers, which means it was young. Their antlers slowly change to gold as they grow older. Poor thing. I feel sad for the creature and give a brief prayer to the gods that it finds peace in the afterlife. But then I move on, knowing the last thing I want to do is draw the ogre's attention to me. Technically, nothing that wants to harm me can step on the path or touch me when I'm on the path, but I'd still rather avoid any issues that might come from being seen by one. I hold my breath until I can no longer see him, then I stand up to my full height and keep going. I go further and further and further away until I start to feel safe again. But I'm just barely out of sight when I see something so rare this close to the Phoenix Trail that it shocks me. Goldarium. Anytime a gold keeper can spot goldarium, it's considered a very lucky thing in Neverwood. But this close to the Phoenix Trail? It's beyond lucky. Gold keepers have been walking this path for generations, and so most of the important substance has been collected for at least a mile on both sides of the path this close to the entrance. When my father traveled with me, he didn't even start looking for goldarium off the path for the first 2 days of travel. Knowing those areas were picked clean, unless, of course, he felt the call of goldarium earlier, which only happened once when I was traveling with him. It's true that Goldarium pops up at random places in Neverwood, places you might have even searched the day before and found nothing. The truth is, no one has any idea how the powerful substance works. Some goldkeepers have suggested Goldarium falls from the sky. Others say it grows like the plants around it. But my favorite belief is that it's somehow connected to the rivers, like real gold that can be panned out of water. But that doesn't explain the random drops like this one. I simply like the idea. I stare at it. I'm mesmerized. I can't look away, and all sounds fade from the world. I can't think of anything beyond the Goldarium. It calls to me softly, like a siren song, and I want to obey it, come to it, collect it, touch it. For a moment, I simply stare. It's on a flower petal, like a drop of dew, only it glows brightly, even in the daytime. No, glow is the wrong word. It's more like it illuminates everything around it, like a tiny sun. Like the flowers that line the Phoenix Trail, only somehow more, greater. I take a step closer to it, and then another, before I hear my father's voice in my memories, reminding me never to fall for the lure of Goldarium. That it can make you lose all common sense, and in doing so, get you killed. When anyone is near Goldarium, it has a force about it, something that compels you to be closer to it and to touch it. The feeling is stronger for our people than it is for the two families. If I dropped Goldarium in the middle of our town, people would come from all directions to be close to it. They would step in front of cars, they would fight, kill, and die for it. That's why we have to handle it so carefully. The two families are the only ones who can resist the call, even though we feel it. A desire to touch it. The only reason the Goldarium around my neck doesn't have the same effect is because it's encased in crystal. Otherwise, the desire to break the crystal and pull it out would be overwhelming. Even our scientists and others who work with it only handle it behind a crystal wall. We have crystal boxes we place it in before we bring it to Paradise Falls, and utmost caution is used with it at all times. Because everyone knows what happened when our people weren't so careful. I take another step forward, but my heart is racing. I've never left the path alone, and the second I step off it, all protection is gone, and anything and everything can hurt me. With my father beside me, I was scared. Now, I'm terrified. Yet this was always going to happen. I knew I'd be stepping off the path. So why am I hesitating? Isn't this my job as a gold keeper? Isn't it my responsibility to find all the Goldarium I can and bring it back to my people? If I'm scared about leaving the Phoenix Path now, then what will I do when I'm scared the next time? I have to do this. I look towards where I saw the ogre again, even though he's no longer visible from where I'm standing. There's nothing to indicate the ogre will suddenly stop feeding on the stag and come after me. Nothing but the terrible images that keep forming in my mind of the giant creatures feasting on my bones. Danger is everywhere here, so I just need to push past my fear and do my job. Easier said than done. Inching closer and closer to the edge of the grass, I calculate how far I am from the Goldarium and how far the ogre is from it. If it suddenly runs at me, will I have enough time to get safely back on the path? Or will I be one of the first gold keepers to be dead before I even bring back any gold? You will not be scared. You're not allowed to be scared. The tip of my toes passes the barrier, and the little green flowers beside the path are crushed under my feet. Luckily for them, no matter what we do to the flowers, they come back, so I don't feel bad about the ones smushed under my boot. And then I sense something wrong. Instantly, I step back a little, fully back on the path. My gaze moves to a tree. Is it a tree being? I watch it for a long moment, wondering if the tree will suddenly pull out from the ground and move to another place with more sunlight or more water. As I keep staring at the tree, I see something peek out from behind it, and my heart stops. It's an ogre. And as my gaze moves around, I see he's not alone. There are at least 2 more of them hiding in the foliage around me. Ogres who are carefully watching a drop of goldarium that's mysteriously close to the phoenix path. Is it possible? Are they even capable of this? It hits me like a bucket full of cold water. This is a trap. The ogres must have realized what my people come here for, and they'd set this trap to catch one of us. The ogre I saw before might have been involved in this trap as a distraction, or it might not have been. I don't know for sure, but there's no way this is all just a coincidence. Even though my father had always made these creatures seem too stupid to do something like this. All I know for sure is that if I step off this path, I'm going to die. So I move away from the goldarium, even though I know it's my responsibility to collect it, even though this was my chance to get it before Callum. It burns a little inside of me to look away from it, but I keep walking down the path, my heart racing, my palms sweaty. As I do so, I spot 3 more ogres hiding behind trees a little further ahead, and my stomach sinks. This was definitely a trap. I almost died. One of the ogres meets my gaze, and I see it in its eyes. He knows I know. He lets out a massive roar that shakes the very air, sends birds flying from the trees, and nearly makes me wet my pants. Those dark eyes of his pin me into place, and then he thumps his fists on his chest over and over again while I try to remember how to breathe. For some reason, I don't think. I just start running. The ogres explode from their hiding places and start running along beside the path, trying to keep pace with me. And I feel sick. They're just feet from me, death in their eyes. Only the path is keeping me safe. Yet I don't feel safe at all. I feel terrified. I catch their scent of rotten meat, realizing that they're close enough for me to smell them, which is too damn close, and I run faster. My breath comes in and out in a rush, and my heartbeat fills my ears. They can't hurt you on the path. They can't hurt you on the path. I keep telling myself that over and over again, but that scared feeling doesn't go away. At last, one of them moves back from the path in a way that makes me freeze and stop to watch, for reasons I don't understand. Then, right in front of my eyes, he races straight at me. My eyes widen and my jaw drops open, and then I yank out my dagger and move into a fighting stance. The ogre slams into the invisible wall that keeps dangerous creatures from crossing the flowers and falls back hard onto the ground, shaking the ground a little with the weight of his body. He lies there unmoving while I keep my fighting stance, staring at him, wondering what will happen next. Time seems to stop as the other ogres look from me to their fallen comrade. Just stay on the path. It'll be fine if they can't reach you. My dagger feels sweaty in my hand. It's technically pointless if they can't reach me, but it makes me feel better when there's a voice whispering in the back of my mind that there must be some way for the creatures to get to me. An illogical, nasty little voice. The other ogres suddenly start roaring, the sound so ear-splitting that I have to cover my ears. It feels like something terrible is about to happen, but I feel rooted in place, waiting to see what will happen next. The ogre on the ground gets back up, with all the grace of a hippo, and charges at me again. I flinch, but just like before, he smashes into the wall of nothingness that protects this path, and he hits the ground, this time unmoving. You're going to be okay, I tell myself. The ogres are scary as hell. They want me dead, and they don't seem to be going anywhere. but it seems the path is as safe as my father said. No amount of smashing into the barrier would let the ogre reach me. So I keep walking, knowing there's nothing else I can do, even though my legs shake with each step, and I can't seem to convince myself to unclench my dagger from my hand. I just wish the ogres realized that this is pointless and leave me alone. But no matter how far I go, the ogres continue to shadow me as I walk the path. I know they're trying to intimidate me as they mumble in their strange language to each other and make threatening gestures toward me while flashing their sharp teeth. That, combined with their smell, makes me want to throw up. But I'm a walker, and walkers are better than this. Piss off, I shout at the ogres. One roars back at me, which I feel down to my very soul. Sometimes I'm not very smart, like now, so I just force a grin and say, "And maybe take a bath. You smell like hell." I swear the whole group of ogres glare at me, but it's hard to tell with their ugly faces. Time to regroup. Okay, so it's only my first day here, and I'm being stalked by ogres. It can't get much worse than this, right? This must be the tough part of my first trip. This must be the challenge to see if I can handle it here. They're just ogres. Ogres who can't reach me. Ogres who can't hurt me. Everything is gonna be okay. But still, when I hear another warning whistle from the birds, I wonder what I've gotten myself into. 9. Elora. It's around noon when I finally decide it's time to stop, rest, and eat. Although I'm just guessing about the time. In Neverwood, we just have to use the sun to tell us what time it is, since most technology doesn't work here. But judging by the fact that the sun is directly above me, my assumption is probably right. What's more, I'm exhausted already. It's not that dropping the tiny, almost invisible seeds as I walk is hard work, nor is walking on a hilly path, but my terror over the ogres has taken a bit of the wind out of my sails. I just need to take a minute to feel like myself again. Besides, my dad always said that it's important to pace yourself here. And since the ogres gave up on me, everything seems a little better. The nice thing is that it's not too warm in this area of Neverwood, even at the hottest point of the day. If anything, it's almost a perfectly pleasant temperature at all times. There are exceptions, of course, but mostly my father had said that the first few days of travel kept us in an area of Neverwood that is mild at most times of the year. It's the first thing about Neverwood that's gone right since I came here by myself. Which is something, I tell myself, trying to focus on the good. The ogres have given up on me, the day is nice, and I'm about to get food in my belly. That's all more important than the fact that I was almost an ogre's meal on my first day here. I'm trying to decide where to sit down and take a break when I notice something strange up ahead. Continuing to walk forward, I realize the path is different than the last time I came with my dad. There has always been a smaller branch off from the main path leading to the right over here. But the way the paths work, the more that you travel them and the more seeds you drop as you move, the wider the path gets. That's how you know the best path to stay on. The most traveled paths, the widest paths, are the safest. Usually, if another path hasn't been expanded, it's because down the line somewhere the Gold Keeper had realized that the path wasn't useful, that there wasn't anything of value, or perhaps the path they were making ended in a cliff or some other type of danger. So every time I've traveled with my father in Neverwood, we've stayed on the main path for as far as we could go, in the time constraints the council had given. But today, the main path has changed. The path going to the right is larger than the one going to the left. That means that over the past few months, since before my father took me here last, before he disappeared, he had changed his destination. What the hell? He'd never mentioned the change to me, And these were the sort of things that we typically talked about. Usually, he'd get back from a trip and tell me about how he'd gotten to the end of one area and discovered an ogre cave, or that he'd gotten to another area and discovered a fairy town that he couldn't get around. And so, he'd had to switch direction. It's just how we worked. Knowing that I was the next goldkeeper, he tried to share any information he could with me because information is power here. So the fact that he never once mentioned to me that the path he's been using for years and years and years, he decided to stop using, is very strange to me. Had he been quieter when he was home those last months? I hadn't thought much about it at the time, but he had been. So what other secrets was my father keeping? I hesitate in the middle of the path, knowing that I should probably go the way I've gone every time before. At least on it, I mostly know what to expect for a few days, and so all logic says I should take that path. But the thing is, if my father decided that path was useless and started going down a different one for some reason, then continuing on the path we'd always traveled on would be foolish. It probably meant that he'd gone so far and found so little Goldarium in that direction that he had to change things up. And if that's the case, this path should also be the one that leads me to my father. It's a win-win for my two goals, even if it's also scary. I go with my instinct and take the path I've never taken before, knowing that it might be more dangerous. But it doesn't matter. Not if it helps me find my dad. It feels strange the moment I put my foot on it. I keep asking myself if this is the right choice as I continue moving forward. This is what my instincts are saying to do. This is what logically makes sense to me if I want to find my father. It's just unknown and a greater risk, but also holds the possibility of having a greater reward. It's just not at all what I had planned in my head. I'd told myself that I'd likely know what to expect for the first few days of traveling, and after that, things would change, and I'd be in an area that I wasn't familiar with. An area that would pose risks and dangers I'd only ever heard about, but never seen. But I guess plans change. Goldkeepers always have to be prepared for anything, as my father always said. So I just have to suck it up. As I walk on the path further and further, I realize that I really am my father's daughter, because the other choice was smarter. But my father would have likely picked this path too, if he was in my shoes. I just wish my dad had said something to explain why he changed up something that has been done for generations. If only he was here, I would have so many questions for him. But since he's not here to ask, I just keep putting one foot in front of the other. This time, more slowly, with less confidence than I had before. After a short time, when nothing terrible happens, I take a deep breath, my anxiety easing a little. Then I hear my stomach growl. Laughing to myself, I shake my head because I've actually been so focused on this new path that I'd forgotten I was hungry. Deciding to sit down right there in the middle of the path, I open up my lunch. It consists of what we eat most days in Neverwood when we don't gather food as we walk. Some dried jerky, some dried fruit, and water all carefully wrapped in my pack. I wonder if Callum is having as much fun as I am, I say out loud, then freeze. I hate thinking about Callum. But here in Neverwood, my mind tends to get stuck on the things I can usually easily push away in real life, mostly thoughts about him. My most hated topic. We'd known each other since we were kids, before we could even walk. But those meetings were brief. 2 kids dragged to council meetings, 2 kids sitting on parade floats, dressed up and staring in shock as people cheered for us, neither of us understanding exactly why everyone seemed so fascinated with us. Not exactly building a relationship, but seeing each other regularly. And then things changed. I remember our preschool teacher introducing us to our class almost like it was yesterday. And here is the Walker heir, and here is the Runefall heir. Then she laughed and said to us, I guess I'll be spending my year keeping you two from strangling each other. It's weird how even today I can remember this cute boy standing next to me, looking as confused as I felt. I wasn't old enough for crushes then, but I looked at his big green eyes, his messy hair, his white button-up shirt and shorts, and wondered why I should hate him. Why we'd possibly be enemies. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. In the first grade, we went on a trip. Somehow, he and I ended up at the back of our group, which was exploring a huge garden at one end of the city. He'd run off to throw something away in a trash can, and I'd watched as he slipped on some rocks and fell. He was crying, his big eyes filled with tears, looking around as if searching for his mom or the teacher. I'd always kept Band-Aids in my pocket, so, without thinking, I ran over to him, knelt down and reassured him. I offered him my pink striped Band-Aid, and he'd smiled when I'd put it on his knee. Then a lady came out of nowhere and grabbed my arm, yanking me back. What are you doing, Walker? You can't help a Runefall. Didn't your parents teach you anything? As I stared in shock, she turned and looked at Callum. The two families don't cry, boy. If you're going to be a baby about something like this, how the hell are you going to survive in Neverwood? Before I could decide how to handle her, Callum got up, dried his face with his sleeve, ripped off the Band-Aid, and threw it at me. I don't need your help, Walker, he'd shouted, before running off. I was left staring at the Band-Aid on the ground, feeling lost. But that feeling eventually turned to anger, and I realized what everyone said was true. We were enemies, and he was a jerk. Chewing slowly on my hard jerky, I take a sip of water to soften the meat and to hydrate. My mind rolls through 100 other moments, times when Callum and I would just look at each other. I don't know why. Our eyes would lock for way too long, and then he'd look away like it never happened at all. Sometimes I wish I could figure him out. If I know who he is, I can figure out what makes him tick and maybe use it to my advantage. But even when I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I really would use the information against him. He might have been born my enemy, but there has to be honor among thieves, right? I eat exactly as much as I'm supposed to eat. My father showed me how to ration food for each day to ensure I have enough to keep me going, but not more than my body truly needs. He always said it's important to meet your body's needs. If you eat too much, you can find yourself without food when you really need it. If you eat too little, you can end up finding yourself weakened, which is something we never want to be in Neverwood. But before I get up to continue my journey, I decide to just sit for a long minute, feeling calm, listening to the birds chirping peacefully to one another. Their song wouldn't be familiar to anyone in Paradise Falls, but here, I'd heard this sweet, flowing melody more than a few times. I even replay it in my mind sometimes at night when I can't fall asleep. Time stands still as I breathe in and out, finding that deep calm inside of me before finally opening my eyes. I feel better, but I also know I have to keep going. I take another deep breath and clean everything up, putting it all carefully back into my bag. Then I rise to my feet and continue down the path, looking up to see several little fluffy clouds around me. A few of them shift so I can see their faces, and I smile up at them. Some small part of me feels a little more relaxed now. Perhaps this path is where I'm meant to be. My father isn't here to walk beside me and tell me that it was the right choice, but I sense that I'm going to be okay, that I made the right choice. And then I see something else. Something that makes me more confused than anything I imagined I'd see here in Neverwood. Up ahead, another path intersects with this one lined with blue flowers. And the path that continues on from this point is lined with both green and blue flowers. What the fuck? I freeze in place, wondering what in the world is going on. Clearly, the Runefall family have a well-traveled path that connects with this one. It happens, but the fact that the path is wide and well-traveled that continues from here is being used by both our families means we're sharing a path. I've seen something similar to this before with my father, but usually our two families' paths are only connected for a little while and then veer off in two different directions. Neither family likes traveling together. It means covering less ground, and it means possibly coming across our enemies in this world. And so the fact that my father had chosen this path, a path being used by his enemy, is confusing to me. Perhaps whatever he found after this point was worth it. Maybe he found a collection of Goldarium that made having to deal with our enemy worth it. I don't know if that's true, but I don't like this. Still, I keep going. Keep putting one foot in front of the other, looking around at this new place, trying to put together the key pieces of this mystery. Hoping against hope to see another branch off from this path that just belongs to my family or theirs. But I see none. Why this path? Why one we have to share with them? To one side of me, I see a clearing in the distance. Suddenly, wolves explode from the woods and begin to race across the clearing. They're huge, easily big enough for me to ride, but they're graceful as they move, and there's nothing threatening about them in this moment. Their fur is rainbow-colored, although mostly jewel tones in green and blue and brown, and the light reflecting off their brilliant coats is breathtaking. As I watch them, I realize they're playing, chasing one another, rolling around in the grass. It feels like a beautiful moment, with sunlight streaming down on them and their obvious joy. I smile, enjoying getting to watch this incredible sight. But from one second to the next, part of the earth shoots upward, right where the wolves are playing. One of the wolves is tossed up into the air like a rag doll, and a massive mouth full of sharp teeth opens below it, having come from the very ground. The wolf falls into the mouth, disappearing from sight. The other wolves back away, and then they're running. They probably know better than to bark or growl at an enemy that's easily the size of a skyscraper. The earthworm sinks back into the ground, and I watch as it disappears from view, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of dust. I'm shaking, my heart in my throat. My father always said to avoid any circles in the ground because that's usually the only sign that an earthworm is beneath the surface. Usually, any movement over the circles awakens them, and when a creature reaches the center of the circle, the worm springs forth to devour its prey. Although worm doesn't feel like an adequate description of those beasts. I shiver and look away from where the wolf had been eaten, glad to be on my safe path, even though my mind goes back to the day my dad took me off the path and pointed out the circle of a creature just like this. He described what the earthworm could do and why I should avoid them. But having someone explain it and seeing one eat a living creature right in front of me were two entirely different things. Continuing down the path, I try to shake away the sight of the earthworm when butterflies come in a massive wave. They fly all around me, hundreds of them. Each one is nearly the size of my head, and they're every color imaginable. Their wings beat the air around me like a wild wind, and I'm laughing, even though I don't know why. I close my eyes and stand in the middle of them, feeling their gentle wings kiss my flesh, and then they're gone, probably off to a field of flowers somewhere. This place is equally a place of dreams and a place of horrors. I keep going, shaking my head, remembering why I miss Neverwood when I'm back in Paradise Falls for the first time in a while. Then up ahead, I see movement. Something that feels out of place and perhaps dangerous. I freeze for a second. I reach for the dagger at my side, my heart racing. But when nothing comes at me, I keep going. The path ahead of me curves and winds through massive trees in all directions. I hate that I can't see what's ahead, especially when I remember that the sightlines are better on the path I'm more familiar with. Damn it. Don't let that get in your head. You're still safe. Just keep going. I spot more movement, and this time I know it isn't just my mind playing tricks with me. I can only wonder if it's a friend or foe, and how close it is to the path. Come on, are you kidding? Of course it's going to be another creepy, awful thing. I'm prepared for that. Prepared for wolves, earthworms, ogres, or worse as I keep going. So as I come around another bend, the last thing I expect to do is to nearly come face to face with Callum. He makes a little sound, I shriek, and we both stare at each other with eyes wide. I'm too shocked to speak. I'm proud I didn't wet myself, but I'm still shaking like hell. Finally, his eyes fill with anger. What the hell are you doing? I look up at him in confusion. What do you mean, what am I doing? His face turns a little red, and his jaw does this strange twitching thing. I mean, what are you doing? Why are you here? I stare back at him, trying to pretend my heart isn't racing. I'm a gold keeper. I'm here to find Goldarium, the same as you. Or did you forget that already, pretty boy? He moves a little closer to me, his eyes blazing with rage. Listen, princess. And he emphasizes the last word. This is the path my family made. Correction, I interrupt. It's a path that both our families made. Look at the flowers. He doesn't look. We both know why. It's because he already knew the second our paths intertwined and the green flowers showed up that there was a chance I would be on this path too. And that means this path is equally owned by both of our families. Was there another choice? A different direction I could have gone that would have meant us not having to walk on the same path together? Yeah, but I'm not about to tell him that. If you don't want me on this path, you choose a different one, I tell him, plain and simple. I might not have known which path to choose before, but I'd picked this one. And it'd be over my dead body that I left just because this asshole told me to. He squares off with me, like he can intimidate me with his size and glare. Sorry, buddy, I think, but better men have tried to scare me off than you. Then I square off with him too, not willing to be the next one to talk. I just hold his eye contact, shoulders back. At last he breaks, looking away from me, his shoulders falling. Fine, use the path, but we're not working together. I snort laugh, and he looks at me with surprise, and I hate that I just did that in front of him. To cover up what I did, I say simply, do you actually think I'd want to work with you? Not a chance. You have nothing to offer me. Frankly, I'd be shocked if you even lasted a day here without your dad here. Without missing a beat, he retorts back, I'm going to do more than last the day. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to make sure everyone in Paradise Falls knows that my family is superior, that we're the ones they can count on to bring back Goldarium, and that having a girl as a gold keeper was a huge mistake. His green eyes are intense as he speaks, his full lips curl with anger. In response, I roll my eyes. Yeah, because you men get such a say in whether the two families have a boy or girl. Oh, and by the way, one of our family's female gold keepers brought back the most Goldarium to Paradise Falls ever. So this whole macho, chauvinistic girls can't do everything that boys can do thing is complete nonsense, and we both know it. He stares at me for a second, and I'm not sure what he's gonna say when he says, You know, I don't actually have anything against girls. I just think that you can't do it. And it's the way he speaks, like it's something that everyone knows, that irritates me. Challenge accepted, I tell him, and then I march forward on the path, wishing like hell I was lonely again, instead of having to deal with this asshole. For a second, I think he won't follow me, that he's just going to retrace his steps and go down another path. But I try to tell myself that either way, I don't care. Whatever he does, it's not my concern. And yet, when I hear his steps behind me, my stomach flips. As much as I thought I'd like having someone else with me, suddenly I miss the silence. Silence, loneliness, and fear are hard to deal with, but having someone watch me as I do something I'm unsure about is even more nerve-wracking, especially because it's Callum. I think I could have handled anyone but him. Yet, his steps keep following me, and I can feel his gaze on my back, analyzing me, judging me, and I hate myself for it, but I wonder what he's thinking. 10. Elora. A few hours pass, and Callum seems to have decided that he'd rather walk far behind me than next to me, which is a little stupid. Part of me wonders why he doesn't just try to get ahead of me, since he has freakishly long legs. Freakishly long legs that connect with an awesome ass. Not that his ass has anything to do with this. I'm rambling. But the point is that... What was my point? Oh yeah, he could easily be a lot faster than I am, if he gave two shits. I guess he's not really my concern. Focusing and not letting him shake my confidence is my concern. So I take a deep breath and just continue searching for Goldarium as I drop the little flower seeds as I walk. It feels strange to continue dropping the seeds and widening the path when it belongs to both of our families. But I'll be damned if his family's flowers become the dominant flowers on this path, after my dad seemed to have worked so hard to make this path our family's as well. Even if I still don't understand why he did this. As my gaze is scanning both sides of the path, I think I feel that familiar pulling. It's almost a whisper, but not. It washes over my skin like sunlight, and I know that somewhere close to me, there's Goldarium. Probably even closer to the path than the last one was. I slow my steps and scan both sides of me more and more carefully, until I know which direction it's in. As I keep going, I can feel it again. The pulling. I know it's to the left of me, and, at last, my gaze lands on a little Goldarium on a rock. It's a short distance from the path, maybe 30 feet, nestled around some bushes and big trees. In the distance, I can hear water. Water that's moving pretty rapidly, if I was to take a guess. I'm itching to just walk over and snap it up before Callum catches up, because I know the instant he sees me leaving the path, he's going to know what I found. No doubt he'll then hurry ahead and get it before I can. But I don't want to be stupid. My experience with the ogres reminded me of what my father had said many times before. Don't let yourself get lost in the pull of the Goldarium. So I scan everything around me. And when I'm satisfied there's nothing that's obviously dangerous, I leave the path while still dropping the little seeds along the way. I've never created a new path on my own, but I know this is my job. That if there are more good things at the end of this path, people will expand it more and more in the future. Well, not people, me, I guess. At least for this generation, until I have a child or children of my own. Either way, if I want to travel this area again in the future, the next time I'm on this road, there should be a small, safe path from where I dropped these seeds today. And if there isn't anything more to find, this path will just be a tiny offshoot from the main path. I'll notice it and see that it's been used at some point, but also that it hasn't continued to be expanded, and I'll ignore it, as will my children. So I drop the little seeds as I continue walking, trying desperately to ignore the Goldarium's pull and instead searching for anything that might be dangerous around me. I'm careful, watching each step I take until I reach the Goldarium. Then I kneel down and touch it with the tip of my finger. The substance is soft and wet, a texture somewhere between putty and water. It rolls slowly down my finger, almost caressing my skin. In an instant, its warmth washes over me. I never get tired of touching Goldarium. It's like nothing I've experienced before, almost like being hugged by someone I love with all my heart, like being in my dad's arms. Tears prick the corners of my eyes, but at last, it rolls into my palm, and I look at it and smile. The first Goldarium I found by myself. Something to bring back to my people and show them that I can do this job. I stroke the Goldarium with my other hand gently before opening the pouch on my belt. Carefully, I deposit the precious material inside the only empty pouch and close everything up. I know that come hell or high water, it'll be safe with me. Suddenly, I hear Callum's voice on the path a short distance behind me.
"What are you doing? What did you find?"
We both know what I found, and so I just look up at him, feeling smug. Goldarium, of course. He looks pissed. His perfect hair is disheveled, and his cheeks are flushed, probably from the cool air.
"I should have been the one to find that."
I shrug, enjoying the fact that he's mad almost as much as I'm enjoying finding the first piece of Goldarium. If you'd been faster. He follows the same path I did over to where I'm standing, dropping his own seeds as he goes, which I try not to be irritated by. This is technically my path, but I guess I can be the bigger man when I'm kicking his ass. Then he looks around with a strange expression on his face. Fuck. It's in that moment that I realize that I'm still feeling the pull of the gold. The feeling should have stopped once I had the Goldarium inside my pouch. Is there more somewhere? There has to be. As I stand slowly, Callum is already moving, so I follow the direction he's traveling and see Goldarium in a clearing, maybe 10 or 20 feet away from him. But something feels wrong, and I'm not really sure what. Callum, maybe wait for a second, I say, feeling my brows draw together in confusion. He doesn't slow.
"So you can get it first? Fat chance."
Something seems wrong. I take a couple of steps forward, following Callum, and then I see it. The Goldarium is sitting on a little rock in the center of a small clearing, but the ground looks like it's recently been disturbed, and as I study it, a pattern begins to separate itself. It's a giant circle. Callum! But he's already entered the circle, walking toward the center of it. My mind races along with my heart. Sometimes that movement alone is enough for the earthworm to spring to life and attack. Sometimes the creature does nothing, waiting until its prey is exactly in the center. Callum, just come back, slowly, I whisper, my voice shaking. Maybe if he leaves now, he'll be okay. But just as that thought comes to me, the ground begins to rumble. Callum looks down in confusion, and I act without thinking, springing forward as I race toward him. He glances up at me, still confused, as I dive toward him, and then I'm shoving him over some rocks to one side of the clearing. Only belatedly, I realize that instead of them just being a pile of rocks, it's the edge of a cliff. We're both screaming as we fall over the edge. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the earthworm shooting forward where Callum had been only seconds before. But I can't focus on that anymore. Not when I'm tumbling down. Nothing but the air around me. Nothing but death below me. And then I hit freezing cold water. For a second, I breathe in the water and panic overwhelms me. Then my head surfaces and I'm coughing, spitting up freezing liquid as the current drags me further and further away from where we'd fallen. Further from the path. Further from safety. I blink water out of my eyes, and I see Callum fighting against the river's current too. But the river is both wide and strong. It's powerful like nothing I've ever experienced before. And as strong as he is, even Callum can't fight this. He's yanked under the surface of the water, and a second later, I am too. Struggling under the water, I see creatures swimming on both sides of me. No, not creatures. Water spirits. They're the color of the water, mostly translucent, with wide eyes and small smiles. They seem to laugh as they swim circles around me. I fight for air, and then one kicks me up, and I get a moment to surface and drag in air. I keep thinking the current will eventually gentle, but if anything, it gets rougher. I'm bashed against rocks, twisted and thrown about in the water in a way I never thought was possible. My body is being battered like a sack of meat. But it's like my panic won't let the pain filter through my mind. And then my side strikes something hard and sharp. Pain explodes through me, pure agony that makes my head spin and my body feel weak. Without thinking, I try to cry out, except I only manage to inhale water. I surface for a minute, spitting out water, and then I'm smashed against another rock and pulled back under. My backpack catches on something for the briefest moment, jerking me to a stop, and then I'm snapped free. All I can see is water. Water and rocks, water and trees, water and Callum. And with each second that passes, my lungs feel more and more like they're going to burst. The little gasps of air before being pulled back under are not enough. Then there's the briefest second when I surface again. I'm near the side of the river, but not close enough to reach any of the rocks that are jutting out. Callum is just ahead of me, looking back at me with fear in his eyes, which is the moment when I realize something is wrong up ahead. The water looks like it just ends. And the rumble of the water is louder than I thought possible. And then it hits me. Fuck. A waterfall. 11. Callum. I have never felt anything like the power of this river. It's a force of nature that's uncontrollable, frightening, and somehow makes me feel small and fragile. 2 words I've never used to describe myself. So when my hands finally manage to snag a rock and I stop being tossed around like a leaf in the current, I stare, blinking for a moment, gasping for air, trying to figure out what the hell to do next. Looking ahead, I see the edge of a waterfall, not more than 15 feet from where I'm at, and I have no idea how I'm going to manage to get to shore rather than falling over the edge. But that's not my biggest concern. Elora. I look back, searching for her, praying like hell that she's still behind me and not ahead. And then I see her head surface for a moment, panic in her eyes, before she's pulled back under. Every moment she's being dragged closer to the waterfall's edge. She's near me, but not quite close enough for me to catch her. So I let go of the rock, just a little, reaching out across the wide water, knowing that she should cross my path at any moment. And also knowing just as well that if I don't catch her in time, she's dead. Panic awakens inside of me, a kind of panic I've never experienced in my life. I can't let her die. Not just because I'm a goldkeeper, and not just because she saved my life from the earthworm, or because she is the only woman left in the Walker line. There's just something inside of me that says I'll never take an easy breath again if anything happens to her. But I don't see her. Seconds feel like years as I scan the water, my hand reaching everywhere, trying to feel for her beneath the water's surface. I wonder if I've already missed her, if she's already plummeting to her death over the falls. And then my hand closes around something, and I drag her over to me, knowing it can only be her. Lifting my hand out of the water, I see that I have the back of her backpack clenched in my hand. I yank harder, trying to help her surface, but it feels like she weighs 1,000 pounds as the current pulls at her, trying to separate us. My heart races and my teeth clench as I fight against the rapids, trying to keep my hold on her while my gaze stays glued to the water, waiting, hoping. We might be strong, but even we can drown. A long second later, she surfaces, gasping for breath. I feel one flicker of relief before it's quickly smashed to pieces. The current is just too damn strong. It's still trying to drag her and me over the waterfall's edge. My grip is loosening, slipping on the slick rock. I'm terrified out of my mind. I try with all my might to save her, to put her on the rock with me, to do anything. But my grip loosens and loosens and loosens, both on her and the rock. It hits me that I either have to let her go and grab the rock more firmly, or we're both going to fall. But for some reason, it's an easy choice. When my grip slips from the rock, I continue holding on to her backpack, dragging her against me even in the water. Suddenly she's in my arms and we're tumbling together. I don't know how far the waterfall is since we're trapped under the water, but I know it's coming and that I have to keep her safe. I curl my big body around her tiny one, trying to shield her the best I can. I think for a moment I see a water spirit gliding alongside us, and then we go over the edge. At any other time, at any other moment, I would have accidentally let her go, but it's like my mind and body are singularly focused. Hold her. Don't let her go. Make sure she survives. I hit the water like I'm hitting a concrete wall. It's the worst pain I've ever felt in my life, like I've shattered every bone in my body, turned every organ into mush. My vision goes dark, but the pain is unbearable. And I wish I could pass out, that I could escape this pain, but I stay conscious. Some of the pain shifts into a dull ache I'm aware of in the back of my mind, the feeling rumbling through my body like a warning, but it's nothing in comparison to the stabbing pain in my head and leg. It makes me want to vomit, to scream. If I had the power in me to tear off my leg or knock myself unconscious, I would. It's just too much. Water is all around me, filling my lungs, and it's almost like my body has decided it's had enough, that I can't possibly come back from this. So why even try? All I can do is give up and let the pain pull me into a slow and agonizing death. I hate that. My body might be begging me to give up, but some part of me wants to keep fighting, even though my limbs refuse to obey me, even though I might have no choice in the matter. I'm aware of nothing but the pain for a dark and terrible moment when I'm suddenly dragged from the water. I don't know how. Water spews from my lungs, and then I'm gasping in air. I can still feel the current around me, but it's not as powerful. I blink, confused. Overhead, the bright world is spinning, yet the water still surrounds me. And then I feel rough gravel against my legs, bumping against my backpack, jolting my body and awakening a new and different kind of pain. Elora's face is suddenly above mine. "Callum, are you okay? Talk to me." I want to talk, but my lips don't seem to remember how to work. She touches my face gently, brushing my cheeks with her fingers and her palms. Her hands are so incredibly soft that I lean into them, glorying in the feeling of her skin against mine. It's a feeling so intensely perfect that it dulls my pain for a moment. Elora is touching me. It's all I've ever wanted. I think she might be asking me more questions, but everything is silent around me. All I can focus on are her eyes as she lowers her face to mine. Those incredible, mismatched eyes of hers, one of them hazel, the other blue, although those colors hardly seem to be enough to fully capture how incredible her eyes are. Flecks of gold and silver dance in their depths, swimming in the sea of her irises like stars. I've noticed they change color, too. When she's mad, when she's sad, they're like windows into her soul I could look into forever. But no, I can't. That I shouldn't. She turns me in different directions, her hands running over my face and head.
Her hands linger on my head for a moment longer, and she studies something in my hair, her eyes widening with shock or fear. I can't tell which. When she pulls her hands back, they're covered in blood. I hear her say something, although it's mostly gibberish, like my ears aren't quite working. I do, however, pick out the word concussion. I don't know exactly what's wrong, but she's breathing hard and her face is pale, other than a massive bruise that's forming on one side over her cheek. What's more, her expression is filled with uncertainty. But uncertainty about what? I can't seem to remember. She's suddenly higher above me, and I distantly feel her hands under my arms, grabbing me, and then she's dragging me along the gravel until I'm fully out of the water. But I can't seem to move, can't seem to do anything. It's like my body and mind aren't connected any longer, something I feel like should trouble me more than it does. I hear her swear, "Oh, fuck, your leg," although the words are garbled, almost like she's speaking to me underwater. Or maybe like she thought I didn't already know there's something wrong with my leg, like she was informing me of some incredible revelation. I don't know. But what I do know is that something is wrong with every inch of me, but especially my leg. "Stay here," she says, speaking each word clearly and loudly enough to break through whatever spell has fallen over me. Her words aren't necessary, though, because it's not like I could go anywhere if I tried. When she disappears from my sight, each and every one of my injuries start to separate themselves, and my left leg feels the worst by far, like every nerve ending is exposed. The pain is so sharp that I actually black out for a moment. Well, I blacked out. I'm not sure exactly how long, but it feels like only a moment. Then I come to and she's somewhere around. I don't know how I know, but I do. Elora's voice slowly filters through the noise of the rushing water and the birds chirping overhead. But I don't know what she's saying, because she seems far away. After a while, I sense her hands on my leg and realize she's been moving it around while I was unconscious. But what she's doing, I don't know. I'm just grateful her touch isn't bringing new pain. At last, her face appears above mine again. "I strapped your leg to a branch. It should be enough to keep it in place, so as it heals, it'll heal correctly." She doesn't sound confident. She sounds terrified. "And it's going to be dark soon, and I have no idea where the path is. Do you know which direction we should go in?" I don't know why, but I can't answer her. It feels like her words are coming out too fast or too slow. I'm not sure which, but I can't focus on anything but her. Everything else is a blur. I think she keeps talking, yet her words fade away as she strokes my face really gently, those incredible eyes of hers just inches from my own. Her lips are moving, but I don't know what she's saying. And then she's messing with my head. After a moment, I realize that she's bandaging the top of it. She's saying something about blood, but I don't know why she's saying it. Her hands are shaking, or maybe I am. I can't tell which. She stops fiddling with my head, and when she pulls back, her hands are covered in blood. Then she disappears from sight before coming back with clean hands. Her face is hovering above mine, her eyes filled with fear and worry. "We have to start walking. We have to go." I try to shake my head. I can't go. I can't do anything. She just needs to leave me here. I'm too far gone, too broken. If she stays with me, we'll both be left out here in the dark, and we'll both die by some horrible creature. She has to go find the path without me. It's the fastest, safest thing for her to do. But I can't find the words. Instead, she puts my arm around her shoulders and she lifts me up. A scream tears from my mouth, and if I thought the pain couldn't get worse before, I was wrong. It's mind-numbing. Everything goes black and I hear her saying my name. She's begging me for something that I don't understand. I think for a moment that she'll drop me, bringing this pain to another impossible level, but she continues to drag me forward. Her strength surprises me for a moment, somewhere in my mind where I can still feel surprised. The truth is, she's probably one of the only people I know who could carry me in this situation, because she's one of the two families. Even though she's so tiny and I'm huge compared to her, her extra strength can probably handle me, at least for a little while. But she's been hurt. She has to realize that leaving me here is the best thing for everyone. What the hell is she doing? And yet she keeps dragging me, even though it feels like she's almost completely carrying me because my legs feel like jello beneath me, and we're going over rough terrain. Several times we tumble to the side, and I'm screaming again in pain, but she simply picks me back up and tells me we have to keep going. I don't know how she finds the strength, the willpower, but I can't focus on that. I don't have the energy. Time passes, and I'm in and out of consciousness. Sometimes I'm aware of where we are. Sometimes I'm nowhere, completely lost to the pain. But when I come back to myself, I realize that it's getting darker. It's evening. Nothing here looks familiar, or maybe it all looks familiar. I don't know. The only thing close to as bad as a storm in Neverwood is being caught off a path at night. We stop and she leans me against a tree before slowly lowering me to the ground. Then she collapses on the ground across from me. I stare at her, feeling like nothing but a burden. She's banged up as hell, the bruise on her face having darkened to a nasty black and blue color, but somehow she still found the strength to take us this far, even though she looks like she's fading. I don't know what to do. It's getting dark. I'm not sure if we're getting closer to the path or further away, she says, and her voice sounds broken. I mumble something. I want it to be me telling her to just leave me, to just go and find the path, but it really just comes out as complete gibberish. So I try again, and leave me finally comes out clearly, even though my voice sounds weak even to my own ears. Her gaze jerks to me, those incredible eyes of hers wide, and then she reaches out and touches my face and says, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be with you the whole time. Do you understand?" It hits me that she must have thought I was telling her not to leave me. So I tried to shake my head and failed to accomplish even that simple movement. Having her continue to drag me through the woods while putting herself in danger is the opposite of what I want. I'm going to die here. There's nothing left for her to do for me. She needs to make the smart choice and just leave me and get herself onto the path. I'm the idiot who did this to us. I'm the idiot who was too proud, and actions have consequences. Because yes, that's what this was all about. I wanted to get the Goldarium before she could, to prove to her and everyone else I could do this job. And I didn't look around or use the least bit of fucking caution. In doing so, I made the fatal mistake of not noticing my surroundings. If she hadn't knocked me out of the way, that earthworm would have killed me. And I can't just keep putting her in danger. It's not fair. It's not right. She deserves better than to die in the dark with an idiot. She has to go. She has to leave me here. Go, I tell her again, and my vision is blurred by tears. Her hand moves up and catches the tear leaking from the corner of my eye. Not without you. You understand? I'm going to beat you as a goldkeeper, not because you're dead, but because I'm better. I almost believe her, except that I can read those expressive eyes of hers. She's not here because she wants to beat me. She's here because she's trying to save us both. The fool. Stay here, she tells me, and then she's gone again. I can't respond. All I can do is lie here and let my thoughts run wild, thoughts that inevitably turn to Elora. My mind goes back to memories I've tried to repress, memories of her in school,
Elora has always been the kind of person who's hard not to stare at.
Her face is expressive at all times, always showing her every feeling, and whenever she speaks, she sounds like she's telling the most exciting story of her life. I think that's one of the reasons I tried to bother her sometimes when we were younger. No one would have allowed us to interact in a positive way, but I wanted to be close to her. And so I found myself making fun of her, messing with her stuff, going out of my way to make her life harder. Nothing too serious, just enough for her to notice me. Yes, I was young at the time, but that didn't excuse it. I didn't treat other girls like that, only her, and only because I wanted to see the irritation in her eyes. I wanted to see anything in her eyes, as long as it was directed at me. I often found myself angry when I saw her speaking to others. I assumed the possessive feeling that filled my chest was because we were enemies, and because every person who was a friend of hers couldn't be a friend of mine. I told myself that 1,000 times, but still I never really understood where the obsession with her came from. I think sometimes I just felt lonely. Being a young kid and being a goalkeeper in training meant seeing all these incredible things in Neverwood, things that we couldn't tell anyone else about. My father had made that clear to me from the time I was little. Whatever we see in Neverwood we have to keep to ourselves, he would say. We could tell people that there were plants and trees and that it was dangerous and wild, but that's all we could say. Every time. My father had me practice the same answers to give people over and over again. He said not to mention ogres, not to mention any of the unique creatures that our people might want to try to use, to take advantage of. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but now I can only imagine what would happen. The council would suddenly decide we need to start luring ogres back for them to try and use in some way. My mother would be in full support of it. My thoughts go back to Elora, to the way that she looked at school dances. She always dressed in a simple way that somehow managed to make her look more beautiful than any other woman in the room. Like she knew she didn't need lots of makeup or fancy clothes to draw every eye in the room to her. And she was right. I remember every guy she's ever dated. I have a list of those names in my mind. How long she dated them, and how close they seemed to be. I've even guessed which ones she'd slept with and which ones she hadn't. An idea that has always bothered me more than I want to think about. That sometimes keeps me up at night. I have one guy I'd considered a friend who dated her. When I found out about him going out with her, I'd cut him off so fast that it shocked everyone. He accused me of hating her so much that I wasn't capable of sharing him as a friend with her. Even then, if I was honest with myself, I'd known it was something else. Something more. Time ticks away and I'm getting cold. My entire body trembles as my thoughts go from sharp to blurry. I'm aching, hurting in every way. I want to fall asleep now, to pass out, to forget about all of this, to forget about the possibility that maybe Elora isn't coming back. I told her to go. I can't exactly be upset if she listened. And then a face is above me again. Elora's beautiful, bruised-up face. Come on, I found a place to stay the night. Let's go. She's picking me up again, and fresh pain awakens inside of me. My vision goes from black to blurred, and I try to fight her, to make her let me go, to stop the horrible pain that comes when she moves me. I struggle against her as much as I can. Some part of me just wants to lay there and die. But she won't have it. Elora continues to drag me along. I can practically hear her gritting her teeth, determined not to let me go no matter what. And so at last I stop struggling and just let her walk and walk, knowing I'm not strong enough to stop her or to keep fighting against her. It feels like forever before we're suddenly approaching a cave. I blink, and then we're inside of it. She takes me into the darkness and lays me down. The only light comes from the glow of the goldarium around our necks. "I'll be right back," she tells me, and then she's gone again. For some reason, this time her leaving feels worse. Like she put me in this cave to give me a fighting chance to heal, so she didn't have to feel guilty about completely abandoning me. But I don't know anymore. My thoughts don't make sense. My emotions feel strange. I remind myself that's what I told her I wanted her to do, yet I don't want to just die out here. It's a terrifying thing to think about, laying in this dark cave, waiting for my injuries to overcome me, or for some strange creature to walk in and feed on me until I die. At the very least, I hope I can reach the dagger on my belt, so if it comes down to it, I can cut my own throat, rather than dying slowly and painfully. Those dark thoughts and others haunt me as I lie in that darkness. I have no idea what will really happen. Will she come back? Was she only saying she'd return? Or had she never reassured me in any way, and I was imagining it all? I managed to turn my head just a little to look toward the entrance of the cave, as Elora dumps a pile of wood on the ground, a bag slung over her shoulder. She kneels down beside me and I watch her as she slowly starts a fire. She goes back out again and in and out a few more times, carrying wood and other things. I'm not entirely sure how much time is passing as she's doing this. At last she has a good pile of wood resting along the wall and some other things I can't quite make out. Then she stands over me for a minute, looking down at me for reasons I don't understand. Outside, I hear a roar. It cuts through the sounds of birds in the night, almost shaking the ground beneath me. The sound is familiar, but for some reason, I can't remember what it is. All I'm sure of is that it's bad, that it's dangerous. Elora launches into action, seeming to understand the situation better than I do. I watch as she unzips her pack and slowly pulls out the goldarium she'd found. She places it on the ground and then touches it with her hand. Her eyes close and she stands still for a very long time. Then I watch as the goldarium grows taller and taller and wider, spreading out until it covers the entire entrance to the cave. For a minute, it's just a screen of gold. And then the gold color fades away and I see a big steel door sealing us off from the outside world. Gold keepers are permitted to use the goldarium in Neverwood any time it's needed, although we try not to. It's only done in the most extreme of situations, my father had said. I guess this could be considered an extreme situation. Hell, it definitely is. She comes back and collapses next to me, leaning against the cave wall like a discarded doll. I see her breathing hard, like she's just run a marathon, although I'm sure her exhaustion has more to do with her injuries than what she's been doing. The two families have endurance to spare under normal circumstances. Rest, I tell her, and I must have actually been able to speak the word aloud because she jerks her head towards me. She crawls over and kneels beside me, lifts my head, and begins to give me water. At first, I'm mostly choking on it, but slowly I manage to drink. When I'm done, she drinks some water herself before she goes and gets something from the shadows, then comes back to my side. I'm not sure what she's doing, but a minute later, I taste the sweetness of berries on my tongue. I don't want to eat them. I don't want to eat anything. Sleep calls for me, promising to stop the pain, to get me away from all of this. But she won't let me. You need your strength. If you don't eat, you won't heal, she says, repeating something my father had said 1,000,000 times before. Gold keepers could heal faster than anyone else, but not if they weren't fed, not if they didn't drink. If they left themselves in bad condition, they would heal almost as slowly as the rest of our people. Still, I struggle, trying to get out of her grasp. She continues, squishing berries between her fingers and feeding them to me. Slowly, slowly, until at last she lets me drop my head back, and then she eats the berries herself. I see her use the water from her flask to clean her fingers, and then she puts more wood on the fire, building it up until it creates a warm glow that chases away some of the chill that I've been feeling since the river. "It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay," she whispers. But this time I'm not sure if she's telling me or herself. Elora unrolls her blanket from her pack and lays it on top of me. Then she gets the blanket from my pack and lays that on top of me too. I'm about to protest, to tell her she needs to stay warm too, when she crawls under the blankets with me, wrapping herself around me. She murmurs again, "Everything's okay. I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to us." There's a hiss of steel, followed by her placing her dagger right out where she can reach it, although I'm not sure exactly why. Then I hear more roaring, louder than before. Something begins to bang on the door that seals us inside the cave, and I feel Elora trembling behind me. "Everything's okay," she tells me again. "I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to us." But the pounding continues. Against my will, my eyes close. I still feel Elora trembling behind me, and I get the sense that she isn't going to be sleeping anytime soon. But the pain and the exhaustion from the day is too strong. It demands that I ignore the roaring and banging outside the door, dragging me slowly into sleep. Ogres. That's what they are, some distant thought whispers. And I'm pretty sure at some point those ogres are going to break down that door and kill us both. But it looks like I'll be asleep when they do. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know. 12. Elora. I don't know how we made it through the night. I barely slept as ogres pounded on our door, roaring and screaming in fury, while I tried not to give in to my terror or sob from the pain exploding from my side. I'd watched the door that I had used the Goldarium to make, praying that it was strong enough to hold them back, but it had been hours and hours before they finally seemed to give up and walk away. Then I fell asleep. My dreams were filled with nightmares, broken only by the moments I woke up in too much pain to stay asleep. When awake, I was haunted by thoughts of what we would do after this. Thoughts of what would happen if we never found the path again. Perhaps we'd be lost in Neverwood forever. Maybe it wouldn't be the ogres that ate us, but exposure to the elements or some other awful thing that did us in. All I knew for certain was that if we couldn't get back onto the path, eventually we'd die out here. The worst part is that Callum is depending on me because there's no way he can do this on his own. I have no doubt his injuries would have killed a normal person. Flashes of images come to my mind, of Callum curled around me as I fell over the edge of that waterfall for some reason, when he'd been safely clinging to a rock only moments before. Of a snapped bone sticking out of flesh. Of the water clouded with blood. But I pushed those images away, my teeth chattering from nerves, not the cold. Seeing the gash in his head had been scary, but his leg? I'd actually vomited. Callum was lucky to be alive. And if he hadn't been curled around me when we fell, how much worse would my much smaller body have handled the fall? It wouldn't have handled it, because I wouldn't have made it. I shiver at the thought. After a night's rest, he'd heal, but not enough to do more than walk at most. He'd need me to be the strong one, to be the one who made decisions, who decided where we should go and which direction would be best, to try to keep us out of danger. I'm not yet confident enough to be sure I can keep myself out of danger. Now I have another person, an injured person, to watch out for. It's a lot. So after waking up from yet another nightmare,
I open my eyes to see that the fire has died down to nothing but small embers. Staring at it exhaustedly, I know I have to get up to stir the fire, to get things ready for us to keep moving, since I have no doubt the door won't hold for another night. However, I find I don't want to leave the blankets. Not at all. I'm firmly pressed against Callum's body, and even though I'm the one holding him, it makes me feel safer to be against him, to feel his heart beating against my hand, breathing in the scent of the river and fresh-cut wood that always seems to be a part of him. It's just nice. As strong and muscular as Callum is, he also feels soft in my arms, which surprises me. I've never imagined anything about Callum could be soft. As time passes, I hold him gently, thinking about the fact that he and I can never be more than enemies. It isn't just that our society would never let us be anything more than that. It's that there's too much hurt between us. Too many moments of pain. Too many cruel things done on both ends. I remember years ago, one of Callum's best friends had asked me on a date. The boy was cute, funny, and interesting. Someone that I might have dated no matter what. But I have to admit that part of the reason I went out with him was because he was Callum's friend, and I knew dating him would get under his skin. And sure enough, it did. What I didn't expect was that it was going to end their friendship. I try not to feel bad about it, but I do. As much as everyone seems to pull Callum into their conversations, as much as girls seem to throw themselves at him, Callum has only ever had a couple of close friends. I, apparently, had been the reason for ruining one of his friendships. I swear he never forgave me for it, just like I never forgave him for a million other things. Once I had a locket that my great-grandfather had left me. He was a brave man who had died in Neverwood. Although I'd never met him, I'd only heard the stories. Callum was messing around one day. I'd insulted him, I don't even remember how, and he'd ripped the necklace off my neck and thrown it into a lake. I'd searched for that necklace for hours, weeks, months. Whenever I could, I'd dive down deep, touching the bottom of the lake, hoping to find it. Yet it was all in vain. The necklace was just gone. It was only one of many, many moments where we hurt each other purposely. For some reason, though, here in Neverwood, it feels like none of that really matters. Like all that matters here is surviving, and that working together is our best chance at doing that. So we're not the heirs of the two families. We're just two people who need each other. Still, if we ever get out of here, I have a feeling nothing will change in Paradise Falls, and for some reason, that's a little sad to me. I feel tears filling my eyes and shake them away. I'm not really this emotional normally. I'm just hurting. My hip and side feel the worst. I don't think I could lay on that side if someone paid me to. It throbs through every inch of me as if to remind me that I might be strong, but I'm not immortal. And then there are the other spots all over my body, including my face, that feel awful, but not nearly as bad as my hip. They throbbed all night long, and even though they feel much better now, the pain has still left me feeling vulnerable and weak. Two things that I hate most in this world. Wiping my tears away, I unwind myself from Callum. My clothes feel stiff, mostly dry though, which is a good thing. But my body feels even stiffer. So I move it around, stretching, feeling for any new injuries or anything unexpected. But it's my side that screams with pain. Every breath I take hurts. Every movement hurts. So I guess I'll be breathing and moving carefully. I add more wood to the fire, wash off the berries with just a little bit of water, and drink, trying to decide when the best time to wake Callum is. Usually, ogres are night creatures. If they had been up the night before, it's very unlikely that they'll be outside our cave again, right now, or anytime soon.
In all likelihood, they'll return tonight and search for us. So we need to be as far from this place as we can by then. We need to find the path. I start going over where we had gone, how we had fallen down the river, and everything else, and determine that the path will be somewhere to our right. At least, it should be if we keep walking in that direction. Eventually, we'll run into it, so that's what we need to do. Even though it'll be hard and dangerous. As I'm eating a few berries and taking another sip of water, I twist a little and have to bite down on a sob. Whatever the hell happened to my side and hip, it's more painful than I'd thought after a night of rest. It hurts any time I twist or move in certain directions, but especially whenever I take a deep breath. I have no doubt my skin and muscles took a hell of a beating, but it's more than that. Standing slowly, I pull up my shirt and see a massive bruise covering the side of my stomach and going down. It's black and purple and miserable looking, but clearly there's more to the injury. I undo my jeans and slide them down, frowning at what I see. The fabric of my thong just barely covers my hip, so it does nothing to conceal the fact that the bruise stretches down my hip to my mid-thigh. Given the fact that I'm still hurting significantly when I move, I'd likely broken or bruised a bone when I smashed against the rocks. Fun times. In fact, just what I need. There are lots of other bruises and cuts on my body, but even as I study each of them, I notice that most of the bruises have dulled to light green marks, and the cuts are scabbed over and healing. That's good, at least. It means I'm eating and drinking enough to supply my body with what it needs to work correctly. However, I just know my side injury means I'll still be struggling today, which I don't need. Not when we have a long distance to go, and probably a lot of dangers between here and the path. Feeling frustrated, I take a few deep breaths and look at Callum, wondering how the hell I'm supposed to pull it together and drag him through the woods today. Which is when I realize his eyes are open. Those big pools of green are watching me with more interest than I would have ever imagined. When he realizes I've seen him, his expression changes a little, and then he looks away. Fighting the awkward feeling rising inside of me, I pull up my pants and redo the zipper and button, telling myself there's no reason for things to feel strange between us. People see me in far less when I wear my bikini to the hot springs, so things shouldn't feel as intimate and uncomfortable as they do right now. Smoothing down my shirt, I take another sip of water and look back at Callum beneath my lashes. I wonder if he can talk today, and how much he's aware of since yesterday he seemed to be out of it. My suspicion is that he's doing better, since the look he'd given me when I caught him staring said he was fully with it, but I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. "How are you feeling?" I ask, and my voice sounds strangely loud in the silence. He clears his throat and says something, but it comes out scratchy. So I cross the cave and kneel down in front of him as he tries to sit up. I help him, trying my best to lift his huge body into a sitting position, even though my body screams in protest from the movement. Then I offer him the water skin. I'm grateful when his hands lift and he takes it himself, because it's a good sign. He drinks and drinks for a really long time before finally stopping, which means he's getting stronger. And that hopefully means we'll be able to keep going today and get as far away from this cave as we possibly can before nightfall. Callum finally looks at me and our eyes hold once more. And for some reason, this close to him, I think again about the day we kissed. I try so damn hard not to think about that day because in so many ways, it fills me with anger and embarrassment. But still, the memories return. It had been a party, one of my first that involved alcohol, and I had to admit that I was more than a little drunk. Someone had suggested playing the game 7 Minutes in Heaven. The host's house had different closets along a wall, 3 or 4 at least. Apparently, the person's mom liked storage, so it was the perfect situation for a few people to play at a time. I'd agreed to go in one because there was a guy that I'd been making eyes at all night, and I thought it was the perfect excuse to kiss him in the dark. So I'd gone inside, and the host had promised me she would send him in. So when a man came slipping in a few minutes later, my drunk self didn't even question it. I wrapped my arms around his big, strong shoulders and pulled him in for a kiss. The moment our mouths met, it was like electricity was passing between us, like a fire was burning inside of us that was all-consuming. It was a passion I'd never experienced in my life, never even imagined. We'd kissed, and our tongues tangled together, battling each other for control. A groan had slipped from his lips, so deep and thrilling that it had felt like a caress down my spine. Then our kissing changed, turning into something that I wasn't ready for, something that felt wild and reckless and dangerous. He'd grabbed my ass, lifting me up, and I'd wrapped my legs around his back. His hands had moved down, cupping my ass, pressing me against his very hard, very long erection. In that moment, I think I would have had sex with him. I think I would have forgotten that everyone was outside that door and just fucked his brains out. That's how hot it was. I could actually feel myself dripping wet for the first time in my life, and he was like the only thing I'd ever wanted. Hell, I can honestly say I never wanted anything more in my life. Then I'd heard him moan. Maybe I'd imagined it was my name, maybe it was something else. But the voice was definitely not that of the boy that I intended to be kissing, the person I had expected to be in that closet with me. And then I breathed in his scent, that of freshly chopped wood. And I knew it was Callum. I pushed him away, angrily asking if it was Callum. His voice had been filled with shock that I even remembered now, when he said he was, like he wasn't sure why it mattered. Or maybe he didn't expect to hear my voice. I don't know which. I'd pushed past him and raced out the door, not wanting anyone to find the two of us in there together. We've never spoken about that day. After that, I caught him looking at me more than once, and I wondered what he thought. Did he know how much I enjoyed what we were doing? Did he know that he made me feel things I'd never felt before? And did he feel the same way? Or was it only that I was drunk and had imagined it? If I had been sober, would I have realized he was really just there letting me touch him, not enjoying any of it? I have no idea, and I hate that I have no idea what he thought of it. I'm okay, Callum finally says, shaking me from the memory. I realize that we're still close, painfully close. So I pull away and grab the little sack that I filled with berries, then push it between us. He eats eagerly, and I encourage him to eat more and more. He needs it. His body needs it. I eat some too until the sweet fruit is all gone. Then we share some jerky. It's hard and not particularly good, but I feel a little stronger after eating it. When we're finally finished, we both sit back looking exhausted, just from eating. But he has a little more color in his cheeks, which tells me the food did him good. Do you think you're strong enough to walk today? I ask him. He takes a long moment to answer, a moment where he avoids my gaze. I have to be, right? He's right. Even though I wish he wasn't. Yeah. I think the ogres will be back tonight, and we'll be in trouble if we're not long gone. He nods, but I can't tell what he's thinking. Any idea which way the path is? I'm pretty sure it's somewhere to the right, I tell him, trying to sound confident and not like I'd rather swallow a razor blade than continue walking in Neverwood off a path. If we just keep heading in that direction, we'll hit it eventually, I finish, and almost force a smile. He nods again, then winces. I think he's in more pain than he's letting on. You're sure you can travel? I ask again, softening the question. Yeah. How about you? His gaze runs over me and lingers on my side. I realize I probably look like hell and that him seeing the ugly bruise might have him worried. I'm better than I look, I say, attempting a joke. But he doesn't smile. He just reaches out and pushes the hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ear slowly. That's a pretty bad bruise. I shrug as he drops his hand, trying to ignore the unexpected butterflies in my stomach. I can't see myself, but if it looks as bad as it hurts, yeah, it probably is. He grins, and his smile, it's spectacular. That's how I kind of feel about my whole body right now. I can't help but laugh, and for some reason, laughing with him isn't weird. Which is weird, so I distract myself from the fluttering in my stomach and launch into action, going around repacking our things, including our blankets. He tries to help, but I wave him away. You need to save your strength. We have a long way to go. To my relief, he settles back against the cave wall, but I can feel him watching my every move, and I wonder what he's thinking. Is he angry with me? Does he wish I hadn't pushed us into that river, or is he grateful? Does he know that the alternative was him being eaten by an earthworm? I have no idea. I just wish in saving him from the earthworm, I hadn't created this situation for both of us. I'm sorry, I say. His gaze meets mine, and he tilts his head, a look of confusion on his face. For what? I hesitate, not sure what to say. The river. He seems to study me as I finish rolling up his blanket. The river we had a chance with. The earthworm? Not so much. At least he realizes that. There's one thing I can't figure out, and I kind of wish I'd thought a little bit before opening my mouth. How did you end up around me when we fell from the waterfall? I mean, I saw you on the rock. I thought you'd be okay. In answer, he simply shrugs, which, oddly enough, makes me even more curious. Did you slip? I mean, you were holding me and the rock, and then... Does it really matter? He asks, his tone giving nothing away. We're here now. That's the most important part. I guess he's right, but I can't help but feel like there's more to the situation than I'm aware of. Although what, I'm not sure. Callum is many things, but most certainly a man of mystery. Yet, since I have no idea how to get a better answer out of him, I just focus on finishing packing. When I have everything ready, I drop his backpack beside him, then kneel down next to him. I'm going to check the wound on your head. All right. He seems to take a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. So, how bad was it? It had been bad, but a wound like that is easier for us to heal. It wasn't pretty, I tell him, but I soften my words with a smile. I reach for the gauze around his head. Luckily for me, the emergency kit I always packed seemed to have everything I needed for his injuries, including this gauze and the antibiotic ointment I'd covered the wound in. I'd also used butterfly bandages to close it, since I didn't have the time for stitches, and hoped it was just small enough not to need them, at least for a member of the two families. The gauze falls away pretty easily, so I part his blonde hair to see that the wound has in fact begun closing. It's still about as long as my index finger, and at one point it had been almost as wide as my finger, but now it's more like a small line weaving through his hair, which is a really good sign. Still, it looks painful. I sigh. It's on the mend, but it may leave a scar. I'm embarrassed. Stitches would have probably ensured he wasn't left with a scar. As it is now, it shouldn't be that bad, but I have a feeling there will be some permanent reminder of his injury. "A scar I can handle," he says, his voice strangely low. It's so low that I shiver in response to it. I clear my throat, avoiding his gaze. I'll leave the butterfly bandages on it, because I think they could help. Shaking my head, I feel frustration rise inside of me. But if I had just taken a few more minutes to stitch this up. To my surprise, he catches my wrist and tugs me, so I pull away from his head and settle back in front of him. "If you'd have wasted precious minutes stitching me up to prevent a scar, those ogres would have caught us, and we'd be dead. Being out here means making hard decisions, and you did, and you made the right one." Whoa. Okay. Because what else can I say? This conversation feels deeper than it should between us. But won't a scar hurt your pretty boy image? Now our gazes do catch, and he smiles. The smile that makes my heart race. The one that actually reaches his startling green eyes and lifts the corners of his mouth. May the gods damn this man and his impossibly beautiful face. Even a little dirty and with a scruff of beard growing on his normally clean-shaven face. He's so fucking good-looking. I can see why women are basically lining up to take their number to get into his bed. If his dick is half as nice as his face, he's a ride anyone would want to take. Hell, they'd ride his face too. And probably his hands. Internally, I groan because I'm becoming a pervert. When I get home, I might just have to find a nice man for a quick fuck. Otherwise, I'll keep directing all my dirty thoughts at the only man I can't have. Doesn't forbidden fruit taste the sweetest? I push the thought aside. Callum isn't forbidden. He's just rotten. "Elora?" He says my name in that strange way that always makes me want to run as far from him as I can, for reasons I don't understand. "You stay here. I'll check if it's safe outside." I rush out as I hurry to my feet, suppressing a groan when my side aches in response to the quick movement. To my surprise, he glares and says, "Like hell," then begins trying to struggle to his feet. Is he actually trying to stand and help me check the perimeter? Is he insane? "Callum." I kneel down in a panic and put my hands on his hard chest, trying to push him back down before he injures himself further. His heartbeat races under my hands. "It'll be a cold day in hell before I let you go out there alone." Okay, that's surprising. "Callum, I'm fine," I tell him, more caught off guard than upset. We've had the same training. He knows damn well that I can handle myself. Out of the two of us, I'm clearly in better condition right now. Him going with me to check for the ogres would be just plain stupid. But he just keeps struggling. Now I am frustrated. "Just sit. If I spot any ogres, I'll be running right back into the cave." "No, I'll be kicking their asses while you get to safety," he says, but his grumpy words are laced with pain. Seeing his complete refusal to stop trying, I pull back, not knowing how to handle this stubborn man. My body hurts. My freaking face hurts. And I just need something to be easy. But even this isn't. It's frustrating to watch him struggle, but I don't know what the hell else to say. So that's all I can do. Watch and wait for him to figure out he has limited strength right now. When he can't make it to his feet after a few minutes, he glares down at his leg, and my gaze follows his. The branch I wrapped his leg with is looser than it should be, which he seems to realize at the same moment I do. So, wordlessly, he pulls out a t-shirt from his bag and rips it up, then wraps his leg and ties the bandages to it more tightly. Finally, he tries to stand again. Fucking hell. This time, I go to help him because it's better than watching his helpless attempts again. And because it's clear he's unwilling to do the smart thing and give up. I can tell he doesn't want my help by the dirty look he gives me when I touch him. but we manage to get him to his feet, even though he's breathing hard from the effort. For a second, he's just leaning against the cave wall, panting, and I'm pressed against him, panting too. Both of us are exhausted mentally and physically. And then I look up at him, trying to figure out what to do now with this giant, stubborn man. Our gazes collide, and I swear we both stop breathing. Our bodies being pressed together takes on a whole other meaning, and I'm not sure if I should press myself against him harder or pull away. His gaze darkens. His head lowers, if only by an inch. And I swear he's about to say something or do something we can never come back from. Or this whole thing is just in my head. Practically jumping away from him, I try to focus on the matter at hand. I should really look outside the first time by myself. Just in case. I begin, not wanting to upset his fragile male ego again, but knowing damn well this guy can't run from an ogre right now. And staying alive is all that really matters, not these weird moments between us. I got it. I'm fine. His gaze meets mine again, and there's a flicker of something unexpected. Guilt, maybe, which surprises me. And then his words soften. It's bad enough you had to drag me here and get everything taken care of yourself. I'm doing better. I can handle what I need to. Is Callum Runefall actually feeling guilty and a little embarrassed, maybe? I'd have to unpack how that makes me feel later. I go to put his arm around my shoulder, but he pulls away. I can walk without help. Maybe, for 2 seconds, and then he's going down. Just let me help you. He glares and his jaw clenches stubbornly. I'm fine. The idiot is most certainly not fine. But what the hell can I say to get him to understand that? I sigh and grab my own pack, then head for the door, hoping that letting him out there with me is the right decision. What? He says behind me, and there's frustration in his voice. I glance back as he hobbles with extreme difficulty to the door, and it hits me. The way to handle him. I just wish you'd be a little less predictable, is all. Then I try to look innocent so he'll take the bait. Predictable how? He asks, lifting an arrogant brow. I shrug, trying to hide my smile. You just have that whole fragile male ego thing going on, like you'd rather die than let little old me help you, which is exactly what I'd expect of you. Little old you, he snorts. You're more dangerous than a fucking viper. Ouch. At least I don't have an itsy-bitsy ego, I tell him, pinching my fingers together and leaving just a little space between them, before glancing pointedly down at his crotch. He knows exactly what I'm saying based on the fire in his eyes. Nothing about me is itsy-bitsy, he practically growls. So I smile. Then you don't mind me checking outside the cave without you. There's silence, then a mumbling of curse words followed by, whatever. So I turn the lock on the door like a vault, and it groans as it opens. I flinch, half expecting an ogre to explode into the cave and kill us both. But when nothing comes, I swing open the door and step outside. Nothing seems off directly outside of our cave, but when I glance at the other side of the metal door, I see that the dents on the door are a hell of a lot worse than I ever imagined. How many more punches could it take before it fell? Not many, that's all I'm sure of. I shake my head. It's sad that I used my first Goldarium found by myself to make the door, but it's clear it was the right decision. Without it, those ogres would have killed us last night. Unfortunately, that's the last of the Goldarium we have available to use, because, life or death, we won't part with the ones in our necklaces. Countless people from the two families have come before us and never cracked the necklaces. We wouldn't be the first. So, we need to be even more careful this time. I move slowly out of the cave and look around. The morning is bright, birds are chirping, and nothing seems to be out of place. I explore carefully around the cave, and seeing no evidence of the ogres or anything else that might want to devour us, I return to Callum. He's managed to make it to the door, even though he's huffing and puffing like crazy, and I see he's snagged another branch from my pile of firewood to use as a walking stick. More than that, though, he looks determined, like he's trying like hell to pretend like he can do this. I'm glad, because he has to do this, even though he should be smart enough to do it with my help instead of insisting he's fine on his own. That kind of ego is dangerous out here. Grabbing my bag, I put it on, then help Callum put on his bag too. I can sense his anger as I do so, but I'm kind of getting the feeling he's less angry at me and more angry at himself for needing the help. I try to think of any time in Paradise Falls where I remember him asking anyone for help, and come up short. This man, like all Rune Falls, prefers to handle everything himself, even when it's absolutely stupid, like now. My gaze goes to him. He's bending down too far to use the walking stick. Sweat beads his forehead. His face is pinched with pain. Pride covers him like a cloak. He's going to re-injure himself before we've even started. I hurry toward him and loop one arm around his back, then wrap his arm around my shoulders. Electricity sizzles between us, and I hear him inhale sharply. Our gazes collide, and there's a brief moment when it's hard to breathe, before I manage to look away. Focusing on our goal, I steady my voice. We'll keep going as long as we can, moving to the east until we hit the road, which shouldn't be too hard, since that's the direction the sun is currently at. He doesn't say anything, but I feel his muscles tense, and he hooks his walking stick onto his bag to use me to lean on instead, thankfully. Then we start moving. It's awkward maneuvering around the plants and rocks as one unit. It's even harder because the ground seems to be sloping upwards, but it's a vast improvement to the day before. Callum is actually conscious and moving along with me, rather than me basically dragging him. Still, both of us are breathing hard after a short time, even though we don't slow. We push ourselves as the morning passes us by, barely speaking, just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. I don't think either of us is used to hurting like this. Our first trainer had done some sick things to get us in fighting shape. But no matter what he did, we got to go home at the end of the day, rest and heal. This is a different kind of hell. Several times a strange feeling comes over me, and I pull him down. I hear Callum bite down on a groan of pain each time, but some instinct tells me we're not safe. And I've come to respect my instincts, even if they aren't always right. On the third time, I can tell Callum is frustrated. He seems to be okay when walking, but the movement of being pulled down and getting back up is hard for him. He opens his mouth, and I get the feeling he's not going to say something very nice when we feel the earth shake. A hill not far from us begins to change and grow, then it suddenly rises, changing into a giant. The creature sends dirt, plants, and even trees raining down from it, which means this giant has probably been asleep for a long time. But none of the debris is close enough to reach us. Silently, we stare at the creature in wonder. He's easily bigger than a 4-story building, and gray in color, like most giants, even though his back is covered in grass and trees still. His eyes are big and wide, but surprisingly filled with irritation too. He takes a step closer to us, a step that shakes the ground in an unsettling way. And then, as I watch in disbelief, he stretches, shaking more debris loose. Callum reacts before I can, pulling me under him, shielding me with his body as the movement sends things falling down on us. We're both coughing in a cloud of dirt when I finally manage to look up again. It takes a second for the dust to clear enough for me to see anything at all, but when it does, I spot the giant. He's still standing near us, looking around as if searching for something. I hold my breath, hoping he didn't hear us. My dad had said some giants are kind and helpful, but just as often they'd snack on you. And I'm not about to take any chances that this guy is in the mood for a human sandwich after sleeping for so long. There's a painfully long moment when my thoughts are racing, when I'm wondering if he'll see us and we won't be able to outrun him. But as I'm starting to internally spiral, he turns away from us and begins to walk in the opposite direction. Relief flows through me even though the ground shakes beneath his feet, creating an earthquake-like feeling. All I can do is cling to Callum's shirt, gritting my teeth, hoping that the earth doesn't crumble under us and that nothing falls on top of us. But eventually, the shaking gentles and the giant fades from view. "Fuck," Callum says, then looks at me, his body still wrapped around me. "How did you know?" I shake my head, feeling flustered. How am I supposed to explain the weird feeling I get sometimes? "Instincts," I say simply. "That's more than instincts," he says, but his words are soft, almost a whisper. His gaze meets mine again, and I hate that everything fades away around me. I can't see anything but his incredible face, and the desire to reach up and let my fingers trail along his jaw is almost impossible to ignore. I bite my lip, noticing yet again that after our time out here, stubble has started to grow on his face. Callum has always been more of a clean-cut type, but for some reason, I like him like this too. He looks more rugged, more real. Like whatever part he plays in Paradise Falls is truly just a persona, and this is who the real Callum is. Then there are his eyes. I hate how beautiful they are sometimes. They remind me of Neverwood in the spring, when some of the plants turn an incredible green color. As unlike the color of the plants and trees back home as I can imagine. It's deeper, lusher, and utterly captivating. A shudder rolls through me and I realize he's staring right back at me. His gaze changes from a curious one to something else, something that makes his hard body on top of mine feel even more solid than before, and even more tempting. I wonder what he'd do right now if I shifted to allow him to settle between my thighs. Fuck! Elora, what are you doing? I look away from him, feeling my cheeks heat. I think the coast is clear. We should... something, right? We should do something. "Right, the path," he says, and his voice is lower than I've ever heard it. It's not quite a whisper, but so damn low and husky that I actually feel my nipples harden. Which is crazy. I'm filthy, tired, and injured. The last thing I should be thinking about is the incredibly sexy man who is currently practically straddling me. Also, when did I start thinking of Callum as incredibly sexy? I must be delirious. Getting rest, water, and food will need to be a priority today before I find myself declaring my love for him and dancing in fields of flowers. Clearing my throat, I say, "Can you get off by yourself?" Oh, fuckity fuck. Did I really just say that? Did those words really leave my mouth? My face feels like it's on fire. I just want to melt into the ground and never be seen again. He takes a long minute to answer, and then his words come out slowly. "I could use a little help." I don't know what he's talking about. I don't even know what I want him to be talking about. Wait, no. There's no chance I want him to be thinking about me like that. He's a damn runefall. I've officially, completely lost my mind. So I lean up a little, intending on moving him carefully to the side, but all it does is bring me closer to him. My breasts brush against his hard chest, and I know if I look up at him right now,
he'll see exactly what I'm thinking about. And since I can't let that happen, I let my hands run over his back, dusting off the dirt, little branches and pebbles that cover his body. When I'm done, I'm breathing hard, and I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the effort of cleaning him off. There, I manage, my voice nearly as husky as his was. Now, let me get you on your back. On your back? Hell. I pretend not to notice the implications of my words and turn slowly to slide him onto the ground next to me. He groans as I do so, probably from pain, and there's one awkward moment when I'm practically on top of him, but then I slide back to my spot, relieved when I'm no longer touching him. There. That's done. We handled the giant and whatever the hell that was. I'm about to stand again when he adds, "Mind if we take a quick break?" I nod, realizing that actually sounds really good and might even give me a chance to focus on something other than Callum. We crack open our food and water right where we are, having a strange picnic of sorts. But it's not the break from my problems that I hoped for when I note that our water is starting to get really low, which isn't a good sign. I should have gathered some the night before and boiled it, except, the ogres. I just hope it'll be enough to get us back to the path and to the river that often runs beside it. Yet I don't say anything to Callum. If he hasn't noticed, well, he has enough to worry about. We both eat some jerky and dried fruit, then drink just a little. The food isn't exactly good, but it's amazing in that moment. Not a steak, a cheeseburger, or a pizza, but it makes me feel stronger, which is what we need out here. When we're done eating, I'm relieved to see Callum has more color back in his face. He should be back to his old self in no time at all if he doesn't push himself too hard, and if he continues eating and drinking, which is a marked improvement from yesterday. Keep going? I ask, even though my body is begging me to just lay down right here and take a nap. He nods, and we both pack up slowly. Then I help him to his feet, and to my relief, he accepts the help without a fight. It's not that I want to see Mr. Cocky broken down enough not to argue with me. It's just that I don't have the strength to fight him and this world. The terrain becomes slowly smoother, and the foliage less dense and easier to navigate through. The arm around my shoulder starts to feel less like it belongs to someone clinging on for dear life, and more like, I don't know, someone I'm out for a stroll with. The forest is cool and calm around us, almost perfect. We're just two people surrounded by trees and flowers, with birds singing to one another around us in their incredible melodies. I breathe in, smelling the clean air and Callum's woodsy scent, and it's oddly nice. Until Callum breaks the silence by asking me, "Why did you help me?" I stiffen and look at him in confusion. What? Where is this coming from? What do you mean? Help him when? With the earthworm. He's not looking at me, just focusing on what's ahead of us. I don't know why this question panics me, but it does. My brain scrambles to find the right words. I don't know, just a reaction. Please let this go. Please let this go. Wouldn't a hell of a lot of your problems be gone if you'd just let me get eaten? Now his gaze slides to me, and I look away, not wanting him to see the uncertainty in my face. The thing is, our relationship has been established on the foundation that we hate each other. That we'd run each other over with a truck without blinking an eye. Yes, we have this weird aspect of it where we don't like other people hurting us, but there's never been any love lost between us. At least not outside of occasional strange moments. Like the one when I went to see the spot my mom died. But those moments are rare, and I'm not exactly interested in changing our relationship. I don't think I am, at least. Because, well,
Even if I wanted to change our relationship, there's no way our people would accept us even being polite to each other. So, how do I explain to him why I didn't let the earthworm kill him without being too vulnerable? Damn it. I told you before I want to beat you because I beat you, not because you got eaten. There's silence for a moment, and then he says, I can never quite figure you out. That makes two of us, I say, and I mean it. This guy is confusing as hell. Why does he even care why I saved him? He shakes his head, but there's a smile on his face. And it's odd. I realize I don't see Callum smile very often. At school, with his friends, with his parents, he always just looks like he wants to be anywhere else. You should do that more. Slips out, and I want to take the words back, but it's too late. Those brilliant green eyes of his find mine. Do what? Well, there's no going back now. Smile. You always look so damn cranky. He scoffs. There's really not all that much to smile about. I roll my eyes. Come on. You're the only heir to the Runefall family. Everyone wants to be your friend, every girl wants to be with you, and your life is pretty damn cushy. Or at least it was until you took over as Goldkeeper. I think he might let it go, but to my surprise, he answers me. So I was born into a family with a lot of responsibility, a position I can't escape no matter what because I'm one of only 2 people who can do it. A lot of people want to be friends with the heir, but not necessarily with me as a person. And a lot of women want to get pregnant with my child and live the rest of their lives in luxury. All because they got a baby out of me. Oh, and then there's my actual job, which means risking my life every day. Yeah, who wouldn't be happy? This is usually the point with him where I'd snap back with something to put him in his place, but I don't have it in me. Besides, I think he might actually be being honest. And I don't want to destroy any moments of vulnerability between us, for some reason. Maybe because the only thing that would make all of this worse is if we went back to being at each other's throats. I know all of that. I've known since I was little that most of the people who tried to get close to me just wanted something from me. I just kind of accepted that, proceeded with caution, and still managed to make some amazing friends I can trust. Even though it's hard being a Goldkeeper, always knowing this is what I had to do, I also saw this as something amazing. Going to Neverwood felt like getting to go to this secret, magical world that no one else could destroy for me. I realize I've said too much, that I'm smiling and that he's watching me. So, anyway, that's how I see things. He doesn't say much after that, just looks distant, and I regret telling him anything. Neverwood has this way of making me forget that what I do here has real-world consequences in Paradise Falls. If I was going to bet on it, everything I did here would come back to bite me in the ass with Callum. When he's not broken and depending on me to survive. But I push my worries aside as the landscape grows steeper, and I have to keep my focus on helping Callum and surviving because there's more than just a dangerous landscape to handle out here. As I look at the sky, I swear the clouds are darkening, but I hope against hope that I'm wrong. Our luck can't be that bad, can it? 13. Elora. The air smells of rain, and the wind whips angrily around us, like claws trying to tear at our already sore and battered bodies. Dark clouds have swallowed the sun in the sky, leaving everything in shadows. My heart races as Callum and I work together to move faster and faster, even though with how exhausted we are, it actually feels like we're moving more slowly than before. We've at least reached even ground now, but the hours upon hours of climbing uphill have taken their toll on us. I feel like my side wants to explode. Each breath I take is painful. Even my legs are aching, and sweat rolls down my back in an unpleasant way, leaving my skin feeling sticky and cold. But I can handle all of that if it gets us somewhere safe before the storm unleashes. What's harder to handle is how pale Callum has become. Every time I look at him, pain fills his expression. He seems to be biting down on something, maybe his cheek, but I'm not sure. Every so often, a whimper of pain explodes from his lips, but when I suggest we slow down, he just shakes his head. I'm not even sure he can speak anymore. We're almost to the path, I tell him, but it's a lie. I don't know if we're even close to it, or if we're going in the right direction anymore, or maybe we never were. All I know for sure is that when this storm unleashes, if we're out in it, we're dead. There's no way around that fact. Suddenly, I feel a familiar pulling. An intoxicating need to move in one direction comes over me, and I freeze, knowing what it is. Callum staggers beside me, and a whimper escapes his lips before he can silence it. I wince, feeling guilty because he wasn't prepared for me to stop, and I know that the last thing he needs is more pain right now. For a moment, I have to carry his weight even more before he steadies himself, finding his footing once more. I regret hurting him, but if the Goldarium is big enough, it might be enough to create a shelter around us. We might even be able to just stop walking where we are and finally rest. Maybe, just maybe, we'll survive this storm. I move in the direction the Goldarium pulls, dragging Callum with me as I go, then spot it on the leaf of a big bush. Hurrying forward as fast as I can with Callum, I kneel down slowly, taking shorter breaths to ease the pain in my side and keeping my movements slow and even to let Callum regain his balance as he leans against a tree. But the Goldarium is too damn small. Maybe if Callum and I curled up together, we could enclose ourselves in something like a tomb. But I don't know that we could get out, or if it'd even be enough to protect us. Still, I tilt the leaf and let the Goldarium roll down into my palm, then show it to Callum. "You take it," he says, his voice rough with pain. "But the next time, it's whoever gets it first." His eyes close, his face pale as a sheet, and I'm pretty sure he's trying to joke around to lighten the mood, even though it doesn't work. I put the Goldarium in the special pouch around my belt and stand cautiously, my stomach flipping as thunder rolls overhead. Should we try to use the Goldarium to make a hiding place for ourselves? It takes him a second to answer. "It won't be enough. We'll be sitting ducks." I hate that he's right. Staring up at the sky, I loop my arm around his back again, and he puts his weight on me. It's more than before, and a flash of pain shoots through my side, but I manage to bite down on my cheek to keep from crying out. I know he doesn't have much left in him, which means we need to get somewhere safer before he collapses. But I don't have the strength to carry him this time. I pull him along, trying to stay on course, knowing that with the coming storm, it isn't just about finding the path now. It's about finding a cabin along the path. We'd have to be damn lucky to find one before the storm. And given everything that has happened to us so far, I'm not feeling that lucky. Though I'm not ready to give up, either. We make it through a particularly rough group of thick trees surrounded by equally thick bushes and plants, and I whisper, "Ground's flat above. Should be easier." But my words come out breathless. We need to rest. We need to eat and drink, or I can't keep us going. Callum says nothing, and I glance at him to see his eyes have closed. I keep us moving until we reach the open field. "We made it. Things will be a little easier," I say, even though I logically know the woods get thick again just beyond the field, because we need something good to focus on right now.
Callum doesn't respond, and I realize that his eyes are only opening every now and then, and he's getting heavier by the minute. With anyone else, I wouldn't be this worried, but for Callum to lean on me like this, I know it means he can't do better. He's too arrogant to let me see him like this, unless he had no other choice. Which is bad. Really bad. This isn't how your story ends. You're going to find your dad. You're going to find a shit ton of Goldarium, and you're going to make your people proud. I keep repeating the words to myself, gritting my teeth together until they ache, willing my body to keep us going. But I'm running out of steam. My injuries seem to continually change from a dull ache to a sharp, mind-numbing kind of pain. Yet now the achy times are becoming fewer and far between. I won't be able to ignore my body forever. The clearing is the first good thing that's happened to us in a while. There are no bushes, no trees, just rocks and boulders everywhere, which we easily navigate around. It feels not like a break exactly, but like a much-needed, easier moment. The thing is, I swear I've heard a story from my father about something just like this, but my tired mind can't seem to remember any other details. Just that it involved a clearing and a lot of rocks. All I can hope for is that the story was a good one, because there's no more room in my life for bad things right now. As we reach the middle of the clearing, I see a piece of fabric tangled in some grass. Frowning, I shift our direction just slightly and yank it free. In my hand, I find a piece of gray plaid fabric. Fabric stained with blood. I feel the color drain from my face. My dad always wears thick plaid shirts under his jackets. And the reason I remember something about a clearing filled with rocks is because my dad had told me a story about one. A bad story. Callum, I whisper, shifting so I can almost whisper in his ears. We need to get out of here quietly. Do you understand? Don't make a sound. He nods his head, or maybe it falls forward, I'm not sure which, but it's enough for me. I stuff the piece of my dad's shirt into my pocket and continue dragging him through the field. We're silent, as quiet as we possibly can be, when lightning strikes overhead and thunder roars. Instantly, the small rocks around us begin to move, to twitch, to roll. My heart's in my throat. I feel Callum tense and know he's aware of what's happening. He starts to try to move more, and we're going faster, but I don't know if it's fast enough. A few of the huge boulders start to move, and then one of them uncurls, taking the shape of a troll nearly the size of my house. The troll is between us and the woods we need to reach, but he hasn't spotted us yet. So I veer a little as he stretches. Baby trolls are cute and mostly harmless. They're curious enough to take a bite out of you if they're hungry, trip you, or cause other issues, but it's nothing we can't handle. The adults, on the other hand, some are friendly and vegetarian, others are not, and there's no way to tell which is which. My father has always said that the nice ones might watch us, but they'd leave us alone, as long as we didn't get too close to their young. But trolls are just as likely to eat us as the ogres are, and ogres will eat pretty much anything that's considered meat. This is a really bad situation. I hope we're in an area filled with nice ones and that the big guy in front of us doesn't have a taste for meat, or will be his next meal. But all I can do is hope. It's not like I can just ask them to leave us alone. The best that can happen is that none of them notice us until we get out of here. Behind us, I can hear more trolls stretching, making sounds that are almost groans. Trolls can often sleep for weeks or even months at a time, but loud sounds will make them wake earlier from their slumbers, often in pretty bad moods. And the thunder?
It would definitely wake them before they're ready. Just keep going. Reach the woods. Get away from the trolls. Find the path and the cabin before the storm unleashes. We're nearly to the woods when I realize we've been seen. The troll near us lets out a gigantic roar, a roar that travels down my entire spine, and its gaze meets mine. The dark pools of his irises swim with rage, hunger maybe, and I know without a doubt that this particular troll is a meat-eater. My heart races as I look at it and realize it's far too close. If we keep going at this speed, it's sure to catch us. It's sure to eat us. And no amount of daggers, pleading, or begging will save us. The only way to get free is to outrun it. Something Callum can't do right now. So I'll have to try something else. Keep going, I tell Callum as I carefully slip his arm off my shoulder. Just keep heading towards the woods. I'll come after you. I'm shocked when his hand suddenly grabs mine. No, Elora. If you stay back, you're going to die. His eyes suddenly meet mine, and even though they're filled with pain, there's strength in them too. I know it has to be killing him, thinking about leaving me behind while he goes ahead, but it's also the only logical choice. Please, trust me, I beg him, touching his cheek with my fingertips. His eyes widen in surprise, but before he can answer, the troll roars again, and I feel its steps shaking the ground as it heads towards us. I don't think. I just give him a little shove and say, "Go, now! Don't be stupid or we'll both end up dead." He hesitates, his eyes holding mine, and then I feel a wave of relief when he actually turns and starts running. Well, running probably isn't the right word, but he's limping as fast as he can, away from me and away from the troll. I turn back to the troll and pull out my dagger, even though I know it won't do anything against the thing. Somehow it makes me feel better, and maybe it will have the added benefit of distracting the troll a little. Who knows? My dad's training hadn't exactly reached the step that explained how to fight trolls. His philosophy was more, stay on the trail and never fight anything. Sorry, Dad. The baby trolls nearby are giggling as they watch me. They don't seem to have any idea that the amusing little human that they're staring at is going to be lunch for their dad or mom in a moment. But I draw my focus away from them and onto the giant creature racing towards me. My free hand curls into a fist, and I wait, counting the seconds. My legs are shaking as it races right up to me, almost close enough to crush me beneath its massive feet, but then it stops and lifts its solid hand and tries to smash me. I roll out of the way at the last possible second, and its fists hit the ground, shaking the earth. Pain blossoms in my side, but I push it away, knowing that adrenaline should help me through this if I don't focus on my side. Breathing hard, I look at the spot I'd just been and realize that if it had managed to hit me, I'd be thoroughly squashed right now, which is not comforting. Taking several deep breaths, I try to calm myself down as my leg muscles bunch, preparing for me to move again. I tell myself it's okay. I just have to keep going. I just have to keep it distracted long enough for Callum to get to the woods and out of sight. Then I'll run for it too. When the next fist comes for me, I dart to one side, easily avoiding it. The ground shakes from the impact of its blow. The trolls near us laugh, and the big guy or gal roars once more, which makes my knees shake. But I'm still safe, exhausted, scared, but safe. Yet I have to keep going. I try to keep the big troll in my sights as I weave in one direction and then another as it continues its attack. The troll looks pissed as it stares me down, but the fact that I'm annoying doesn't seem to discourage the beast. It continues punching and missing me over and over again. Luckily for me, trolls are as big as they are slow. So it's not that hard to avoid its blows, even though it makes things trickier that I'm trying to keep the other trolls in sight while jumping around like an idiot. I spot a couple of big trolls awakening near the other side of the clearing as I keep maneuvering to avoid this one's blows, which is not a good thing. I'm sure after those big guys have finished stretching and looking around, they're going to discover there's a human to eat, and they're going to come and help their buddy. One troll I can handle. 3 or 4? Not so much. I can't handle that many, no matter how fast I move, which means I need to be out of here before they reach me. I glance back to see if Callum has reached the woods, but he's not quite there yet. He's not even close as he drags his leg behind him, using his tree branch to help him stagger forward, which means I can't run yet, no matter how much my racing pulse seems to want me to. So I keep ducking and weaving, even though my hip and sides seem to scream with every single movement. It's getting harder to breathe. I notice a fist coming at me belatedly and twist in one direction, way more slowly than I should be reacting. The troll's fist punches into the ground close enough that I feel the air from it whip past my body. Unfortunately, the twisting movement causes something to snap inside of me, and then I'm crying out in pain. My vision goes from black to light, and I feel off, like I'm walking underwater. The feeling scares me in a way that I don't like. It scares me because I need to keep going. We're not even close to safe. This is just one danger, one problem. After we deal with the trolls, we still somehow need to figure out a way to find the path and a cabin before the storm hits. Otherwise, we're toast. This time, when the troll punches the ground, I only miss being hit by a few inches. I actually fall on top of its fist before I manage to scramble and get to my feet. Looking at Callum, I'm grateful when I see that he's nearly to the woods, since I'm running out of steam. He should be okay now if I start running, and I might just survive if I go right now, if I can push through the pain and exhaustion for just a little longer. So I turn and start running for the woods. Behind me, I can hear the roars of the angry trolls and the laughter of the little children. The thing is, they all sound closer than they should be. Still, close or not, I have to keep going. I'm limping, my damn side radiating pain through me, but the only trolls in front of me now are still sleeping in rock form. Or they're the little ones who seem equally amused by the flowers around them as they are the clouds overhead. So the way is clear. I'm going to make it. We're going to be okay. Suddenly, my leg gives out from under me. I collapse in shock and try to get back up, but my knees crumble again. Crawling forward, I try to brace myself on a sleeping troll, but it doesn't help. My legs don't seem to want to work. Holy hell, I don't know what's wrong. Everything is shaking, everything hurts. I place a hand on my side and grip my teeth, then force myself to get to my feet. I don't know why, but this time it works, even though my legs still feel wrong beneath me, like I'm walking at a tilt. Shit, this is bad. Really bad. Looking back, I see that all the large trolls are racing towards me, and even a few of the smaller ones. They might not be fast, but they sure as hell are faster than I am right now. And if they catch me, I'm done for. So I better not let them catch me. I look forward and start running, or at least I try to, but I keep going down again and again. My knees, my legs, they don't seem to want to work anymore, and I have no idea why. I suddenly see Callum pop out of the woods a short distance from where I'm running toward, but for some weird reason, to the side of where he'd entered the woods. I don't know what he's doing. He should be in front of me. He should be prepared for us both to be running. But instead, as I get closer and closer to the edge of the woods, trying to decide if I should veer off towards him, I see that he's throwing stones. I turn and see that he's actually hitting the trolls. That's how damn close they are behind me. And the realization that they're overtaking me turns my blood to ice. I keep looking from between where I'm running and back at the bloodthirsty creatures that will inevitably reach me before I can escape. And it's like the world moves more slowly.
or like I'm watching someone else's last moments before they die. One of the trolls gets struck by one of Callum's stones, a larger one given the cracking sound behind me. I turn back and watch as the troll turns toward Callum and roars before switching direction and going after him instead of me. Which means after all I've done, Callum isn't safe. But maybe I am. I don't know what to do. I'm out in the open and exposed. My legs seem to be giving up on me, but I did all of this to protect Callum, to give him time to escape. If he just draws the trolls toward himself anyway, what was all this for? He's acting like a damn fool, and yet I can't waste my time thinking about how stupid this is. There's no choice but to keep going. I keep going forward and watch the trolls all changing directions, going after him instead of me. At last I manage to limp my way into the trees, but I'm still shaking. I still know that neither Callum nor I are safe. The trees are dense here, and I know if I just go a little deeper into them, the trolls won't be able to find me. But before I even know what I'm doing, I'm switching directions to reach Callum. I don't care that I'm limping and sweating like a fool. Someone has to get him out of there. And I'm the only someone here. I spot him up ahead, heading right for me, and I feel a wave of relief. Maybe he's not nearly as stupid as he seems to be. As angry as the trolls are right now, and as much as they might want to make a meal out of us, the only way we'll be okay is if we get deep enough into the woods that their huge bodies can't reach us. Or if they lose track of us. Callum barely slows enough so that we don't collide. Then he grabs my hand, and we're both rushing through the woods, weaving deeper into the trees and further from the trolls. There's almost no light overhead because the evening sun is concealed beneath the storm clouds. But it's enough for us to see where we're going through the forest shrouded in shadows. We hear roars behind us. I see trees going down, snapping and falling over as they try to make their way to us. Turning away from the disturbing sight, I try to just keep focusing on what I need to do. I keep telling myself to just go forward, and eventually we'll be safe. I mean, they should give up at some point, right? They have to give up. They can't just chase us through these woods forever. They're too big. At least, I hope they are. And yet they still seem to be right behind us. My legs collapse again from under me, but surprisingly, it's Callum's strong arm pulling me up this time. It's him that keeps me going. "We're going to be okay," he says through rough puffs of air. "We just have to keep going." Words like these have been running through my head ever since we saw the trolls. Hell, before the trolls. Ever since we went tumbling down into that river. But now, I don't know what else to do. I feel like I've run out of energy. There's nothing left. I keep trying to pull from the energy inside of me, but it feels like I'm coming up empty, and I feel myself slowing. A voice in the back of my head whispers, "Think of your father." And for some reason, something inside of me strengthens. How many times was my father in a position just like this? How many times did he think he couldn't keep going, but still he made it back home to me? I've heard a few stories, but I'm sure there are plenty more. I need to do the same. My people are counting on me. My father is counting on me. If I die now, I'll never be able to find him, to save him, to help him out of whatever mess he's gotten himself into. And he deserves better than that. After all he's done for me in my life, he deserves a daughter who will fight heaven and hell to save him, to find him, and bring him back to his loving family. So I keep pushing myself. Callum's hand is sweaty, and his grip grows more lax by the second. But still, he clings to me. I don't know where he found the energy to help me against the trolls, but I sense that energy is failing now. And that's when I realize the sounds of the trolls have grown more distant. I slow. Callum tries to tug me forward, but I keep slowing, and then he seems to realize what's going on. "They're gone," he pants. I nod, and then we both collapse right there and then. First onto our knees, and then onto our backs. Once there, we both just lay panting on the forest floor. Having outrun trolls, having survived everything that we've survived so far, and yet both knowing we're not done yet. For some reason, though, we continue to hold hands. Probably because we're just so tired and so lost that it feels like we're not alone when we're touching each other. But when my breathing slows and I see another crackle of lightning followed by the sound of thunder booming around us, I turn to him and say, "Can you keep going?" His head turns so he can look at me, and I think maybe if I was anyone else, he would have said no. I can see it in his eyes. He wants to say no. He wants to say there's nothing left inside of him. So I do the only thing I can think of. I smirk at him. Unless, of course, you're going to let a walker beat you. His eyes go round in surprise like that's the last thing he expected me to say. I shrug, even though even shrugging hurts. You can just give up now. No one's making you keep going. He's quiet for a moment, and then he says, "Yeah. Like I'd let a walker beat me." There's no strength in his voice, but at least he says it. If I have to badger him all the way to safety, that's just what I'll do, if it keeps him alive. Still, we lay there for another moment before we lean on each other and use the other one to help us stand. It's kind of pathetic, but we manage to get to our feet. I suck in a gasp as pain shoots through my side, surprising me with its intensity. Whatever the hell I did to my side, with my adrenaline fading, it feels more acute than ever. It's so acutely painful that I realize I'm blinking through tears. Callum is there beside me in an instant. "You probably broke a rib," he says. "All this running, all this fighting and rolling and trying to avoid the trolls probably re-injured it." Fuck. I hate that he's right. That's exactly what I've done. I'd re-injured the damn thing. The damn thing that just doesn't seem to want to heal because we aren't getting enough rest or enough water or food. His fingers reach out, and I close my eyes as they touch my eyelids. For a second, I don't know what he's doing, and then I feel him brushing away my tears. His body presses against mine, like we're leaning against each other, but not just our sides. When I open my eyes, I'm looking up at him, and it amazes me just how much taller and bigger he is than me when he's pressed up against me like this. "It's going to be okay," he tells me. I nod even though I don't feel that way. His thumb moves down, away from my eye until his hand is cupping my chin. Those intense eyes of his hold mine, and he lowers his head a little. His lips brush my cheeks, like he's tasting my fallen teardrops, and his low, rumbling voice says, "We're going to be okay." I feel strange in a way I can't completely understand. Like I'm broken. Like standing is more work than I can handle. But also, like I'm safe and cared for. It's plain confusing, and I don't like confusing. When we reach the cabin, I tell him slowly, "I'm going to sleep for a week." Callum gives a tired laugh. "Me too." Then we keep going, both of us knowing that there might not be a cabin anywhere near us, which means that when that storm hits, we could both be dead. Yet we keep going because we don't have any other choice. We'll rest when we're dead, right? 14. Elora. We're going to die. The thought rolls and rolls through my head as the darkened sky swirls with angry clouds. The sky above us reminds me of what a sky would look like in an apocalypse. Gray, black, and red clouds are weaving together to make a funnel of sorts that seems to be poised right above us. Like whatever is going to come out of that sky will come straight down on top of us. It would be darker than the darkest night if not for the lightning strikes that seem to come, one after another, barely waiting for the previous thunder to stop rolling before striking again. The flashing light serves to illuminate our way as we continue fighting through the woods, in hopes of finding the path, in hopes of finding a cabin before it's too late. But the flicker of hope inside of me grows dimmer by the moment. Callum is half slumped around my shoulders. He's trying, though, his breath's uneven. If he wasn't trying, I know I'd have already dropped him. My broken rib, and now I'm sure that's what it is, screams with each small movement we make. Luckily, my tears weave with the slow-falling rain, hiding them from Callum, giving me some pride in a time when it feels like I have nothing left. "We should use the Goldarium," Callum gasps out beside me, and his whole body trembles from the effort. I think about the Goldarium I had before. It was barely enough to make the door. The much smaller piece I'd collected today could possibly make a tomb around us, but that's all it would be, a tomb. There wouldn't be enough air to last us long, and I wouldn't be able to make it in a way that we'd have a way to escape when we did. Using the Goldarium would essentially mean giving us a different kind of death. A more peaceful death, which is tempting. More tempting than I like. But I think of my father, somewhere out in this world, probably injured and lost. He'd been there for me countless times in my life. How can I possibly abandon him when I'm finally in a position to help him? I have to keep going. We can't, I tell him, shouting over the rain and wind. His head lifts and his gaze meets mine, and the look on his face, it takes my breath away. He doesn't think he can keep going. He doesn't think he's going to make it. I move closer so our bodies are pressed together, and I look up into his face. "You can do this. I know you can." My words feel like they're being swept away by the wind, but his expression says he heard me. He heard me, and he doesn't care. This is all too much for him. His pain, the storm, the rapid traveling. He can't do it with his leg. He touches my face. "Go." And then he leans down and brushes his lips against mine in a way that feels like a deeper goodbye than he could ever say with words alone. I cling to him, tears catching in my throat. He can't be serious. This whole thing has been hard, but he can't just give up or expect me to keep going without him. No, no. I'm shaking my head and holding on. His body trembles and he kisses me again, a little harder. "Go." His body starts to sag a little, but I catch him, finding an inner strength I never imagined I had. Pulling away from him a little, I shift until his arm is around me again, and I start dragging him forward, gritting my teeth against the pain in my side. "Elora!" He shouts my name, and the word is filled with pain. Lightning crackles right overhead. Then the thunder booms around us so loudly I can feel it through my feet. Callum seems to be trying to struggle against me. I feel him shaking his head, but I ignore him. He's going to give up over my dead body. Ahead of us, lightning strikes, hitting a massive tree. Fire sparks to life on the tree, raining embers down from it. And then thunder comes again. The power of it so strong that it feels like it's coming from inside my body. Damn it. This storm, the real storm, is going to unleash at any moment. And then we're done for if we're out here when they come. There's no question about it. They'll come out right above us, and we'll be sitting ducks. Then I see something up ahead. A familiar glow that makes my heart sing. Callum! His name wrenches from my lips, and he must have heard something in the sound because his head jerks up. I point, then continue dragging him forward around the still burning tree. The glow intensifies with each step we take until we break free from the woods and see it. The path. Lined with green and blue flowers, it weaves brilliantly through the forest. A true light in this dark world. It's not enough to protect us, not during a storm, but it's something. We hurry until we reach the path, and then we both collapse onto the bare ground. I'm fighting tears, fighting not to dig my fingers into the earth and thank the gods. But Callum is silent, barely moving. In fact, he seems to even have trouble sitting up. Fucking hell. We have to keep going. Callum. His head slowly lifts and his gaze meets mine. I see it in his expression. Back there, he'd said goodbye to me. He'd accepted he was going to die, and now he wants to be hopeful. But the road isn't enough to bring him back from the bleak edge he's found himself on. We'll find a cabin, I tell him. And if not, he asks, hopelessness in his voice. If not, maybe I can use the Goldarium to surround him on the path, and then keep running. The idea comes out of nowhere, but it feels right. With just one of us, he might have enough air to last him through the storm, and there might be enough of the material to give him an access hatch out. But only if we have no other choice. Suddenly, the flowers flicker around us, and my stomach turns. They're coming. They're almost here. My blood turns to ice, and I drag myself to Callum and help him stand, even though he looks more than a little reluctant. I haul him down the path as the flowers continue to flicker. The second their light dies, the safety of the path is gone, and the true reason we fear the storms will come. I'd only ever seen a storm for a moment when I was out on the path with my father, and it came out of nowhere. I was maybe 8 years old, and my dad had surprised me by throwing me over his shoulder and running. The truth was, I hadn't really understood what was wrong. But my strong dad being scared was enough to terrify me. He'd shouted that the cabin was right ahead when the flowers had started flickering and then went out. Then the sky had opened up, and I'll never forget what I saw before we disappeared into the cabin. Never. But I know I'm about to see it again now. We continue going, the lights from the flowers flickering around us, creating an eerie lighting with the lightning striking overhead and the thunder rolling through the air. For a minute, I think nothing could be worse. And then the lights go out, like someone blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. No lightning strikes. The wind seems to pause, and I know the world is holding its breath. For them. Overhead, the clouds swirl faster, and then the first of the Desirs emerges from the sky. Desirs are creatures that are described as some mix of goddesses and weather spirits. They are beings capable of controlling the weather and creatures that prefer to take the faces of deceased loved ones. Thankfully, even though the Desir is high above us, I don't recognize this one, meaning she hasn't taken the face of someone I've loved and lost. She has long, flowing black hair and a black gown that rivals her hair in color and length. The fabric moves in an impossible way around her, slowly, as if she isn't in the middle of a churning storm. She lifts her hands, and I swear even as we're running down the dark path, I can see the woman smiling. Lightning explodes from her hands, and a tree behind us is struck. We pause, turning for the briefest moment, and watch as the tree falls over, collapsing onto the path, shaking the ground as it does. With my heart in my throat, I turn and start to haul Callum faster as her laughter echoes through the air, and a strange feeling prickles across my skin. That's the only warning I have before the tree beside us is struck by lightning and explodes into pieces. We barely escape the tree that falls and the pieces that go falling all around us. And then we're running even faster. Callum is limping so badly that I know he must be suffering. So much so that I swear when she laughs again, it's covering up the sounds of his screams of pain. Another Desir emerges from the cloud. This one has a dress made of flames, and her hair matches. A blend of orange, red, and yellow. I know what her powers are before she reaches her hands out, and I watch as her powers seem to explode into a tall tree to the side of us. Instantly, it blossoms with fire, and then she does the same to more and more trees, lighting the forest in an eerie way. Well, now the fire has as much of a chance of killing us as anything else, but we won't let it. We're okay. We're going to be okay. The two Desirs laugh as horses appear beneath them. One horse seems to be made of sparkling lightning, and the other of fire. They ride their horses lower, racing above the tops of the trees, tossing their lightning and fire at random through the woods, causing chaos, just the way they like. I try to remind myself as we run, searching for any sight of a cabin, that the Desirs aren't innately evil. They're more like the weather itself, dangerous, but not intentionally cruel. Yet the thought doesn't help as much as I'd hoped. Something changes in the air. The wind grows just a touch calmer, and I look up to see another Desir. Something about her is familiar, but I'm not sure what. She has long blonde hair and wears a white gown. Callum gasps beside me. Aunt Tola. I stiffen. Hell, this Desir took the form of his dead aunt? He stops in the middle of the path, but I tug him forward. His feet drag, but I keep him going. I can't even imagine what he's feeling, seeing a family member whom he saw killed horribly in Neverwood, seemingly alive in the sky above us, on top of everything else we're going through. Aunt Tola, he repeats, almost as if to himself, and his voice is shaking. I keep dragging him, but my heart aches for him. This would fuck up anyone. Then everything grows eerily quiet, and the Desir is standing on the path in front of us. This close, there's no mistaking his aunt. She was young when she died here, but she'd been a hero to me in a way I couldn't explain to anyone, because she was a proud female goldkeeper who seemed not to fear anything. She moves closer to us, and we both stop, knowing it isn't really her, but spellbound all the same. She's staring at Callum, and my gut twists. This isn't his beloved aunt. I can't let him forget that. This Desir is just as likely to be doing something bad right now as she is to be doing something good. My hands ball into fists as I continue holding Callum as she floats closer to us. My heart races when she stops just a few feet away. Her pale hand comes out, reaching for his face. But then she shifts away from us, sweeping her hand out to point forward. Wordlessly, she's telling us to keep going down the path. But why? I don't know. This could be a trick, or our only chance to survive this. Her eyes narrow, and then the wind picks up. Suddenly, we are pushed further down the path by the wind. We're stumbling as I try to keep Callum's arm around me, but we're practically being lifted and carried down the road. And then, we really are. The wind snatches us like leaves. It's so powerful that it takes my breath away. Within seconds, we're torn from each other, and then the world is spinning as the wind carries me along. I scream, clawing out, trying to reach Callum, to reach something. But I continue being tossed in the air, faster and faster until bile rises in my throat. I can't make out anything except swirling colors, flashes of lightning, and the roar of the wind and the thunder. So when I hit the ground, I don't expect it. It knocks the air out of me, making my lungs and side burn. And then I'm gasping in breath, trying to calm my stomach before I plan to scramble and find Callum. A warm arm wraps around me, and I almost strike out before I see that it's Callum. Instead, I wrap myself around him, fighting the urge to sob as the storm continues around us. The Desirs seem to do their best to level everything to ash. Elora. Callum says my name in a strange way that makes me look up, and then, when I see why he said my name, my mouth goes dry, and I rise on shaking legs. Just a little distance down the path, my mom stands. My real mom. She looks just the way I remember her, with her pale brown hair, her bright blue eyes, and her gentle, familiar features. Except this version of my mom doesn't smile. And this version of my mom is a light blue color that's almost transparent, riding on a steed that seems to be made of water. I can't stop myself. I move slowly down the road as if drawn by some invisible force, and when I get closer, my throat suddenly feels like it's closing up. My mom is wearing one of her favorite outfits, a dark shirt and jeans, only there are very clear bullet holes in her clothes. No, I whisper. My mom died in a fire. The nightmares I have of her being shot by security in my home are just that, nightmares. And yet, this Desir stands in front of me almost mocking me with how it's chosen to represent my mom. It must have pulled what my mom should look like from my own mind. But why would it choose this version? To my surprise, the Desir reaches out for me, and its lips twist into a smile that reminds me so much of my mom that I don't care about anything else. I need to touch her. I need to be close to her. Elora! Callum's voice catches on the wind in a panic, and I glance back at him. He's desperately trying to stand, but he can't. I wish I could tell him that I don't need him, but I'm worried that anything I say might scare my mom away. Looking back at the Desir, at my mom, I move closer. Her body seems to be made of water, but the tears that roll down her cheeks now are clearly tears, separate from whatever she seems to be made of, and I feel myself crying too. Why are you sad? I choke out as I get a few feet from her. I don't think the Desir can speak, so when her lips part and my mom's voice whispers, because they murdered me. I'm shocked just as much by the fact that she can talk as I am by what she says. Murdered? By who? I ask, my voice laced with tears. You know who, she tells me. You were there. You saw it all. I start to shake my head. No, the fire. She reaches out and touches my cheek, catching one of my tears on her fingertip. Her expression changes as she studies the drop as it shimmers on her finger, and then her gaze meets mine, surprise in her face. You really loved her, the way only a mortal can love. Her movement is so fast I don't even catch it before her face is inches from mine. There was no fire, mortal child. Believe your memories, not the memories they created. Something grabs my ankle and I jerk, looking down to see Callum has crawled to me. Don't trust it. It's not your mom. I don't know what to say. No, it's not. But I do trust it. The Desir is away from me again, but she sweeps a hand forward to point further down the path. Go. We can only protect you for so long. And I believe her. Kneeling down, I help Callum to his feet, and then we're both racing down the path as much as we can while limping and exhausted. Another tree is struck by lightning near us. It starts to tumble down faster than we can escape, and then a rush of wind knocks the tree away like it weighs nothing at all. And we look up to see Callum's aunt pointing toward the tree. So we keep going. From one moment to the next, fire catches on all the trees lining the path.
We freeze in shock as embers come raining down around us and smoke clouds the air. Glancing behind us, I see the trees are on fire in that direction too. No escape in any direction. Not knowing what else to do, I push forward, hoping to escape the forest fire before we suffocate. But it isn't easy. Callum is heavy, my ribs hurt like hell, and it's getting harder and harder to see. Callum and I are coughing in and out smoky air more than we seem to be getting clean air. It feels like we've walked straight into hell, and that there's no escape. Out of all the ways I thought I might die and never would, this never occurred to me. And then a strange wind whips by us, making us stagger to our knees. I shield my eyes with my hand and see on the path ahead of us my mom and his aunt. They're waving for us to come toward them, and I start forward, but Callum grabs my arm. "We should go the other way. We can't trust them," he manages between coughs. I try to clear my throat around the dryness in it and can't, so I rasp out, "I trust them. Please trust me." We stare at each other for a moment, and then he gives a sharp nod, but I can see it in his eyes. He thinks we're doing the wrong thing. I wrap his arm around my shoulders again, and we're half walking, half falling forward as we move. The desir that's taken my mom's shape lifts a hand, extinguishing the fire around us, and the wind whips through us again, lifting some of the smoke, making it easier to breathe. My mom and his aunt step away from each other, then point again, and up ahead, I spot a cabin. Tears fill my throat, and I barely manage. A cabin. Before my shoulders are shaking from trying to hold back the tears. Callum and I move faster together, hope just a short distance away, when I feel a shiver roll down my spine. Turning behind me, I see the two desirs that control the fire and the lightning, and beneath them, ogres. At least a dozen of them. "Run!" I shout to Callum. We pick up speed, even though we're not quite running. The roar of the ogres merges with that of the wind and the crackling of fire. It feels like a moment worse than any nightmare I've ever had. It's like a nightmare where there are a million ways to die and only one way to survive. The cabin gets closer. The desirs that look like my mom and his aunt take to the skies. Apparently, whatever help they wanted to give us, they already had. It's more than what most desirs would have done, but I don't have time to think about why they helped us at all. Yet their help wasn't enough to get us to safety. "Elora, just run," Callum says beside me, pulling back a little as if he truly thinks I'm just going to run on ahead without him. I tug him forward even harder. We've made it this far. I'm not abandoning him now, and he should know it, but I don't have the energy to argue with him. Instead, I just keep pulling us forward until he continues along at my side the best he can. Then we reach the cabin. I'm shaking as I push my hand on the keypad by the door. In an instant, the door springs open, and I drag Callum in, dropping him to the floor, which leads to a groan of pain from him. I slam the door closed behind us. Then I use the small light from the goldarium around my neck to illuminate my way as I drop to my knees and try to find the trap door. Roars fill the air around us. Something slams into the cabin, and my hands shake as I run them along the ground, bleeding to find the trapdoor before it's too late. The whole cabin feels like it's trembling under the onslaught of the storm and the ogres, threatening to crumble down on top of us. Ogres scream outside the door, and now I know it's their fists striking the door. A door that can't handle the blows much longer. I want to cry in frustration when my hand finally touches the trapdoor. I push my hand against the panel, and it makes a sound as the door opens a little, and then I yank it open the rest of the way. Going back to Callum, I don't say a word. I just drag him to the opening and say, "Go!" He starts down the ladder, and then I hear him cry out and watch as he plummets, the light from the goldarium around his neck highlighting the terror in his face as he falls. I flinch. I know he'll be okay, but falling from that distance will do some damage to his already injured leg. Still, I can't hesitate. I climb down after him, closing the trapdoor behind me as the cabin continues to groan and shake. The second the door closes, the loud chaos is completely silenced. These hidden shelters under the cabin are meant to endure the worst of the storms and the creatures here, so I know it can handle this. I'm careful as I climb down, down, until there's nowhere else to climb. And then I step down lightly, trying to avoid Callum. Collapsing to my knees, I move until I feel his warm form and whisper, "Callum, we're safe. We made it. We did it." But there's no answer. "Callum?" Again, silence. 15. Elora. I feel like hell, but I manage to find the switch to turn on a couple of small flames that dance in glass sconces on the walls of the dirt room. The space looks the same as the cabins on the surface, only with dirt walls. But I don't care about any of that. My gaze goes to Callum, who lies on the floor, unmoving. I'm shaking with exhaustion, wanting nothing more than to crumple to the ground and fall asleep. But I'll survive. I can keep going at least a little longer, I think. Callum is the one who's in much worse shape. Above us, I can sense the ground moving, and a little bit of dirt rains down on us. But I know from my father that there's almost nothing in Neverwood that can hurt us down here. That's why these hiding places were built, to keep us safe during the storm, so I can ignore the chaos above us and take care of the injured man in front of me. Kneeling down beside him, I'm surprised when a sharp pain tears through my side and my head swims for a minute. I grasp my side, breathing through the sharp pain that slowly lessens until I don't think I'm going to pass out any longer. Then I push a stray tear from my cheek and tell myself to pull it together. The time to rest is almost here. Looking down at Callum, my mouth goes dry. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, I'd think he was dead. I've never seen him so still, so pale, so broken. "Callum," I whisper his name, then sweep back his wet, blonde hair from his face. But he doesn't stir at my touch. My heart aches at the contrast between his pale face and the scratches and bruises on his skin. Most of the injuries are new and probably happened sometime during our escape, but they'll heal. It's the rest of him that I'm worried about. "I'm going to check you over," I tell him, even though he doesn't answer. Callum doesn't seem capable of answering. Deciding to start with his feet, I slowly remove his wet shoes, then peel off his socks. His feet and ankles look fine, so I move to his belt, hesitate, and undo his pack. Setting it to his side, I take a deep breath and undo the button on his jeans and pull down his zipper. It feels strange, wrong even, to be undressing him without permission. But I remind myself I'm not some weirdo stripping him down for shits and giggles. I'm more like a doctor. My job is to check him over and do anything I can to help him with the healing process, which means I pull down his pants until I get to the binding on his leg, then proceed more cautiously until I get his pants around his ankles. Focusing on his injury, I realize I have to untie and unwind the fabric that straps the sticks to his leg before I can see the true damage. So I do so, carefully. More carefully than I'd ever done anything in my life, even though my whole body is trembling. When I'm done removing everything, I set it to the side, knowing he'll need it later, and then pull off the rest of his pants before sitting back to see the damage. Goosebumps awaken all over my body as I stare at his leg. And I know it has nothing to do with the cold underground room or my soaking clothes. The first day that Callum injured his leg, it had been the worst injury I'd ever seen. His leg bone had been cracked in half, to the point that I could see both bones through his torn skin. While he was passed out, I'd worked to set the bone back into place, at least the best I could,
and sealed the wound with some special medical bandages I kept on hand that my father said were made from goldarium. I'd sealed the wound, then used the branch and bandages to hold the leg in place to give it time to set. If we weren't special, stronger, and better at healing than our people, Callum wouldn't have been able to walk for a long time after that, if ever. Setting any weight on it would have sent the bone cracking back out. But our rapid healing had made it so I was able to get him to that cave for the night. However, even our kind need more time to heal than he'd gotten, and as I stare at his leg, I feel sick. His entire leg is still black and blue. Blood is leaking from beneath the thin, special bandages, and the bone beneath doesn't seem to have knitted back the way it should have. From the looks of it, the bone kept starting to heal, then re-breaking every time we did something extreme. How he walked all this way, I'll never know. But I'll regret every moment I contributed to his pain. Needing to know all the damage I'm working with, I remove his shirt too. Instantly, I feel relieved. Even though I see more bruises and small scratches that haven't healed, they're not bad. Checking his head, I see that the wound is still visible, but healing. Okay. All right. Deep breaths. I can handle this. So I drag myself to the kitchen, panting harder with every movement, and fill a bowl with water from the tiny sink, then grab a cloth. Stumbling back to Callum, my head spinning from the movement, I collapse next to him and start cleaning him, starting with the top of his head, avoiding what's covered under his boxers and finishing with his injured leg, which required removing the goldarium bandages and seeing the painful, bleeding mess that was underneath. Then I find clean bandages in a chest by the foot of the large bed and rewrap his leg, this time securing it with a leg I break off from a chair rather than a branch. When I'm done, I'm breathing hard from the effort, covered in sweat and trying desperately to stop the spinning in my head with my willpower alone. I have to sit for a while, until some of the dizziness fades. All I want to do is sleep, but I can't. I press a hand to my side and clench my teeth. We're safe now, but no sleep yet. Soon, though. When I find the willpower to keep going, I square my shoulders and then go to Callum. Working carefully, while shamelessly crying from the pain in my side, I manage to drag him onto the bed and lay him down. I collapse on the floor for several long minutes, shaking, sick to my stomach, wanting nothing more than to go to sleep. But I know there's still more to do. I start a fire in the fireplace, then crawl to the bathroom and sit in the bottom of the shower, knowing I need to see my injuries before I go to bed, just in case. After time passes, I don't know how much, I find the strength to strip off my filthy clothes, cautiously without hurting my side too much. Then I turn on the shower and let the water run over me. It takes me a few minutes beneath the cold spray before I manage to look down at myself. But when I do, I wish I hadn't. I look like someone let a hellhound chew on them. My body is bruised and battered, and my side looks no better than the first day I injured it. My hands tremble as I let them hover over all the damage on my body, and I flinch when my fingertips run along my bruised side. There have only been a few times I felt this broken in my life, one being when I lost my mom. I'm tired and sad deep down to my core, even though I don't know why. We survived. We found the path. I'll live to fight another day and find my father. So why doesn't it feel like enough? Logically, I know I'm just worn down and in pain, but my emotions and thoughts don't seem to accept that as a reason for this empty feeling inside of me. So I cry. More than I'm proud of, longer than I thought possible, until there's nothing left. After that, I somehow manage to clean my clothes in the shower the best I can,
dry myself, and lay my clothes out by the fire so they can dry too. Then I find a large shirt in the chest, put it on, and crawl into bed beside Callum. We're lying face to face because I'm too tired to move again. As I stare at his face, for some reason, I think about his gentle kiss when he thought he was dying. Did it mean anything? Or was he just terrified and needed something to hold on to? I don't know, but I let my eyes flutter closed, hoping I'll be dreaming of his kiss, and not of my missing father, or the many creatures that might kill me between now and finding him. For some reason, though, I see my mom's face, and hear the words of the creature echoing over and over again in my mind. She was murdered? If so, by whom? 16. Callum. I sit up, terror radiating through me, remembering the ogres, the Desirs, the fires, and the hell that was raining down on us. My gaze instantly begins frantically searching for Elora when I freeze, realizing that we're not still out in the open, waiting for death any longer. We're in a room. There's a fire crackling in one corner, a bathroom just barely visible behind a half-closed door, a tiny kitchen, a table with one broken chair, and the bed I'm in. No, the bed we're in. Beside me, Elora is sleeping peacefully. Her hair is damp, and before I know what I'm doing, I reach over and brush it out of her face. The bruises on her skin make my heart ache. This woman is easily the bravest, strongest person I've ever met. My fingers itch to touch her, to pull her close to me, but I know that's not my right. Instead, I think about every moment in the last 2 days that I wanted to give up. When I didn't think I could take any more, and somehow she kept me going. And then I think about the moment I kissed her. There's no doubt that sometime in the future I'll regret showing that vulnerability. But not right now. Right now, I feel like that kiss is the most precious treasure I could ever carry with me. I will carry that kiss with me, like all of the horrible moments in my life, only this time, it's a good memory. The way her eyes seemed both shocked and amazed, the softness of her lips, the way she tasted like rain and tears and sweetness. I shift and wince as my leg brings fresh pain. I pull the covers down and stare at it, realizing for the first time that I'm only wearing boxers. Elora must have undressed me and then cared for my leg, since it's freshly wrapped. For some reason, it doesn't bother me as much as I would have thought to know she saw me in such a vulnerable position. Instead, it kind of amazes me that when I was in such a weakened state, she took care of me when she herself was injured and had gone through hell. My leg had probably rebroken multiple times in the last day, but for the first time, it feels like it's really healing, which I'm grateful for. There's only so long a man can walk around broken before it gets to him, especially mind-numbing pain like that. I glance at her again. It startles me to realize she's only wearing a white t-shirt. It's big on her, but because of the way she's laying, I can see a delicious amount of her long legs. She's bruised, with little cuts all over her, but it does nothing to take away from her beauty. Whenever I look at her, it's like my heart glows brighter than any goldarium. It's a feeling that makes me uncomfortable. Pulling the blanket back over us, I settle beside her. I'm exhausted, injured, and dealing with complicated emotions I don't understand. And yet, it's a while before I can fall asleep again. Even then, I dream of her. Callum? My name is a whisper torn from Elora's lips. I smile, pulling her closer, wanting more than this moment, more than to hold her. I want to bury myself inside her. to hear her shouting my name while I make her come over and over again. Callum. I hear my name again and frown. Something's wrong. Something doesn't make sense. My eyes snap open and I'm looking right into Elora's eyes. Callum, you need to eat and drink or you won't heal the way you need to, she whispers, and then gently climbs over me. I'm still confused and half asleep when she comes back with a flask of water and some jerky in a bag. Rubbing my face, I slowly sit up, wincing from the pain in my leg. She gives me the flask and I drink until I can't drink anymore. Gasping for air, I hand it back to her, and she wordlessly gives me the jerky. I eat it as quickly as I can, past the point when I want any more. Then shake my head when she offers me more and fall back on the pillows. Tiredly, I ask her, "Are you eating and drinking?" Because there are two of us who need to heal here, not just me. She nods. I've been up a few times to eat and drink. I was just starting to worry about how long you've been asleep. How long have I been asleep? I ask, frowning. Maybe 12 or 14 hours, she says, then shrugs. It's hard to tell down here, but definitely long enough that you needed to wake up, even for a short time. How's the leg? My leg? Fuck, I don't want to think about it. But I grit my teeth and move my leg around. To my surprise, it just hurts, dully. Not so sharply that I want to dig my knife into my throat to end the pain. Better. Thank goodness. She looks relieved as she rubs her hands over her face, then through her hair roughly. I was so worried. I like seeing her concern for me, even if it kind of makes me an asshole. You know us Runefalls. We're a hardy bunch. Her smile brightens. It's a smile that's directed at me, which is more than a little incredible. That you are. How's your side? I ask, as she puts another piece of wood on the fire. The view of her bending down in nothing but a shirt is more than a little hot. She glances down as if she'd forgotten about it, then starts to lift her shirt to reveal a delicious amount of her thigh and hip. She keeps one hand pushing down the fabric by her groin, which I don't understand until she lifts her shirt higher, and I realize there's no evidence of her thong this time. Fuck. She's not wearing underwear. My heart hammers. I'm fully aware she's only half naked because we were soaking wet, injured, and barely escaped with our lives. But logic doesn't seem to be discouraging my heart-on, which has presented itself, despite the fact that I'm exhausted and in pain. Dicks are such fucking morons. It looks better, she says, and it does. The bruise is still a little black and blue, but the edges are fading to dark green, which hopefully also means her broken rib, or ribs, are healing. She drops her shirt so that it covers everything except her long legs, but I'm still thinking about her injury. Guilt hits me like a truck, and I lay on my back, staring up at the dirt roof, trying to get my emotions under control. Callum, are you okay? She's suddenly at my side, looking down at me with so much concern that it makes the guilt inside of me grow. You shouldn't have gotten hurt, is all I can manage. She shouldn't have had to save me from that earthworm. She shouldn't have gotten tossed around that river like a doll, and she shouldn't have had to go through the hell we went through with the ogres and the Desirs or the storm. Except my idiocy put her in that position. My ego nearly killed her. We both got hurt, she says gently. I shake my head, not finding the words to explain everything I'm thinking. One side of her mouth twists into a half smile. We found the path. We're safe from the storm and we'll live to fight another day. That's all that matters, she says, and then she yawns. Rest, I say, even though I want to say so much more. She gives a little nod and carefully climbs over me, slipping under the covers with me. The feeling of her cold skin against mine makes me inhale sharply. What? she asks, panic in her voice. "Did I hurt you?" Her hands go to the covers and she's pulling them down, studying my leg like she expects to see a bone jutting out of it. But it's the same as it was before, wrapped up, but beneath the wrappings we can see that it's less bruised and miserable looking. I chuckle tiredly. "I'm fine. I just didn't realize how cold you are." And then before I can stop myself, I say, "Come here." Her eyes go wide and I think for a minute she's going to refuse me. My head starts screaming at me about how damn stupid I am when she pulls the covers back up and turns away from me. I'm starting to panic that I ruined the little bit of peace between us when she backs up and presses herself against me. I don't think, I just shift to wrap myself around her from behind. She sighs and presses into me more firmly, and my cock has a mind of its own because it hardens yet again at the feeling of her delicious ass pressed against my erection. My heart beats loudly in my ears and I debate pulling back a little, worried she'll realize what she's doing to me. But she seems content. So I relax and let my arm slide around her waist, pulling her even closer. The movement makes my leg ache a bit, but then it settles back down. It's strange. I don't think I've ever felt this content in my life. "Callum?" she whispers. "Yeah?" There's a silence for a moment, followed by, "I'm glad we didn't face all of this alone." There's no hesitation when I say, "Me too." 17. Callum. The next time I wake up, it's to the smell of food cooking. For a minute, I don't move. All I do is inhale deeply of the pleasant smell. For some reason, I can't quite recall where I am or what I was doing, only that I feel ravenously hungry. A few minutes pass and I become aware of a warm body lying next to mine. My mind goes through all the different women that could have been in my bed. It isn't often that I want the company of someone, so the list is limited. For some reason, realizing that most women are just trying to get pregnant with my child, to give birth to the next heir and become powerful and wealthy by sleeping with me, kind of takes away my desire to want to be with other women. For the most part. And yet, I don't feel that familiar sense of dread I usually experience when I wake up after spending the night with a woman. I feel ridiculously happy. Shifting a little, I wince as pain shoots through my leg. My eyes flash open and I find myself staring at a crackling fire with a pot hanging over it. Memories come flooding back to me once more. I'm in Neverwood. When I look down, I find Elora sleeping beside me. Somehow, she manages to fit perfectly against me, like this is where she was always meant to be. The feeling makes me uneasy and happy. My mind goes through all the various things that have happened over the last I don't even know how long. 2 days, perhaps? I feel a sense of embarrassment that I've done so poorly on my first trip as a goldkeeper without my father. One thing is for sure, I know that my father would be disappointed if he could see me now, lying with a walker. Not just lying with a walker, but we've worked together the past few days in order to survive, and no walker or runefall has ever worked together. Maybe it's never been expressly forbidden, but I don't think it has to be. Yet I don't feel as bad about working with her as I probably should, especially since without her, I might have ended up dead already. Still, I hate my complicated feelings. Complicated feelings and I never get along. Usually when I start feeling this way, I'll say or do something stupid just to return things back to the status quo. I really don't want to do that with Elora for some reason. She shifts and makes a little sound in her sleep. Her lips part. My heart races a little faster. Why, oh why, did a walker heir have to be so beautiful? She shifts again, and this time the sound she makes is a distressed one.
Her brow wrinkles and she looks frantic. I'm about to say or do something, I'm not sure what, when tears begin to stream down her cheeks. "It's okay, you're safe," I whisper, unable to stop myself. I hate to see her suffering, even in her sleep. She mumbles something about a fire. I stiffen and stroke her hair, hoping to bring her some peace. But her tears keep flowing, and I know in that moment she's thinking about her mother, because she has the same expression she did when she saw the Desir looking like her mom. I don't know why, after all the shit we've been through, that's the traumatic event torturing her in her dreams, but I'm sure of it. And I don't blame her for it. I'd heard the reports of what happened to her mother too, and even though Elora was supposed to be an enemy, even though I had been just a child when it happened, I'd felt like the world was less safe after her mother passed away. Someone dying in a fire in Paradise Falls is completely unheard of. For someone to die so young, altogether, is unheard of. We have the safest technology, we have the best fire crews, and Goldarium can save just about anyone. Except nothing we have reverses death. It was almost the perfect storm the way her mother died. An unthinkable chain of unlucky events. There was an unexplainable fire in a newly built building where nothing was turned on yet, including the fire alarm and the sprinklers. It was also a building on the edge of town in an area where no one was around to see the fire until it was too late. That, along with the fact that her mom had been in the building late at night with only a few other people, meant that by the time the fire was seen and the fire truck sent out, it was too late. Still, it was a tragedy, and I can see why she's having nightmares about her mom. Seeing the Jasir looking like my aunt would probably haunt me for the rest of my life. Even thinking about it now, the image of her mangled body compared to her smiling face clashes in my mind, and a shudder rolls through my body. No, I'm not going to think about that now, or ever if I can help it. Her gaze suddenly meets mine, her eyes wide open and full of tears. Without thinking, I reach out, stroke her hair some more, and say, "It's okay. It was just a nightmare." She shakes her head. "But what if it wasn't? What if it was real?" I frown and ask, "What do you mean?" And it's like that question snaps her out of whatever is going on with her. A curtain falls over her face, burying her emotions, and she brushes the tears from her face like she's trying to erase their existence. "Nothing. I was just dreaming, right? It was just a nightmare." But it feels like more than that. Like I'm missing something. "Are you sure, Elora?" "You said it was just a nightmare," she says, her voice almost accusatory, and then she pulls as far away from me as she can on the bed, curling her knees up to her chest. For some reason, it hurts to have her so far away. It hurts that I can tell that she's suffering, and yet she doesn't want me to be the one to comfort her. I know it shouldn't hurt. I know that I'm probably the last person in the world that she wants to look vulnerable in front of, or to have comfort her when she's afraid. Yet, it bothers me, which is something I'll probably have to analyze later. She takes a shaky breath, one that seems to make her whole chest rise and fall, before she finally says, "Are you hungry?" The question catches me off guard. Am I hungry? She's clearly going through some kind of massive personal turmoil, reliving the events of her mother's death, and yet she's asking me if I'm hungry? But she doesn't give me time to answer. "Doesn't matter if you're hungry. We have to eat so that we can keep going. We can't keep going until you feel better." Not knowing what to say, I simply nod. She climbs over me yet again, her body brushing mine in all the right places as she does so. I have to bite back a groan as my body reacts to her, and then mentally shake myself because what I'm feeling is wrong and stupid. Elora is one of the only people in this world that can make me feel so many complicated emotions all at once. One moment I'm worried about her, the next I'm horny as hell. It isn't something I'm proud of, the fact that I don't seem to be able to control myself around her. But I realized long ago that there's nothing I can do about the way she makes me feel, except hide my feelings. She goes to the fire and starts babbling, much to my surprise. I woke up sometime in the night and went through the room, looking to see what else they had here. It was actually stocked up pretty well, enough to make a simple soup with some dried vegetables and jerky. She fills a bowl with the soup, puts a spoon in it, then walks over to the bed. Be careful, it's hot. It isn't something that she needs to say, but I get the feeling that she hadn't liked me seeing her in a vulnerable position, so she's trying to make it feel like everything is back to normal. Not that I think things will ever be truly back to normal with Elora and I. But I don't say any of that. I just take my bowl. She avoids my gaze as she goes back to the pot to serve herself some of the soup, too. The storm's probably over by now. When do you think you'll be up to travel again? I glance away from her and down at my leg, then move it around a little. Pain rolls through my leg, but nothing like before. This is manageable. Like a car had run over my leg, instead of a bus running it over, then dragging me for miles before letting a dinosaur chew on it. The truth is that if I had to travel right now, I probably could. I have a suspicion, though, that I'd just end up re-breaking my leg if I had to do anything more than walk slowly. One thing a person shouldn't be in Neverwood is vulnerable. I'll probably need another day, I tell her, even though it's a little embarrassing to admit. She nods, putting the pot back over the fire. That's what I thought. And that's okay with me. I know we haven't really found a lot of Goldarium, but I could use the break. Again, I'm surprised. Elora isn't a person who shows vulnerability very often, at least from what I've seen. And right now I feel like she's being more vulnerable with me, even though she's clearly still uncomfortable with it. Have things between us changed that much? Or is this just another one of those strange moments between us that we both pretend never really happened? I don't know. So I decide that I'll try to enjoy things for what they are. She takes her own bowl of soup and walks back across the room to sit beside me on the bed, her movements graceful. I adjust my legs so we both have room, and then we eat together silently, almost comfortably. Like this isn't one of the first meals we've shared together that didn't involve me being half out of it, which is oddly nice. The food is incredible, warm and filling in a way that feels like a miracle. Probably only because we'd spent a couple of days living on jerky, fruit, and water. But I don't care why it's good, only that it is. It's also nice to have Elora beside me on the bed, too. She doesn't talk, just eats, but it allows me to watch her out of the corner of my eye. She's clearly showered since we first came here, because the dirt is gone from her face and hair. Her pale brown hair has been left down, and it's tangled around her pale face, but it sort of makes sense with the fading bruise on her cheek. It all honestly makes sense when it comes to Elora, because she always seems to have this strong vulnerability about her that would make absolutely no sense to anyone who doesn't know her. She's just striking, more than lovely, more than beautiful. She's the kind of woman that gets hurt and still hauls the asshole she hates to safety because it's the right thing to do. I've never understood that about her. How she always seems to find a way to do the right thing because the gods know I'm the opposite. If there's an opportunity to do the wrong thing, I'll seize it, usually thinking it's the right thing, and then screw everything up. Because as my mother and father always said, I'm a screw-up, a waste of space, a disappointment. They've made it clear from the time I was little that if they could have another child to replace me, they would have. I'm sure Elora's dad never said that to her, probably because that's the furthest thing from the truth when it comes to her. Elora is a kid a parent would be proud to have.
Elora catches my eye and lifts a brow. What? I stiffen. Nothing. You were staring. She doesn't say it in an accusatory way, but I'm embarrassed. I look away and focus really hard on eating my soup. Nothing. After a minute of looking at me, she goes back to eating quietly, and I feel a wave of relief. I'm awkward enough that I don't need her to catch me staring like a moron. When we're done, Elora takes my bowl from me and washes hers and mine in the little sink in the kitchen. For some reason, I like that she's taking care of me. I don't have a memory of anyone ever taking care of me, so I find myself smiling as I watch her. Is this what it feels like to have someone care? I even like the way she looks in just a shirt, with her long legs revealed. Some part of me can imagine her just like this one day with her husband. A pang of jealousy moves through me. One day she'll be married to a man who she'll take care of, who will get to see her every day and sleep with her every night. But if she was with me, we'd take care of each other. And I'd be the one experiencing those moments with her. Every precious moment, because that's what they would be with Elora. Precious. The second the thought enters my mind, I push it away. I don't want that. I'm admittedly attracted to Elora. I'm fascinated by her in a way I can't understand. But that's all any of this is. A weird fascination with the only person in the whole world who has some of the same life expectations as I have. When she's done washing the dishes, she puts more water in the soup over the fire, probably so that we can continue eating it for a few days. Then she adds more wood to the fire, doing so gingerly, as if she's still hurting, which she probably is. Then her gaze meets mine. I remembered something last night. Something? I asked, confused. Instead of saying more, she goes to the chest at the foot of the bed and starts to dig through it. I watch her, not able to do much more, until she stands. In her hands, she's carrying a book, and I instantly know what it is. Each cabin is supposed to have a journal. One of a gold keeper's responsibilities is to use these journals to share information with each other. Still, I've never been in this cabin before. What kind of entries have past gold keepers left behind? She catches my gaze and I stare at her. And she gives a sheepish smile. I thought maybe reading the journal would help prepare us a little better for what's next on the path. I don't want to read too much into the fact that she had said us instead of her, because I don't want to get it into my head that we're going to be traveling together from this point forward. Even though the notion sounds good to me, better than it logically should. She returns to the bed, and for the next couple of hours, we go through the journal entries together. It's strange reading them, reading the words of people who had come here before us. My eyes even sting a little when I read the journal entries from my aunt, even though the entries aren't exactly emotional. They're more factual, but it's still a piece of her that I hadn't had before. And I value that in a way that's hard to explain. Then we get to some more recent entries. It's even stranger reading journal entries from my father. Most of them report things like ogres that had been spotted along the path or trolls. One even discusses the fact that he's worried that there's a coming storm. But none of it's too helpful or too interesting. Just a few sentences for each entry. Then we read the first one from Elora's dad. He has the date marked and has written quite a bit more than my father ever had. He described the day when he had to make a terrible choice. He had run out of seeds, but had seen some goldarium off the path. What follows is a recounting of him getting caught in the exact same field we'd been in with the trolls, and him barely escaping with his life. Nothing that he describes is written in a matter-of-fact kind of way. It's descriptive and interesting, and shows what a wonderful writer Elora's father might have been if he hadn't been bound to this life. At the end of it, he describes barely getting out of the field with his life. But he also said something that's particularly interesting. He said that he'd negotiated with the trolls, that he'd made a deal with them, and that they'd willingly let him go. Elora looks up at me. Her expression is confused. Negotiated with the trolls? How could he do that? They don't talk. I shake my head, feeling as confused as she is. There's definitely no way to negotiate with trolls. I wish her father was here to explain it to us, because it feels like we're missing some pieces of this puzzle that would help all of this make more sense. Whoa, what about this? Elora says, drawing my attention back to the journal. The next sections rotate between Elora's dad and my dad. None of the entries are particularly interesting. They feel the same as most of the ones that came before them, with just a few facts. But then things get more interesting. They warn other gold keepers that goldarium was almost impossible to find up until this cabin. But after this point, we'd be more likely to find it, so to be on the lookout. They talk about various nature spirits causing trouble on their journeys, and then they speak excitedly about reaching the next ecosystem. Ecosystem? Elora asks, glancing at me. I shrug. No clue. It must be beyond the 5 days, she says, no doubt because our longest trip into Neverwood had been 10 days, 5 days out and 5 days back. Neither of us had journeyed beyond that. But why don't they describe the ecosystem at all? Aren't these journals meant to help us figure out what the hell to expect next? She frowns. Maybe it's because most gold keepers have an actual guide for all of this part of Neverwood. Or at least they're supposed to. It's strange. Maybe she's right, but it sort of feels like our fathers are purposely keeping secrets from us. I mean, just the fact that they have rotating entries said they'd been working together. And that means there's more going on here than we know. At last we get to the final entry in the journal from her father, and Elora reads it out loud. Elora, I have failed you in more ways than you'll ever know. Do not continue on from this point by yourself. Go with Callum, no matter how wrong it feels. You two need to work together from this point forward. You will not survive if you don't. Paradise Falls is not what it seems. The council is not what it seems. You're in danger there, and when you're ready, we'll tell you everything. But not yet. Not until we know you can handle it. Do what they say. Tell them nothing of what you do here beyond what you have to. Continue playing the roles that they've set out for us. The Runefalls and the Walkers are enemies. It's what people expect, even though the reality is we never really were. At the end, in my father's handwriting, more is written. Callum, watch out for Elora. Take care of her carefully, from a distance, and she should do the same for you. And if anything ever feels wrong, know that you both are in danger in Paradise Falls, and trust your instincts. And that's how it ends. The rest of the pages of the journal are blank. Elora looks at me like she's as stunned as I feel. How did they know we'd end up working together? I shake my head. There's no way they could have known. The two families never worked together. I guess until our dads. Something I still haven't quite wrapped my mind around. But if the paths hadn't made it clear they'd traveled together, their journal entries certainly did. And what do they mean we were never really enemies? The Runefalls and the Walkers have always been enemies. Her stunning eyes are wide as she stares back at me. Again, I shake my head. Us being enemies is something I've never questioned, even if I didn't like it. I trusted it as much as I trusted the fact that the sun rose each morning. But there's no reason for our fathers to lie to us about this. And why would Paradise Falls be dangerous? I find myself hating that my only answer is, I don't know. None of this makes sense. Because Paradise Falls is the safest place in both worlds. Right? 18. Elora.
My mind is spinning. The two families have always served the people of Paradise Falls, and as far as I know, it's always been a positive relationship. It's not that it was always easy having our families serve the community, doing a dangerous job where most of us died early, but I thought our families were honored to contribute to Paradise Falls, and the community was grateful for our sacrifices. Yet my father's cryptic journal entry seems to be painting a completely different picture, one that I can't wrap my mind around. Who in Paradise Falls would want to hurt us, and why? Did it have something to do with Callum's mom and security chasing our dads when they disappeared into Neverwood? Did you ever ask your mom why she and security were chasing our dads that day? I blurt out, needing to know for some reason. Callum looks at me as if his head had been in a completely different place. Yeah, but she wouldn't tell me. Not that I was surprised. She doesn't tell me anything. Damn it. At least then I'd have the answer to one question. I'm going to take a shower, I say, wanting to escape this room, or maybe just my confusing thoughts. Callum looks up at me like he wants to say something. Whatever he has to say, I'm not ready to hear it just yet. Right now, I just need to clear my head, clear my thoughts, and decide how I feel and what I think. Springing from the bed, I dart into the bathroom and start the water. The water's freezing cold, because even though we used Goldarium to give us indoor plumbing, there are limits to what we can do here. Neverwood can't have a lot of complicated technology. It erodes really quickly and requires more and more Goldarium to fix it. So simple is best when it comes to using the powerful element to create things. I stand beneath the gold spray, my teeth chattering, using the simple shampoo and conditioner and soaps that are always left here to clean myself. Supplies I'll have to refill at a later date. My thoughts are focused on the final journal entry, my relationship with my father, and why I feel so damn betrayed. From the time I was little, my father had made it clear to me that being a goldkeeper was special. It was something to be proud of, something that helped our community, our people, and now it seems all of that was a lie. I freeze, shampoo in my hair, blinking into the shower spray as my mind runs through my many memories with my dad. I don't know if he actually said any of that or just let other people say it and kept his mouth shut, which is more disturbing than even the journal entry itself. Standing there, I stare and stare. But no matter how much time passes, I can't seem to separate what my father said from what the council, my mom, or the community said. I tried to think of specific moments when my father told me how great it was to be a goldkeeper. The problem is I can't think of any. I laugh by myself in that shower. Laugh because I'm stupid. Laugh because I'm pretty sure I'm a damn fool. When people said how lucky we are to be goldkeepers, my father's response was typically to smile and nod. But when I try to think of an instance when he told me that himself, only a couple of moments came to my mind, and even those aren't clear moments. Like when I told him how great it would be when I became a goldkeeper. He'd hug me and say how much fun we'd have together. He wouldn't agree that being a goldkeeper would be great. If I'm remembering correctly, it means that my dad wasn't just constantly lying to me about my future, just that somehow I'd been brainwashed by everyone I knew into believing it. Brainwashed into believing something that I'm not sure is even true anymore. Which means everything I've ever believed could be a lie. Tears fill my eyes. It feels like the foundation that I'd built my life upon is crumbling beneath me, and all I want to do is grasp onto the pieces and force them back together. Technically, my father hadn't said what we do isn't important. Technically, he didn't say anything of that kind. Still, I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. The question keeps coming back to me, circling through my head. What do I really know?
What do I really know about anything? And what could my father possibly mean when he said that the Runefalls and Walkers were never really enemies? Of course we were enemies. That's one thing I would have staked my life on. At any other time. Now, well, I just don't know anymore. I finish my shower feeling like I'm going through the motions, thinking about the fact that I've spent my whole life staying away from Callum because that's what I was told to do. But now, apparently, I'm supposed to believe he's the one person I can trust. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just forget everything I've ever known, everything I've ever believed, and just change it all based on one journal entry. A journal entry with information that my dad could have told me 1,000,000 times before, but never did. Yeah, that's what I should do. For some reason, I find myself growing angrier and angrier with my father. How could he do this to me? What if he isn't just hurt or lost? Just a few minutes ago, I would have done anything to find him. Now, I'm beginning to wonder if my father really just chose not to come back. Chose to stay in this horrible place filled with dangerous creatures rather than come back home. The thought leaves me feeling alone and uneasy. If I can't trust my father, I'm not sure I can have faith in anybody in this world. Even Callum, supposedly the only person I should be trusting. I just want to be home. I want to go into my room and listen to music way too loud and forget all about Neverwood, my father, and everything else that's happened on this trip. What's the point in having all this supposed power if none of it is really real? I get out of the shower, dry my hair, and run the rough brush through tangled strands. When I'm done, I stare at myself in the mirror, feeling lost, empty, and alone in a way I never imagined I could feel. No matter what I'd been through in life, I always felt that I had my father there right beside me. I always felt like I understood him and he understood me. Now I've lost that. And it feels like I've lost my purpose and my drive right along with it. When I exit the bathroom, Callum is standing beside the bed. He looks like he's been trying to walk in circles. His lips are pulled tight like he's in pain, and his jaw is clenched. Without thinking, I race over to him and put my shoulder under his arm, just like I'd done when we've been out in the woods. "It's okay," he says, and I can hear the pain in his voice. "Go lay back down. You're not ready for that yet," I tell him, trying to use my serious voice. He shakes his head. "No, I'm gonna take a shower." "Shower? Are you sure you can handle that?" He gives me a funny look. "What, are you volunteering to help?" I feel my cheeks heat. No, I was just saying. I don't know what I was saying. He flashes me a smile like he'd never really been serious, and I feel some of my anxiety go down. "I just smell like hell," he tells me and then shrugs. "I'll manage, and if it gets too bad, I'll sit in there." "Okay," I nod, even though I'm kind of doubting he can stand through a whole shower. With his change of clothes under one arm, he makes his way to the shower and disappears inside. I just hope I don't hear him fall and then have to run in and help, because seeing Callum naked, I feel my damn cheeks get hot again at just the thought, is not something I want to experience. Seeing that man naked is something I'm sure no woman could forget, given how good he looks clothed. My legs are shaking, even though I'm not really sure why, so I slowly lower myself onto the bed. Laying down, I stare up at the dirt ceiling and wonder if the storm is still raging outside. Usually they're pretty quick. Not that it matters. If you're stuck in one, it doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes or 2 hours. You're pretty much dead. I sigh. I don't know why my thoughts are focused on the storm outside when I have a storm going on inside my head. Closing my eyes, I will myself to go to sleep. Maybe everything will look better after that. But I can't seem to fall asleep. After a little while, I'm not sure how long,
Callum comes back out of the shower in new clothes, sweatpants and a t-shirt, looking tired and in pain. I scoot to one side of the bed and he climbs in, ready for a nap. His face is clean but drawn tight, and his jaw is clenched. I nod, and without thinking, I curl into him. When I realize what I've done, I tense. But to my surprise, he simply wraps himself around me. Even though far too many things are going on inside my head, for some reason, having Callum wrapped around me makes it so much easier just to slip into sleep. 19. Elora. We're both dressed and ready. My side feels as good as new, and Callum has made it clear that while he's not 100%, he's pretty damn close to it. So we're going to say goodbye to this cabin and continue on our journey. Pulling open the journal, I note the earthworm's location the best I can, along with what happened with the river, the ogres, the trolls, and the storm. I don't say who the Desir took the form of, but I say that they took the form of people we loved. I also note that 2 of them helped us, and 2 of them seemed to make our struggles worse. This, I feel, is significant. I've never before heard anything about the Desir helping our kind. When I'm done, I close the journal and look up. Callum is sitting by the fire with his pack by his feet, watching me. And the look in his eyes is so intense, it takes my breath away. I swallow hard. Our entry has all the most important notes about what we saw. We? He asks, and I can't tell what he's thinking. Did you want me to lie and pretend I traveled alone? I'm confused now. Maybe I should have. Our fathers were the first of our family lines to work together. One day we'd have to explain this to our children, and I imagine it won't be an easy conversation to have. He shakes his head. No, we might have to lie back home, but we should never lie in the journals. Something about his words strikes me as strange. But I tuck the journal back into the chest, and Callum puts out the fire in the fireplace. We put our packs back on and climb up the ladder, then out of the cabin as cautiously as possible. To my relief, the skies are clear, and even though there's evidence of the storm everywhere we look, and the lightning and fire have left whole trees and areas scorched, the forest survived. And so did we. We choose the direction that keeps us going deeper into Neverwood, knowing that as much as we might want to head back home, we can't until we have a hell of a lot more Goldarium, or we'll face the wrath of our people. Callum and I continue to drop our seeds as we walk, knowing that this path will continue to expand, being owned by both his family and mine if we do so. Knowing that if our fathers chose these paths as their most recent ones, there had to be a reason why. A reason we're going to figure out. A reason that will hopefully lead me back to my dad, wherever he is. Birds whistle their unusual songs around us. One's melody seems familiar, but I don't know why. And then Callum laughs. They're playing one of my dad's favorite songs. I look at him, surprised. He continues, a smile on his face. It's about this man who loves someone who can never love him back. He wants to be with them his whole life, but it isn't until they're in a retirement home together that they finally get to be in love. Apparently, something in their life made their love impossible. His gaze meets mine, and then his smile fades away. It's a silly song. I nod, my heart fluttering. Callum, when we get back, how do we handle Neverwood? He answers quickly, getting right to what was bothering me. Our dads were smart men. They learned early on, apparently, that they need to be careful what they told our people. I think we do the same. We tell them we traveled, that we found Goldarium, and that we went home. Separately. It does make sense, but something is still bothering me. Do you really think we can't trust the people in Paradise Falls? This time he answers slowly, seeming to study the trees and the birds as we walk along the path and drop seeds. I get the feeling he doesn't want to answer,
but he finally does. Elora, you and I have always been different. I think I see Paradise Falls for what it is, and you see it for what it could be, for what they want us to believe it is.
What do you mean? He sighs and looks at me.
Councilman Vin?
Every muscle in my body tenses. Councilman Vin was responsible for training us from a young age until we hit 18. The man was a monster. He seemed to glory in hurting me in a way I've never seen anyone do before. No matter how hard I pushed myself, it was never enough. I still have scars from his training, and as I got older, he changed. Touching me more, touching me longer. I wrap my arms around my chest, feeling sick, but then I always feel sick when I think of him. I hate that man, I finally manage. He nods.
A perfect society wouldn't have people like him, and it certainly wouldn't have people like him in power. In fact, a perfect society wouldn't be okay with what he does to us to make us ready for Neverwood.
Maybe he's just a bad apple in an otherwise good bushel, I say. But even I don't believe my words any longer.
Callum exhales slowly. I'm not surprised that our dads warned us about our people and our world, Elora. I think that they've tried to paint what we do as something noble and wonderful for our world, something we should be proud of. But in reality, we're just shiny tools they'll use until they don't have a use for us anymore.
I don't know why his words hurt so much. Do you think that's what happened with our dads? They didn't have a use any longer, so the council was coming for them that day? Is that why they ran?
Callum shakes his head. I don't know why security and the council came that day, but I will say my parents have never been in love. They've always had more of an arrangement than a marriage. And yet I think my mom loved my dad like a brother or a friend. I can't imagine her coming that day to do him harm. But I could be wrong. Her heart is pure ice when it comes to anything except him.
And you, I add, before I can stop myself. His face tenses.
No, just him.
I don't know what to say. Does Callum really think his mother doesn't care about him? She's cold, but that's something else. I'm sure your mom loves you, in her own way. It's quiet as we keep walking, and then he asks,
Do you think your stepmom loves you?
Oh, shit. I think she cares about me. She doesn't dislike me, so I guess that's true.
And what about your real mom?
He asks, even though no one ever asks about my real mom. I'm not allowed to talk about her, I say before I can stop myself. It's a reaction, an answer I was told to give and shown how to give over and over again. But I push past the tightness in my chest and continue. She loved me and my father down to her deepest soul. That I know for sure.
I'm glad,
he says, but it kind of sounds like I wish I had that. Unable to help myself, I ask, have you ever had dreams and thoughts that felt real but weren't?
Yeah, I think everyone has that,
he answers simply. I mean, the same dream, over and over again, hounding you, but if it was real, you'd have to accept that everyone in your life had lied to you. For some reason, I sound out of breath. He shakes his head.
Do you have that?
I nod, but I don't want to say more. I just needed to ask someone if it was normal. Uncomfortable, I changed the subject. So, what do we do about Goldarium? How do we decide who gets what? After a minute of staring at me, he grins.
How about whoever spots it first gets it?
I smile back. Agreed. What follows is the calmest part of our entire trip, even though we don't see any signs of our fathers and don't find another cabin with a journal to answer more of our questions.
Because we are further from the entrance to Neverwood, however, we do find more Goldarium. I usually sense it first and know that it's somewhere near us, but I'm not always the first one to see it. We spend 3 nights sharing a tent, sticking to the path except for when we see Goldarium, and getting enough that we know the council will be happy. Then we agree it's time to head back. The return takes another 5 days that are strangely pleasant. We talk, mostly about nothing important. We work together, and even though we have 2 tents, we share one. The first few nights, we fall asleep quickly. But with each night that passes, we both seem to stay up longer. I'm always pressed against him, acutely aware that he's hard. Our breathing is fast. The tent grows warm. But we don't do anything beyond hold each other, even though sometimes I wish otherwise. On the last day, as we draw closer to the entrance to Paradise Falls, the energy between us changes. Callum looks tense, and I feel the tension in the air. Once we step through, everything will change, and for some reason, I find myself not wanting to go back. And then we go to our separate family cabins, unload the supplies that we needed to stay, including our belts, and place our Goldarium in the crystal containers that are required to return to Paradise Falls. Outside of our cabins once more, we stare at each other. Back in Paradise Falls, I begin. We stick to our agreement and follow the advice of our fathers, he replies, his voice cold. He sounds like the Callum I knew before, and something in my chest aches at the realization. I look at him for a moment, and I think he might say more based on the intense look on his face. But then he leaves. Without anything else I can do, I step through right after him. Returning to Paradise Falls. Returning to reality. 20. Elora. I'm driving in my truck, filthy. My bag on the floor of the passenger seat, the crystal box on the seat itself. Up ahead, Callum drives his own truck. It feels weird to be apart from him after spending so long together. It feels weird to know that from this point forward, until we return to Neverwood, he and I are enemies again. Somehow I feel like I don't remember what to say or how to act around him, but I also know I need to figure it out pretty damn fast. Throughout town, everyone who spots us stops to stare. There are few vehicles in Paradise Falls to begin with, and only a few trucks, so it's obvious that we've returned. I spot security, probably already radioing in that we're in town. This is yet another part of being a goldkeeper that I'm not as familiar with as I should be. My dad had picked me up a few times and shown me the process, but I'd never done it on my own. We go to the Science District, an area full of 3 or 4-story buildings, all sleek and white and silver. On the edge of this area is the building that my mom was supposedly in when she died, although I don't believe that's what happened any longer. I hadn't told Callum, but I'd decided to trust the strange nightmares and the Desir's words and investigate her death. Not today, though. Today, I have to come back to reality. To the real world. I park my truck behind Callum's, and we both get out at the same time. But he doesn't look at me as we come to the big glass doors. 2 security officers open the doors at our approach. There are several more security checkpoints, but then this building is like our bank. It's where we house the Goldarium at its purest form. Then it's taken to the industrial buildings, on the poorer side of town, where it's processed before being divided up for trade, to the medical teams, or to the power company. A security officer swipes a card and then steps back. Only we go on from this point forward. I glance at Callum, but he continues looking forward, so I follow. There are crystal doors in front of us, and as we move toward them, they part. Inside the room, the walls are lined in crystal cases with slots with gloves that allow hands to reach through to safely touch the Goldarium. These are for our people, so they can handle the Goldarium without being harmed. Callum goes to one of the chests, I go to another. The chests reach about to my waist and are attached to the walls in every direction. I carefully open the top of one, knowing that everything in this room, except for the gloves, are made of crystal, and that if I accidentally break anything, it'll be insanely expensive to fix. I open the small chest I'm carrying and scoop the goldarium out, placing it in its new crystal home. When I get it all out, I close the chest and look at Callum, who is closing his own chest. I guess we're done. He shrugs, then heads for the door, taking his small chest with him, just like I do. Back out in the main corridor of the building, Callum's mom and several of the other council members are waiting. All of them seem to be prepared for the worst, or at least, I sense they are, even though they have smiles painted on their faces. Even Councilman Vin is grinning at us. His clothes are the traditional white color they all prefer, while a gaudy silver chain hangs around his neck. "Welcome home," Councilwoman Kayla says, grinning at her son. "How did it go?" I tense, but Callum answers smoothly. "Fine. I got goldarium and I'm back in one piece." Then she turns to me. "And how did you do?" Lie, lie, lie. Watch every word you say. "The same. I got goldarium and survived." A minute later, a scientist comes and whispers in her ear. She frowns and looks at us. "You did fine, but we need a great deal more goldarium than what you brought back. You can rest for 3 days, but then you need to return to Neverwood." My stomach flips. I guess I expected more time than that to recover between my travels. Our fathers usually got a couple of weeks between each time, but then it seems the council somehow managed to burn through most of the goldarium they collected over the years. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised they're going to push us harder than they pushed our fathers to make up for it. We're their tools, after all. I hate the thought, because it feels true, and because I'm not a very good liar. The last thing I want is for any of these people to know what I'm thinking, to know that I see them differently than I did before, and that our fathers didn't trust them either. "Well, rest," she says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "We'll need you in fighting form to do your honor for our society and bring back more goldarium." Why is the supply of goldarium so low? The question springs from my lips before I can stop it, but I won't say I regret asking it. We should have a lot remaining, so what's going on? Why the blackout and the push to return with more so quickly? Her smile widens but grows colder. "You have no idea, my dear, what goes into running a perfect world like ours." Maybe I don't, but I know in past years it was said that we always kept enough goldarium on hand to get us through 10 years, and that a small amount went a long way. So I don't believe her, but I won't push it. If I'm going to figure out what happened to my dad and who he was worried about here, I can't give myself away. "I guess that's true," I tell her, but I can't quite manage the fake smile she so easily paints on her face. Councilman Vin is suddenly reaching out for me, and I flinch away from him. His eyes are cold when he steps forward and grabs my shoulder harshly. "Well, I, for one, am proud that 2 members of the families that I trained did so well on their first mission." His hand burns into my shoulder, and I want to break the damn thing. Then it's yanked off of me. Callum has shoved between the two of us, heading for the front door. Over his shoulder, he says, "Well, I'm going to do what you guys suggested and rest." Councilman Vin steps closer, blocking me from my path to the front door. "Were you able to use your training well?" His gaze rakes over me, and a shiver rolls down my spine. "Elora!" Callum barks across the foyer. All eyes turn to him as he holds open the door for me. "Get your ass in your truck. I'm not going to listen to you whining that you're too tired to do your job and leave it all to me." I rush around Councilman Vin without looking at any of the council members, and then out the door Callum holds for me. Before he gets into his truck, I see his face. He's enraged. His jaw is so tight,
I'm worried he might crack one of his teeth. His gaze meets mine, and those stunning green eyes of his gentle, if only by a little. He gives a little nod and gets into his truck, but he doesn't leave. I get the feeling he's waiting for me, so I climb into mine and drive off. He follows me until our paths diverge. Then I watch his truck turn down the next road, my heart aching just a little. I've been with Callum for every minute of the last 10 days or so. It feels strange to be away from him now, almost like I'm missing a part of myself. But in 3 days, we'll be together again. The thought makes me oddly happy. Happier than it should because there are just so many things I don't like about Callum. Even though I can't think of any of those things right now. My stepmom is passed out drunk on the couch when I get home, which is honestly a bit of a relief. There will be time to talk to her later. For now, I have more important fish to fry. Like figuring out what the hell I do from here. I hurry up the stairs to my room, place my backpack and crystal chest on the floor, and peel off my filthy clothes. Unable to help myself, I go to my mirror and stare in shock at my own reflection. There's only a little bruising still on my side, but I've lost some weight. My battered, dirty body combined with my tangled hair and my loss of weight makes me look like I'd been through some kind of war. Which I guess I had. Turning away from my reflection, I head for the bathroom. I barely let the shower water run hot before I slide under the spray. There, my thoughts instantly sharpen. Things have changed. I don't trust the council any longer, but I need to get better at hiding my feelings, or they'll become suspicious before I even have a chance to figure out what my father meant when he warned me about them. Callum and I are also enemies here, but not really. Apparently, he's the one person I can trust. Something I still can't quite wrap my mind around. But there's more. I have just 3 days before I have to go back to Neverwood. So that means I have 3 days to investigate my mom's death and figure out what secrets my dad was hiding. Secrets that will hopefully help me find my dad and keep me safe. Luckily for me, I know just where to start looking for answers. 21. Callum. I go home and put away my stuff, shower and change. But I don't want to stay home alone. There's always this wild, unpleasant energy inside of me that I can't escape when I'm alone. It makes me pace, makes me want to scream. It's like I want to crawl out of my own skin, but I can't. Although it's worse today. The thing is, the only person I trust in this fucked up place other than Elora is Teth. So I head to his house. Maybe this feeling will go away with him. It doesn't always, but it usually gets quieter. It goes away when I'm with Elora. I push that thought away because I'm going to have to get better about not thinking about her now, or she'll become an obsession. Hell, she already is one. My mom doesn't like me going to Immoral Court, the poor side of town, but I've never been one to listen to her, even when I was young enough that I had to walk there. Immoral Court is just like Guiltwood, only with better people and less flash, even though my mom would freak out if she knew that's how I feel. So I get in my truck and head across town. All the pretty houses in Guiltwood flash by my windows, followed by all the pretty shops, and then the science district. The town is smaller than it seems, so it takes no time at all to pass through to the tiny, decrepit houses covered in soot. Just behind them is the industrial side of town. The buildings have smokestacks that puff garbage out into the air, part of the process the council uses to make the Goldarium last longer. The air filtration systems they use are only implemented at the border to the science district, so it's always a bit of a shock when I cross the border onto this side of town. These assholes probably had to work harder to make sure our air was clean and their air stayed dirty.
That's just one of the many things that bothers me about the council. If they can give us clean air, why can't Immoral Court have clean air too? It's a choice they made. A choice to value resources over what's best for our people. They don't seem to care what the pollution does to the people here. People like Teth's family. But I'd learned a long time ago that speaking up resulted in lectures and absolutely no differences. That's yet another reason why I don't hold Elora's beliefs about our world. I'd tried to make things better in the past, and quickly learned that I'm nothing more than a shiny figurehead to these people. I drive through Teth's neighborhood and stop outside of his house. Turning off the engine, I climb out of the truck and start up the sidewalk. Unfortunately, I immediately hear the sound of Teth's parents yelling. I freeze in place, not sure what to do next. Teth's parents have a hard life, working all the time, but I've never heard them yell before. Something must be wrong. Slowly, I keep approaching the door, wondering what to do. My mom would say to leave and mind my own business, but Elora? I can never imagine her walking away when a friend was in trouble. "This is unacceptable," I hear his dad screaming. "Absolutely unacceptable, and you know it!" "What if people found out?" his mom asks, and she sounds upset. "What if the council found out?" "This is for your own good," his dad shouts, and then the door flies open, and he's marching out of the house, purple fabric clutched in his hand. Teth comes running after him, his face pinched in a way I've only seen a few times before. "Please, just give it back to me. No one ever has to know." Then they both see me. His dad freezes on the sidewalk, and he actually looks terrified as his gaze meets mine, like I'm here about to destroy his world. Teth stares at me silently, pain in his eyes for a moment, before he says, "Come on, let's go to my room." I watch as his dad goes around to the trash can at the side of the house and throws out something that looks suspiciously like a dress. My gaze darts away from him, and I follow Teth through the small living room. It's dark and dank, always holding a chill from the poor insulation that I never feel on the other side of town. His mom is crying on the couch, coughing in between each sob, and I see the gut-wrenching hurt on his face before he darts down the hallway. Without a word, I follow him to his room. It's about the size of a closet, with a bed that takes up most of the space and no actual closet at all. Everything he has goes beneath the bed or on the small side table. I collapse onto his bed, and he lies down beside me, both our legs hanging off the bed. "Want to talk about it?" I ask, trying to keep my voice light. "No," he says. And he doesn't sound angry, just crushed. He sounds so defeated that it actually hurts my heart to hear him. Using my arm, I bump him. "Offer's always open," is what I say. But I know he hears. "I care about you, and I'll always be here for you, whatever you need." "I heard you were back," he says. Teth doesn't speak much, so when he does, he always means more than he actually says. He's telling me he doesn't want to talk about what just happened to him or why his parents, who are normally kind and understanding people, are angry at him. What's going on is too painful, too raw for him. Instead, he wants me to talk until he's ready. And I owe this guy everything, so the least I can do is that. I barely got back with my life. I feel his gaze on me, waiting. Elora saved me. If she hadn't been there, I would have died before ever making it back. He waits, and there's no pressure as he does so. It's a Teth thing, something completely unique to him. I've realized that when he gives me time to talk, even time to talk my pointless thoughts out loud, there's no pressure. If I find something to say, great. If I don't, it's still okay. Which makes it easier to talk. We found out our dads were working together in Neverwood. They left information for us telling us to work together and telling us that we're not safe here. Did they think you ever imagined you were? Teth's tone is almost amused,
because he knows about the dark side to Paradise Falls better than most. Elora did, but I didn't have it in me to explain all the darkness in Paradise Falls. I think she's starting to figure it out, though. Glancing at his nightstand, I see a new science textbook added to the others. I point at it. Been keeping busy? He nods. Mostly with applications. My gut turns. And how are your parents? Not why were your parents yelling at you, because we both know the reason. At least, I suspect I know. And it's a reason neither of us would say out loud. Here in Paradise Falls, if you're different in any way, you're gone. 1 minute you're walking down the road, and the next a van pulls up, snags you off the street, and no one ever sees you again. It's been whispered about that the people are simply flown out of Paradise Falls, but no one has ever seen any of them on a flight. Other people suspect that these different members of our society are put on the old path to walk out of Paradise Falls or die. But no one has ever seen the old path, as far as I know. The truth is that the path is more legend than reality, and those different people are probably dead. They're getting sicker, Teth says, sounding lost. If I don't get them out of here, they're not going to make it. I need to get into a college outside of here and get them out of this place before it's too late. Teth's parents, like many people on this side of town, have developed a cough that will eventually kill them because it isn't something the council has deemed worthy of fixing with Goldarium. Most people in Guiltwood have no idea this is even happening. Just like the people disappearing into vans. People here die quietly, and then they're replaced with other workers. Teth has been working hard since he was a small child to be able to get his parents out of here before the gold cough kills them. And I've been doing everything in my power to help him, knowing there's only one way out for them. My influence might have gotten Teth into my school, but it isn't enough to get his parents, who don't have any skills that they can use in Guiltwood, out of this side of town. Teth is their only chance, and he knows it. Have you heard back from any of the colleges yet? There's only one in Paradise Falls, of course, and he's already in it. Teth, however, has been applying for colleges outside of our city, hoping to create a better life for himself and his family. He shakes his head, looking even more depressed than before. Let's do some more together, I suggest, giving him a smile. Teth is definitely the scientist between us, but as for filling out boring documents, I'm the king. He stares at his hands. Aren't you tired after Neverwood? I am, but I try to look excited for the paperwork, knowing that he needs my help. No. And so we get to work. A couple of hours have passed by the time we manage to complete 2 more applications. Then I offer to take Teth into town for a meal, and he gladly accepts. We drive together in comfortable silence across town, and I notice the way he relaxes into his seat as we travel. Poor Teth really isn't meant for Paradise Falls. Even though he intends to be a scientist, I get the feeling he'd be happiest traveling. Always on the road, lots of time with his own thoughts, free of this place and the burdens of the world. What was it like working with Elora? I stiffen. Teth has always known that my connection with Elora was different than what other people thought, but we never actually say it. There are so many things we've learned to never say, which is one of the many reasons we're friends. It was nice. I feel him glance at me and know he's read more into that one sentence than my mom has read into anything I've said in the past year. Life might be crappy sometimes, but having a best friend like Teth just about makes it all worth it. Especially now that I don't even have my dad to turn to. He and I weren't exactly close, but there were things that only he understood about me too. Mostly about Neverwood. And now he's gone. Without a trace. Probably dead. We pull into the parking lot of our favorite burger joint,
and see that at least it isn't too busy. There's the usual half a dozen or so college kids hanging around, and of course, Cyril, one of Elora's best friends. He waits tables here, usually on the days we come, even though he only works a couple of days a week. I see him grinning at some people sitting at a table, his notepad in hand. Out of all the people we have to deal with at school, he's probably one of the more interesting. Whenever we spot him, he seems to be doing his own thing, laughing and having a good time, no matter how boring or tedious the task. He's one of the few men I don't want to punch in the face when I see him talking to Elora. Probably because I understand that what's between them is purely friendship. I guess I'm glad she's found someone safe to be around, who has her back. Because people like that are rare for us to find. Teth pulls down the visor on my car and checks out his appearance, smoothing his hands over his thick black hair, though his hair is never out of place. He adjusts his red shirt too, tries a smile in the mirror, then frowns at his own expression before closing the visor. Again, I say nothing, even though going to this burger joint is one of the few times Teth seems so invested in his appearance. If I speak up, he'd just stop wanting to go here. And I have my own reasons to think that coming here is the highlight of most of his weeks, so I'm not about to take that away from him. We head inside, take a booth in the corner, and within a few minutes, Cyril is at our table. "Afternoon, boys. What can I get you for today?" "I'll take a Dr. Pepper," I say, because it's my favorite drink, and I haven't had a sip of it since before Neverwood. Cyril pulls his pencil out from behind his ear. Even though he's tied his long hair up in a bun at the back of his head, a few strands come loose. He scribbles down my order, then turns to Teth. Teth fidgets with the menu, opens his mouth several times, closes it several times, then stammers out, "A Coke." "Coke?" Cyril says, emphasizing the word. "That's my favorite, although Elora is a Dr. Pepper girl too, so I guess we both have best friends with bad taste." Teth actually smiles. "But I got you both." Then Cyril does a little spin like he's in a dress rather than jeans, a dark t-shirt, and a black apron with a name tag, and heads toward the kitchen. A couple of guys sit in the booth behind Teth, but he doesn't seem to notice. He's staring down at his menu, a smile on his face, like he's thinking of something better than this town and this restaurant. Not that I blame him. If I let my thoughts wander, I'm almost certain they'll go right to Elora. "Elora's back," I hear one of the guys say, like he's reading my mind, and my back stiffens. For some reason, I hate hearing her name on anyone else's lips, from any guy. Her name feels like something intimate, something that belongs to me, even though I know that's crazy. "I bet she'll be at that big party Rillian's hosting to welcome the Goldkeepers back tonight," another one of the guys says. Big party? I'm sure I have a text about it back at home. Somehow I never think about grabbing my phone before I leave the house. I rarely do when Teth is the only person I want to hear from. But if Elora is going to be there, maybe I should be too. "And I bet she'll be thirsting for some cock after being in Neverwood for so long," the third guy says, followed by laughter by all of them. My jaw clenches so tight I hear it pop. Yes, I've kept track of every guy Elora has ever dated, and a mental list of the ones she's slept with. But I've never gotten the impression she's just fucking random guys at parties. If she was, I'd know about it. Wouldn't I? I feel sick. Cyril is back, dropping our drinks in front of us. "What can I get for you?" "Double cheeseburger with fries, mozzarella sticks, onion rings, and potato skins," I say, barely thinking, barely looking at him. Cyril laughs. "The boy does know how to eat." Then he glances at Teth. "And what will you have?" Teth takes so long to answer, I actually glance at him. He's staring at Cyril, so I kick him under the table, and he says, "Cheeseburger with fries, please." "No onion rings?" Cyril asks. Teth looks surprised. "You remember?" Cyril grins. "Of course." He hurries off to put our order in, but I catch Teth staring for a while after. No doubt he's shocked. Being such a quiet guy, he always seems to think people don't notice him, even though he's a tall, broad giant of a man. I've never quite understood that about him. Well, that's not entirely true. I think part of his belief that he's beneath everyone around him, or not worthy of being noticed, has to do with the fact that he's only allowed to go to college and spend so much time on this side of town because of his connection to me. If not for me, they'd have forced him to work with Goldarium alongside his parents. Still, he has to know the stupid rules in Paradise Falls are exactly that. Stupid. He's not any less worthy than the assholes in the booth behind him. A couple of girls slide into our booth with us, giggling. "You're back! We missed you so much." I've seen them before. They've hung off me, flirted with me, but they have nothing to offer. Nothing I want. Certainly not like Elora. They hang out at our table, talking at us until our food arrives, and then I send them packing. Before they go, they ask if we'll be going to the party tonight. I don't want to. I want to sleep or spend time with Teth, not go to a party. But if Elora is there... Yeah, we'll be there, I say. Teth gives me a look, but I ignore him, digging into the food that isn't jerky, berries, or soup. I enjoy every bite, losing myself in the textures, tastes, and smells that I've missed so much. Yet when I think of Elora and I sitting together in that bed, eating that plain, watery soup, I'd give all of this up for that in an instant. Just to sit next to her. Just to see her smile or hear her laugh. Or feel the way she curls against me at night. All of which is disturbing. How the hell did she get under my skin without me even noticing? 21. Elora. I slip into the file room at the security office while Beva keeps the officers busy. Technically, it wasn't hard to sneak into this room. Most security officers spend their time patrolling the streets, since there isn't much need for the officers to hang around this building. There's just a room with 4 cells, the file room, and the main room. Few people break rules in Paradise Falls because if they do it enough, they disappear. So, just as expected, the cells are empty, and there are just 2 lone officers watching a show in the main room, while Beva gives her commentary. They're none the wiser that I didn't head to the back to use the bathroom. The room is dark and dusty, but I turn on my flashlight and go to the computer in the corner. I type in my mom's name, and the file number and location pop up. But that's all the information the computer gives me. I memorize both, take a deep breath, clear the search from the computer, and go off to look for it. It doesn't take me long to find the correct box, pull it quietly off the shelf, and put it on the floor. It's dusty. Strangely unexciting for something that might hold the answers to all my questions. But I remind myself that looks aren't everything, and slowly open the top to see a bunch of files crammed in, organized by number. Another breath calms me a bit, and I reach my hands out to let my fingers glide along the file numbers, looking for the right one. It takes me a minute, longer than I wanted, but I find hers and pull it out eagerly. This is it. What happened to my mom? What really happened? Flipping open the file, I see my mom's name, and then softly read the words out loud. On December 14th, security in the fire department showed up on the scene to find Lab 15 on fire. The building was engrossed in flames that the crews were unable to safely extinguish. They did their best to control the fire, to keep it from jumping to the other buildings, but they had no choice but to let Lab 15 burn to the ground. A preliminary report by the fire department suggested that accelerant may have been used to start the fire, but later reports suggest it was simply an electrical fire likely due to faulty wiring, and the accelerant was simply chemicals meant to be used in the experiments in Lab 15. 3 bodies were found within the building, alongside Jane Walker's. All 4 bodies were found on the first floor in a lab near the front door. Those bodies belonged to Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan.
It is assumed that they were unable to see through the smoke and flames to see how close they were to an escape. I stare at the file, swallowing around the lump in my throat, knowing that this isn't the time for emotions. I need to think logically. Something seems off with the information in this file. First of all, the fire department thought an accelerant had been used initially. Didn't that suggest that it might have been arson? Or was it really just as innocent as lab chemicals that easily caught fire? It's suspicious. But that doesn't bother me quite as much as the rest of it. All the victims were found together, in one room, on the first floor. Why couldn't they get out? I'd assumed my mom had been caught on one of the top floors, despite my nightmares. I'm not exactly a fire expert, though. And the names. I've seen the other victims' names on the plaque for years, but now they're bothering me. Why haven't I ever thought about looking into these people? Why don't I remember any news reports with comments from their families or friends? There are pictures after the report, and my stomach flips when I get to the ones of the burned bodies. Unable to help myself, I put that one away and look at the rest of the rooms. Technically, the building had still stood after the fire, but it had been so dangerous that they'd simply knocked it down, cleaned it up, and left a little to remind the residents of the tragedy. Is that what's usually done in a fire? Because there are so few here, I really don't know. I hear Beva laugh really loudly, which is our agreed-upon warning signal, so I stuff the file in my backpack, close up the box, and put it back in its place. Checking the computer again, I make sure I cleared everything I was searching, and then I peek out the hall. Seeing no one, I slip out and round the corner. I have to hold back a shriek of surprise when I nearly smash into one of the security officers, a big guy with giant shoulders and long blonde hair left loose around his shoulders. Looking up at him, heart hammering, I force a smile. "Thanks for letting me use the restroom." "Anything for our goldkeeper," he says without a hint of suspicion. Then he leads me back to the main room, crowding my space as he does so. "I'm not huge on public restrooms either." "Right," I say, and want to vomit a little when he winks at me. Okay, slow your roll, dude. He might have only been like 10 years older than me, but that's still a gross age gap as a young person. And besides, he's giving me major ick vibes, like all security officers do as minions for the council. When I enter the main room of the security office, Beva jumps up from the couch she was sitting on, next to an officer. She has a strained smile plastered across her face as she turns to me and the man beside me. "Thank you so much, but we better get going." "We really appreciate it," I add, hurrying toward her. The security officer, who I'd nearly slammed into in the hall, catches her arm before we can go, lifting up her hand with her 2 damaged fingers. "No problem, friend of the goldkeeper." And there's something in his voice that sounds strangely like a threat. Beva goes white as a sheet. I snatch his hand off her arm. That's right. She is a friend of the goldkeeper. My best friend, actually. I flash him a smile that I mean to be a threat, and he has enough intelligence to bow his head a little and step back, realizing he'd pissed me off. We hurry outside and get into my truck, but the second we slam the doors, we both let out a rush of breath. "That was close," I say. "Did you get what you needed, though?" she asks, laser-focused as always. The second I'd told Beva that I suspected something was off with my mom's death, she'd rushed over to help. I'd warned her that I planned to visit the security office, and even though she was terrified of the officers, she'd quickly agreed to go, which was no surprise to me. Beva is without a doubt the most fearless person I've ever met. "I got my mom's file," I tell her with a smile. Her eyes widen. "And did it reveal a conspiracy?" I shake my head, trying to ignore the flutter of disappointment in my chest. "No, but it pointed me in the right direction, I hope. I think my next step is to research the other people that died in the fire. I have a feeling that might tell me more about what actually happened." She nods, looking determined. I'm with you. Anything you need. We buckle up and head out of the parking lot, intending to get dressed and ready together before going to the party, even though a party feels like the last thing I want to do right now. But I'd already accepted, since it's a party in my honor, and I know it'll cause problems if I don't go. So I'll make an appearance and duck out early, when everyone is too smashed to notice. I need to tell you something. Okay, that sounds ominous. What's up? Her tone says this is serious even before I understand what she's saying. I've been sending off applications for colleges outside of Paradise Falls for a while. The second her words hit me, I feel like someone has thrown a bucket of icy water all over me. Beva is applying for schools outside of Paradise Falls. Leaving to get an education is one of the only reasons people are allowed to move from here, with the expectation that they'll be back when they get the skills to help our town. But Beva? I can never imagine her leaving. Okay. She sighs. And I got accepted for one for next semester. It's suddenly hard to breathe. Why? Why do you want to leave? You know why, she tells me quietly. My back goes as stiff as a board while I scramble to think what to say. Beva, I can keep you safe. I mean it. I'd die for you. I'd never let security, the council, or anyone else touch you. She reaches out and takes one of my hands off the steering wheel, holding it in her own. I know you believe that, Elora, but I don't want to live in a place where I'm only allowed to survive because of my friend. I need to go somewhere where I'm not constantly in danger. Can you understand that? I look at her. My friend since childhood, my friend who loves to read, who always tells me the truth, who has this way of smiling that lights up her whole face. I'd miss her curly red hair, her freckles, even just the way I feel when I'm with her. But none of those reasons are more important than the fact that she wants to leave. None of that outweighs what's best for her. Even if some part of me wants it to, even if some part of me wants to collapse onto my knees and beg her to stay. Things I can't do if I'm even half as good of a friend to her as she has always been to me. I can understand that. Of course I can. My voice cracks a little. I'll just miss you. She can't tell me she'll be back because she won't. If she gets out of here, she'll never return. And her family will be sure to follow her with some excuse. Then they'll be gone too. Maybe it's for the best for her. She's brilliant. So if she thinks it is, it is. But it doesn't hurt any less. I'll miss you too. But I'll always care about you. Again, she can't say we'll stay in touch. It's very difficult to speak to anyone on the outside once they leave. The council makes a special exception for people leaving to learn more and return, but all the phone calls between family members are monitored. No doubt she and her family would have agreed upon code words for when she was established enough to be able to house them and care for them on the outside. If they even plan to follow their daughter. You're going to do great out there, I tell her, my voice cracking even more. She wipes a tear off of my face that I didn't even know was falling. And you'll do amazing things here. I just know it, she says. Even if those amazing things are different from what you always thought they would be. I don't know what she means exactly, but I'm sure one day I will. We drive the rest of the way to the house in silence, and even though Beva will still be here for a while longer, it feels like I've already lost her, along with my faith in my people, in the council, and maybe even myself. I miss Neverwood. I miss Callum. 23. Elora. The music is loud as Beva and I stare up at the house in front of us, She seems excited to get into a little trouble, but some small part of me wants to turn around and run the other way. All this noise and all these people seem overwhelming after my time in Neverwood. Paradise Falls just lacks the magic and the freedom I feel so connected to there. But I'm here, dressed in a short skirt and a tank top, which, according to Beva, makes me look hot. So I guess I'm ready to party for a short period of time until I run away and collapse into bed. "Ready?" she asks me, flashing a smile. I nod, even though I don't feel ready, and we enter the party. Within seconds, I'm swarmed by people congratulating me on my first solo trip to Neverwood, asking me questions they don't really want the answers to, and sharing shots around the room. I manage 3 vodka shots before I wave them off. It's more than enough for me to feel a buzz. 2 more and I'll be drunk, another couple and I'll be puking up the pizza Babe and I had shared earlier. I manage to turn down the next couple of shots, then spot Beva pressed against a wall, flirting with a good-looking guy named Connor. She and I both knew the guy she really wants to talk to is Varric, but he isn't the type to go to a party like this. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's never been to a party before. He spends most of his time hunting in the woods or exploring. I honestly don't know what she sees in him, but to each their own. Yet, Connor must be good enough for tonight because Beva gives me a wink to let me know she's okay. I flash her a smile in return to tell her to go enjoy herself. I'm fine. Then I keep pushing my way through the crowd, heading for the living room. After a few minutes, everyone starts to calm down a bit as I continue to give them short, uninteresting answers to their questions. I'm not rude, but I try to make it clear that I'm just here to relax and unwind, not to answer 1,000 questions or get hit on by every guy with a heart-on. It still takes them a while before they clear enough space around me to actually breathe, and then I see him. Callum. At any other time, I might think he looks incredible in his tight black shirt. But not now. Not with one girl sitting in his lap on the couch and girls at both sides. He's grinning while the girl in his lap, Prisma, pushes her boobs so far into his face that he wouldn't need to move to lick them. An unnamed emotion uncurls inside of me. No, it's not unknown. It's jealousy. Red, hot jealousy that burns so deep that I actually look down at my chest, half expecting a mark. In Neverwood, it felt like... I don't know what it felt like, but there was something between us. I know it wasn't just in my head. When he thought he was dying, he'd kissed me. But maybe that really meant nothing to him. Maybe he would have kissed anyone in that moment. There's a bitter taste in my mouth when a man suddenly stands in front of me. Farron, Mr. Football Player himself. Only today he isn't wearing his trademark backwards hat or stalking me outside my classroom. He's combed his dark hair, which is still a little wild, and he's wearing a nice blue shirt that hugs his strong body. "Hey, Elora, I was waiting for you," he says, then offers me a shot. Without thinking, I take it from him. We clink our glasses together and slam them. The liquid burns down my throat, and I feel that familiar cloudy feeling. Actually, I think it had been building before, but now it's really hitting me. "You look really beautiful tonight," he tells me, grabbing our shot glasses and setting them on a nearby table. I smile. "You're looking good too." Reaching up, I run my fingers through his hair, then pull back, realizing what I'm doing. I think I like this look better than the hat. His eyes widen with surprise for a minute, and then he grins. "Then I'll wear it like this more often." "It's that easy?" I ask, leaning closer to him, because, honestly, hearing a guy say something like that when my ego feels battered is really nice. "Anything for you, Elora," he says, and he practically purrs my name. Why is that so damn hot? Probably the booze, but I don't care. "Want to dance?" I ask, my ego feeling just a little less wounded. Again, he looks surprised. But he takes my hand and leads me to one side of the living room, away from Callum and the girls that are rubbing all over him, which is perfect for me. In the crowd of moving bodies, I can dance and forget all about Callum, Neverwood, and the dark secrets in Paradise Falls. I can just not be me for a little while. The music is loud, so loud it seems to vibrate through my entire body. I spin, laughing, and he's there, hands on my waist. We dance together, at first with a lot of space between us, but soon the space disappears, and our bodies are pressed against each other. Any other time, I would have pushed him away. But I'm tired. Tired of everything. Tired of being a goldkeeper. Tired of trying to figure out the secrets and lies that seem to be weaved into every inch of Paradise Falls. And more than anything, tired of the complicated feelings Callum always seems to make me feel, when he doesn't deserve any of my emotions. When the song ends, he leans in closer to me and asks, "Want to get some air outside?" My body feels warm, pressed up against him, and I nod. We do another shot as we're leaving, clinking our glasses together again, and I catch Callum's gaze and freeze. The fury in his expression is so raw I can almost feel it pulsating through the room, more powerful than the vibration from the music. It's so raw that I get the sense that he would kill the man beside me if he could. I shiver, feeling my nipples harden, wanting, I don't know what. And then the woman in his lap turns his head and plants a kiss on his lips. Now I'm pissed. All other complicated emotions gone. I tug Farron through the living room and kitchen, then push open the back door with more force than necessary. Some people are out on the back patio playing beer pong. No, not beer pong. Strip beer pong. They're down to their underwear. The girls have even already lost their bras. I wrap my arms around myself. Farron pulls me along off the patio. 2 couples are having sex in the hot tub, and not quietly. A third is literally in the middle of the lawn, banging like rabbits. Farron leads me past all of them to a slightly secluded bench that stares out at the pool. We have a clear view of the people having sex everywhere and the half-naked beer pong players, but we're mostly concealed by shadows. "This is nice," I say as I relax into the bench. He wraps an arm around my shoulders, which feels nicer than I would have thought. "It is. Elora, you have no idea how long I've dreamed about us like this." I laugh and answer without thinking, "You and the rest of Paradise Falls." His gaze meets mine, and he shakes his head, frowning. "It's not like that. I'm not one of those guys who just wants to get into your pants because you're a goldkeeper." I turn a little to look at him better, and his expression is so damn sincere, even though I kind of doubt what he's saying is true. "Fine. Then tell me anything about myself, Farron. Any possible reason you like me for more than my last name?" To my surprise, he smiles. "I've been in school with you since preschool, and you were always more than your name. You were kind to everyone, including me when I was a scrawny guy." He looks embarrassed for a minute. "Remember that day I got hit by a ball in the crotch when I was in preschool, and I, peed my pants?" The memory comes back to me, and I let out a little gasp. "You saw what happened, and you took your water bottle and drenched your crotch. When people noticed, you said we both thought it would be funny. People laughed, and it seemed like no big deal. And then I told the teacher, and she had my mom come with a change of clothes." "It wasn't a big deal," I tell him, and I mean it. We were little. "It was a big deal to me," he says, and he flashes a smile I actually kind of like. "I can think of 1,000 different moments where you did something just to protect people who didn't have a name to protect them like you. And even though I don't want you remembering me as the guy who peed on himself, I wanted you to know that this isn't about your name." Unable to help myself, I lean forward and brush my lips against him, surprising us both. My heart races. That was stupid, I think.
Between the liquor and him saying just what I needed to hear right now, I couldn't help myself. But I need to stop doing stupid things before I regret them. I think I've had a little too much to drink. Any chance you can get me a water? Of course, he says, and he stands, looking strangely stunned. I watch him walk away and then see Callum on the back porch, arms folded over his chest, glaring. It's dark over here, so I'm not sure if he can see us, or even if he was watching us. But I don't care. He can't be making out with half-naked women and then get mad at me because I kiss a guy. He heads back into the kitchen, and a second later, Farron follows him inside. I lean back on the bench, realizing that my head is swimming just a little. How many shots had I had? Or is this less to do with alcohol and more to do with the fact that I haven't taken it easy since Neverwood? I don't know, but minutes pass, and I grow bored. Where is that guy, and why is he taking so long? Inside, I hear some kind of chaos erupt and decide that rather than sitting here waiting for Farron to get back in his sweet time, I'll check it out. The beer pong people have already headed inside to see the chaos, so when I get to the back patio, I have to squeeze past them, only to see Callum and Farron beating the shit out of each other. They're actually tangled together on the floor fighting, while people are shouting and screaming in a circle around them. My jaw drops. Callum has a black eye forming, but Farron is under him on the floor, and although Callum's blows are calculated, not too hard to kill the guy, it's very clear he's trying to do a lot of damage. Farron's lip is bleeding, his face is bruised, and yet he continues to fight back. I shove past the drunk people who are screaming for blood and use all my strength to shove Callum off the other man. And Callum must not have expected anyone to step in because he goes sprawling onto his back. His gaze snaps to me and his expression says he's more than angry. He's enraged. Your boyfriend doesn't need you to fight his battles for him. He flings the words at me like an insult. I feel all eyes snap to me, but I ignore them because Callum has gone too damn far this time. He doesn't get to make out with half-naked women and then beat up the only guy I have the slightest interest in. I mean, he's supposed to be my enemy, not my cock blocker. You're a fucking goalkeeper, I scream back at him. This is hardly a fair fight. I was going easy on the limp dick, asshole, he says before taking a look at Farron and lunging a little. I catch him before he can attack again. Stop this. Right now. His entire body is hard under my touch, warm and hard, and I distinctly remember curling into this body, feeling it wrapped around me, his erection hard behind me each night. My gaze moves up to meet his, but there's no recognition in his eyes at my touch. No softness, just anger. Fucking Walker bitch, he shouts at me, and his words shake me from whatever stupor I was in. Fucking Runefall pig, I shout back, shoving him a little. I'm surprised at how much the words hurt. Surprised by how much I hate having that anger turned on to me. And for what? What the hell did I possibly do to deserve his wrath? Just exist? I knew things would change back in Paradise Falls. I guess I never realized how much. Farron rises to his feet, but blood is streaming from his face. Fucking psycho? Said I crashed into him. He crashed into me. Are you okay? I ask, moving away from Callum to check on Farron. Callum is beside me in an instant, catching my arm, stopping me from touching the other man. The pussy is fine. I jerk my arm out of his touch. He's not a pussy. Farron glares at him, but there's some fear in his gaze too. I'm going to go clean up. And then he turns and pushes through the crowd, disappearing into it. I look back at Callum, my breathing fast from my anger. You didn't need to do that. He smirks, not an ounce of anything remotely close to an apology on his face. Sorry if your fuckboy will be out of commission for the night. I don't know what comes over me, but I lean in closer to Callum and run my hand from my throat down my chest, really slowly. Don't worry.
All the parts I need from him are still working. I'll just head home and have him join me for a little fun. Then I lean back from him as he stares at me in shock and wink. No, I don't plan to fuck Farron tonight. I don't know where that came from. I just want to get out of here and crawl into bed. Not that Callum needs to know that. So I push through the crowd, knowing that the easiest escape will be through the back door and out the side gate. The drunks are hard to shove out of the way without hurting any of them, but I manage, and then hit the cool freedom of outside. In the backyard, only the couple in the hot tub are left. But I ignore them. They're too busy to bother me anyway, and I sure as hell don't want to interrupt that. I step out of the light from the back patio and wind my way to the side yard, which is dark and creepy as fuck. Suddenly, someone grabs me and shoves me against the side of the house. For a second, I don't know who it is in the shadows and nearly react, striking out. But I stop myself when I see Callum's huge figure looming over me. Instantly, I'm enraged. You're a dick. You know that? But if you think... His lips crush into mine, and then I can't think. All I can do is melt against him as his lips press against my own, claiming me in a way that sends fire racing through my blood. I part my lips to drag in a breath, and his tongue sweeps inside. My thoughts flash to the last time we kissed like this, and I jump up, wrapping my legs around his back just like before. He groans, grabbing my hips roughly, and then I hear voices. Voices that are coming closer. Too close. I shove him away, adjust my skirt and underwear, and then I'm running for the gate. Looking back for the briefest moment, I can see Callum fixing his pants, but he's staring after me. Heart hammering, I take off out the gate, and within seconds I hear Callum talking to whoever had interrupted our moment. Our mistake. If someone had caught us, I shiver at the thought. We can never be that reckless again. Working together in Neverwood is one thing. Us becoming something more is another problem altogether. While walking home, I text Beva, letting her know I headed out. Within seconds, she sends me a text back, telling me she's fine. That's one thing about her. She's independent as hell, so at least I have one thing I don't have to feel guilty about. Everything else, I need to forget, to never think about again. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I wrap my arms around myself, hating that I'm pretty sure I'll never forget my almost moment with Callum. Pretty sure my only regret might be getting interrupted in the first place, which is absolutely stupid. The ramifications of what we almost did would have changed our lives forever. For the worse. So, no regrets. No anything involving Callum from this point forward. At least until we get to Neverwood. And then we're partners in surviving. Nothing more. And that's what I keep telling myself over and over again the entire walk to my house. When I eventually make it home, I check the couch and the hot tub for my stepmom. Not seeing her, I go to my parents' bedroom. She's sprawled in bed, a wine bottle still clutched in her hand. 3 empty bottles on the floor. I go in and take the one out of her hand, set it on the nightstand, then cover her up. For a moment, I just stare at her, realizing that I truly don't see her as a mother, no matter how much I was told I had to. I never did. To me, she's just a sad, broken person. Another victim of Paradise Falls. She was forced to become the perfect wife to attract my dad, but never did. Not really. She was his consolation prize after my mother died. Never a real mother to me. Never a real partner to him. I feel sorry for her. Even if some part of me feels hurt by her in a way I don't understand. In a way I don't want to think about any longer. Not after a day that already feels too long. Closing the door softly behind me, I head upstairs, but freeze when I see the cord leading to the attic. The attic's still closed. There's nothing unusual about the cord, and yet I can't seem to look away from it for one long moment. Probably because of the secrets it hides. Glancing back down the stairs, I hold my breath, but I hear nothing. Nothing to indicate that I had accidentally woken my stepmom at any point, which means I'm essentially in the house alone. So I slowly move to the attic and pull down the cord and stairs. I've never done this without my dad before. And then we only did it when we were home alone. Doing it now seems stupid. But for some reason, I can't help myself. Climbing carefully up the stairs, I pull the light on, and then creep through the empty attic space. I glance back to make certain I wasn't followed, then release a slow breath when no one appears. I'm okay. My stepmom is asleep, and I'm alone. I can do what needs to be done. Kneeling down, I move some insulation along the back wall, revealing the hidden chest underneath. It's made of wood, carved by my father with the Walker family name and some vines and flowers, and is just a little smaller than the average moving box. Taking it gently out, I settle onto the floor and pull open the lid. It takes me at least an hour to go through the pictures of my parents dating, always smiling, looking so damn in love. Then I see their wedding pictures. Not the ones from their giant wedding with all the town watching, but the secret wedding they had beforehand, with a couple of friends. My dad wore a blue shirt and slacks, my mom a simple lace dress with a crown of flowers. Both of them looked youthful and filled with hope for the future. And the background of the picture is simply the woods and some hot springs, although it's a location few people know about. I flip through those pictures smiling, even though I've seen them before, until I get to my mom's pregnancy photos and the photos of me growing up. I don't know why, but I start to cry. My hands shake as I hold the pictures. Unable to help myself, I reach out to stroke my mom's face, wishing I remembered all these moments, wishing I had more than these pictures to remind me of my mom. Brushing away tears, I set the photos aside. All that love is hard to see when I'm so alone. Inside the box, I find their wedding rings, the cake topper on their wedding cake, and more little memories that I'd seen 1,000 times before. There's even a few dolls and a bear stuffy I had as a kid, along with a gold onesie with the Walker family name on it. There's more, but the tears running down my face seem to think it's time to stop. That doing this is stupid, just like kissing Callum. But I guess I'm a glutton for punishment because I don't regret this. Maybe I don't even regret kissing Callum. I put everything back in the box and carry it to its secret spot. But then I freeze and set the box back down. Right where the chest had been, there's a book I've never seen before. A chill rolls down my spine. The only way it could be here is if someone put it here. Yes, it could have been my dad, since I haven't been here for a while, but I don't know why he'd have hidden a random book here. But if it was someone else, I was in trouble. The smart thing would be to pretend I didn't see it, put the chest back, and never come back here again. But if I do the smart thing, I'll be turning away from a possible clue to where my father is and why he disappeared. And for the first time in my life, I'd rather know the truth about this place, flies and all, than to keep living in denial. Picking the book up, I sit back down and open it. Instantly, I recognize the handwriting. It's my mom's. I tremble so hard I drop the book. My gut clenches when I see a page falling out from between the pages. Did I seriously drop something of my mom's and ruin it? I pick up the book and flip it to the page I'd ruined, only to discover it was actually a page folded up and pushed into her journal. My heart hammers as I unfold the paper to find a map of a building. Confused, I stare at it for a while, not recognizing what I'm looking at, and then go to read the journal entry the map was hidden on top of. Goosebumps erupt over my body, and a chill rolls down my spine. This journal entry was written the day she died. My gaze snaps to the scrawled words. Tonight is the night. I must burn down the facility, no matter the cost. I wish Victor wasn't in Neverwood, but I can't wait for his return. Tomorrow they will open it, and then Elora and Callum's lives will be ruined. I've seen the hell they have planned for those innocent babies, and this is the only way to buy us more time. It will not stop the sick plans they have for these children, but it will give us time to run. Anywhere but here. If we have to find the ancient path out of Paradise Falls, we will find it. But even if our only option is for Victor to take her to Neverwood, even if I have to stay here and die, anything is better than what the council has planned for my sweet baby. So the lab will burn. I will hide and will hope they don't suspect it was me until after Victor returns. I'm scared. I know how dangerous this is. I know the council already finds the way I question their treatment of the two families suspicious. But as much as I fear being taken from Victor and Elora, I fear what they will do to my child more. I'm shaking. It's the last entry, and it shows that my suspicions were correct. My mom's death was more than just her accidentally ending up in that building at night. But does this mean she was killed the way I saw in my nightmares? Or is that wrong too? I sense a change in the house. There's a small sound. Maybe the house settling, maybe more. I close the journal with the paper, hide it in the chest once more, and hurry downstairs. Shutting the attic behind me, I rush to my room and close the door, heart pounding. A minute passes, and a shadow appears beneath my door. There are no sounds. No one knocks or tries the handle. After a minute, the shadow leaves. My knees give out, and I crumble to the floor, staring under my door. Who was that? My stepmom? Or someone else? Someone more dangerous? Dad and Mom were right about this place. It's not safe. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll figure out the secrets that took my parents from me. And whoever is involved, I'm going to make them pay. 24. Unknown. There are only 2 people in Paradise Falls who know about the secret place that Victor hid Elora's mother's belongings. At one point, there were 3 of us, until Victor disappeared. I hope I wasn't wrong to hide her mother's journal there. She needs to find it. But I need to keep my identity as secret from her as long as possible, at least until she understands what we're up against. I only hope that she discovers it soon, because her attic looked to have been undisturbed for some time. Placing it there was a gamble, but it's the only spot I knew no one else might accidentally stumble upon it and destroy it before she found it. And this is one gamble we can't afford to lose. Elora is a smart and capable person, but she also has no idea just how corrupt Paradise Falls is. In stealing her mother's file, she's already drawn the attention of dangerous people. I can only hope she's smarter moving forward. Otherwise, everything her mother feared will happen sooner than she knows. And Elora and Callum will experience a kind of hell they never knew was possible. A shudder rolls through me as flashes of that cold, dark room come to my mind. Maybe instead of giving Elora her mother's journal, I should have given her a way to end her life quickly, if it comes to that. I know that's a kindness I would want if I was her. Danger haunts the 2 heirs every step. I just hope in trying to save them, I don't doom them. This has been Cursed Ever After, a fantasy romance, The Royal Goldkeeper's Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. Copyright 2023 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.